merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
To Double 11! Amazing prices! Amazing styles! Win big in Mega Draw! Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCBG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. The curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
MPL Singapore Season 10 is powered by Moonton and Pulse Nova Entertainment. Presented by IT, your homegrown bubble tea brand since 2011. Official gaming chair partner DX Racer, the pioneer of the world's first gaming chair. Our partner in esports, Future Living and Singapore Esports Association. Our official playoffs venue partner, the Centrepoint. And our official broadband partner, My Republic.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Day 2 of the MPL Singapore Season 10 playoffs. My name is Suki, and I will be your host for today. Our top 4 teams have fought tooth and nail to be here for a chance, just a chance, to represent Singapore on the international stage at M7. Today, one team will secure their place in the grand finals. Today, another team's road to victory ends here. To our online viewers, we are here live at the Centrepoint in sunny Singapore. We have a bunch of activities, prizes, also a ton of diamonds to give away. So if you're free, do drop by. There's even a chance to win a trip for 2 to Jakarta when you take part in the IT Lucky Draw that will be happening tomorrow afternoon. You gotta take part for it to happen. If you don't take part, it doesn't happen anyway. Of course, none of us would be here if not for the love of the game, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, that is currently nominated for both Esports Game of the Year as well as Mobile Esports Game of the Year. That being said, I'm sure we are all excited to see what games we have in store, so let's have a look at the schedule for today. Alright, we have 2 epic best of 5s today. First up, we've got the lower bracket semi-finals where Team Stallions SG and Kingdom Esports will battle it out to stay in the competition. And later today, we have the upper bracket finals with Evil and Flash SG duking it out to be the top dog going into day 3 of our playoffs. And as we reach the business end of our playoffs today, some teams will inch closer to the crown, while others will be left by the wayside. As the dust settles, which team will be left lifting the MPL SG Season 10 trophy? Of course, the players are seated and ready, so let's head over to Jace and Churros for the first match of the day.
Thank you very much, Suki. And ladies and gentlemen, we are at the playoffs for day number 2. We're sending one team home and one team securing their slot in the grand finals. Jules, how are you feeling for today?
Very well, thank you very much. And really good atmosphere here at the Centrepoint.
It is.
So if you're around the area, around Orchard, come on down and watch the show live.
Yes.
You see a lot of difference between how the crowd really affects the players and how their mental is. And speaking of the players, right now, top 4, Jace.
Man, top 4, it's come a long way, right? Don't forget, ladies and gents, it's a little bit of a slight difference as your other MPLs where we've got our qualifier teams that go through the challenger brackets, and then after that they made it all the way here. One of these challenger brackets actually made it all the way to top 4, namely Stallions SG. And of course, if you guys are, of course, massive fans of MPL, you recognize their names as well.
Yeah. Fun fact, Stallions SG, the only community team still left standing right here. But community team, not really community. There are a team filled with ex-MPL champions from Season 4 and Season 5.
Yes.
So that is a huge expectations riding on the Stallion's shoulders.
Yes, and they also have a bit of a backing from the Saudi organization as well. So technically speaking, they're using this platform to basically try to go straight into the grand final. So hopefully, truth to be told, right, if you look at these 4 teams, I feel that they've all got a chance to go into the grand finals as well. But we shall see who they are. Don't forget, this is the power of friendship that we're talking about. Of course, Roy, Bray, and Diablo, they all the way in season 4?
Season 2. They've been playing together since Season 2. Roy was a sub. Back then was Baby Cakes and 505. And right now, Roy is coming into the mix. And don't forget, Lucian Cutie was also in the winning team for Season 4 as well.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a redemption arc that we're trying to build right here, ladies and gents. Of course, we don't talk about that Bray moment. But of course, this is something that it's really refreshing to see. Ex-pro players coming back through the challenger brackets. And they're saying, hey, I'm here to try to make a statement once again, and I'm
Yes,
trying
sir.
to vie for that throne or a slot to represent Singapore in M7.
Yeah, speaking of representing Singapore, they were also representing Singapore in the Southeast Asian Games as well.
That's
Back
right.
then, esports or Mobile Legends Bang Bang was still a really new game in the esports scene as well back in 2022 or so. So they've been together a very, very long time, and this shows a lot of chemistry. And speaking of chemistry, there is one player on the other side of the aisle that they are friends slash rivals with.
Yeah,
It's
of course.
Lalzi.
Yeah, so this is a little bit of a very interesting web of relationships, especially between these two teams. If you look at the cameras right here, you're showing Stellan SG. You're not very
Ooh.
comfortable. They're just literally talking and like as if they're catching up as well. But if you take a look on the other side of Kingdom Esports, man, it feels like they're serious. They're looking for business.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with them right now. Look at how all of them are just locked in and ready to go. I mean, speaking to some of the players off backstage as well, they've been a little bit thinking about this game as being an elimination match.
That's right.
Really, a lot of hopes riding on this one game, especially on how the first match will go. This would test the waters on how the entire series will go as a whole.
Yep, and we talk about Kingdom Esports, right? The last time that these two teams met were in the Challenger brackets, and it was Kingdom Esports going up against Stallion, 2-1 in the favor of Stallion. But of course, this time around, the main biggest difference is this is going to be a best of 5. So a lot more room for you to maneuver around, a lot more strategies, a lot more surprises. But don't forget, these two teams, they're stacked with experience. On top of Lozi that we talked about from the side of Kingdom Esports, we've also got FMM, we also got Yon. These players are very momentum based. So, but if you look on the other side, Stallion SG on the other hand, I feel like they're comfortable in no matter what kind of position you put them in.
Brother, you're just saying this because Diablo's on the other side.
Hey,
of the
come
aisle.
on.
I remember Jays used to be like, or it still is, Diablo's biggest fan until I came into the scene right now.
Yeah, I'm still his biggest fan.
But still, I mean, speaking of Kingdom Esports, they are this sort of dream team that a lot of pro players have been looking at since the play-ins,
The roster
stage,
lock-in,
during
right?
the roster lock-ins,
Yep.
during the rounds going in. But in the first week, they performed exceptionally well. A lot of expectations riding on them. And, week 2, week 3, a little bit of a disconnect between how their chemistry is as a whole. And we've shown a lot of experience being shown in the side of Stallions SG as well.
Yep, and of course, this is all about like which team is able to basically get the first game, right? I feel like the first game is going to be very important, like what you mentioned, both these two teams. Once you give the Kingdom Esports that momentum going, they're just gonna pummel through, right? They're just gonna ride through your whole team and then just vie for that win. But of course, you got Stallions SG. This is a team that has international experiences. They've known how to play from a back foot. They talk about Bray. He's grown so far. I'm very proud of this kid. Man, he's like one of the child prodigies back then, and now I feel like he's like the child commander that's literally leading the squad. You saw the Bray difference when he joined the last team as well last time. Brought them to great success, and hopefully he can do that for Stallions SG.
Speaking of which, Bray is also very adaptable.
That's
A
right.
little bit different from the Bray to Yon kind of combo. We're going into dangerous grass. Assassins thrive in this area or in this environment, and we'll be able to see what these two teams are going to be drafting out. A fun fact, the fighter side laners are having a lot of, a lot of good success in between the games, not only in Singapore but also in Indonesia, Philippines, where fighter side lanes are dominating the scene.
Yep, it's going to go into the draft right here. Stallions in the first pick under the guiding hand of Coach Amox, and when it's Kingdom Esports, it is going to be a Coach Apex. Apex is a new transfer during the transfer window. And as of now, I think they've seen quite some success, right? Kingdom Esports was able to perform very well during the playoffs.
We're jumping into the draft. Stallions banning out immediately the Alice and the Gato Kacha. I remember it was the first pick for Kingdom Esports, I think 2 times in a row yesterday. And Lozi has been playing it to great success. And so I think High Loss was the next best option whenever Gato Kacha is immediately locked off. Kimi Baksha would be banned out. I don't see a lot of Angelas anymore. I remember it was 100% ban rate in the regular season, but right now, coming into the playoffs, it doesn't seem like any teams want to play that Angela anymore.
Yeah, I think Angela is a very interesting position, right? I feel like especially right now when there's so much focus on the mid laners to be able to dish out the damage, especially when you got your final side lanes, you need to be able to just be able to either shred through that tankiness or outlive that tankiness, right? So Angela, in my opinion, as a roamer, it's a little bit awkward. You really cannot face check any of the maps as well, especially when you're in dangerous grass. You need somebody that could literally do face check, right? Like literally what Silence is banned now. The Baxia, sorry, not the Gato Kaja can do that. The Baxia, which is already banned away by the side of Kingdom Esports, can do that. You see Amox, hard
That's
lock
all the
in.
respect over to Lolzy.
Onto Lolzy.
Taking out his heroes.
Exactly, right? Like, now you're going to put Lolzy in a bit of a deficit, but don't forget, he still has his Cho, his Drunken Cho that goes in, snipe off, and take off as much utilities from you as possible. And you've also got the Fishing Man, Lolzy, on the Franco that he could always go back into.
Yeah. CC is actually open, so Stallions could just snap pick that one right up. It will be the Grok for Lucian Cutie. He's been playing it to great success as well, creating a lot of space for the rest of the team. So that's a trade over to King Esports. No more Kimmy for them. They're going to snap pick that juice in and the CC up. I do like the CC going into the side lanes. You got the Yisun Shin and the Lancelot still open, so it's a tit for tat, a trade for this and that.
I do really like what Kingdom Esports got for themselves, right? You know, like Stallions has no intention of actually picking up a CC, right? They've been playing, Diablo has been playing a lot of Yuzhong's previously.
And the Martis yesterday too.
And as
once
well.
the Yuzhong has been picked up or banned out, he's just picking up the Martis left, right, and center.
And
we've seen that in a regular season. And he's played that to great success in yesterday's elimination game as well.
Yep, and apart from that, right, this Grok, I know usually you see them in the roaming position, but you know, crazy idea, just entertain me right here, Churros.
EXP Grok.
EXP Grok could be a potential.
That's a little bit of a difference right there, but the Lunox actually gets locked in. We've seen this a lot in MPL ID as well as MPL PH. We do need that extra secondary burst damage, so that means the Stallions are going straight for a double fighter side lane. Ruby looks really, really hot right here, alongside whatever hero Diablo plays. Well, Diablo doing Diablo things as well.
That's right.
On the other side of the aisle, Kingdom Esports needs to find a way to deal with the double fighter side lanes as well as shut down that mid side, because Roy is known as a very, very aggressive mid laner.
Yep, another thing to also take note is that, you know, Kingdom Esports can always swing this around, right? They can always put CC into the goal lane. We've seen that rise just a little bit. I'm not a massive fan of it. I'm still more conventional. I'm very traditional gold lane. Marksmen are for gold laners only, right? Remember that time when Harry starts to pop out in the gold lane, the Lunox starts to pop out in the gold lane. I am like, ew. But of course, you know, you got Kingdom Esports. They're forced to go for the Fredrin. Now, Fredrin going into this kind of draft from the side of Stallions, you've got the Lunox that could literally deal with the Fredrin. So I'm not really a huge fan of this. But at the same time, I also understand the pain from the side of Kingdom Esports. Right? There's so many iframes from the side of Stallions. Like, you got your Lancelot that could do that with the Thorn Rose. And of course, you got the Brilliance from the Lunox. Kingdom Esports, I think they're forced to basically fight fire. I just have to go slightly tanky.
I think Kingdom Esports are uber late game at this point. They pick up the Fredrin just as a defense mechanism once it gets too late. They're being maybe a little bit too passive and just thinking how Stallions would like to play this. That being said, though, you got to ban out some of these heroes. I think Ruby would be one of the top bans as well. If you want to target onto Diablo, you can take out the Guinevere as well as the Yuzhong or even the Martis as a respect.
Interesting ban coming out from the side of Kingdom Esports, right? You take away the Guinevere. Usually we're seeing Guinevere in the jungler. Are they expecting something like a Guinevere EXP lane for the side of Kingdom Esports?
Yeah, I mean, when you're facing up against Diablo, anything could work, right? You can go in like the El Clasico, Esmeralda, Uranus as well. It really does make sense as well. The only thing I don't really like right now is that Stallions just needs a lot more crowd control. Lunox is very high burst damage. Bray has a lot of iframes, but you don't have that reliable committal stun that Stallions Esports, Stallions SG really needs to get that shred going. So, as expected, the Yuzhong is going to get banned out, not giving Diablo the luxury of having that Black Dragon in his hands.
There's still the Khalid that Stallions can go for, unless Kingdom Esports also have that idea to go for the Khalid for themselves, kind of pick that. We haven't seen a lot of Badangs this particular season, and now you see the Franco get to take it out. Oh boy, just take a look at from the side of Coach Amox, man. 4 bans committed onto Lolzy right there.
I think just starve Lolzy. I think we've seen this before in MPLPH, but instead of banning out and starving out the roam, you starve out the jungle. So King Kong back in Onyx PH had 5 of his heroes all removed. There was nothing else he could play. And right now, Lolzy does have the options right here. He could go for the chip. He's played that before. He could go back to old reliable Cho. But then him being known as a sacrificial roamer would need to put himself in a very dangerous position. And you don't want to do that in the early game with Stallions because their draft and their roster is just super high hitting, a lot of burst damage right from the get-go. Kingdom Esports is very high DOT, which makes sense on the late game. It will be the Tigreal right now.
I haven't seen Tigreal in a long time, Churros, but yeah, you're right?
Good bush check mechanic as well.
Bush check mechanics. You can also play bush white because of the dangerous grass. You could just implosion, flicker, implosion, catch everybody in. You need a lot of hard CCs to basically lock down Stallions. Kingdom Esports with that lock in, that's exactly wonderful. It also pairs very well with the juicing.
Yeah, it's super thick. I think Kingdom Esports are really building themselves a castle right here, true to their name.
Yeah.
And Stallions are just going all ham with the cavalry, just equipping that horses with cannons and lasers and just...
And a wall.
And basically a wall right
Literally.
there. Just going pure ham, going pure damage onto this one. I think how it's going to play out is Stallions Esports is going to draft something more mobile on the side lanes. I wouldn't be surprised if Benedetta is getting picked up right here, but it will be the X-Borg.
Okay.
True damage, and then going back to basics with the classic marksman in the gold lane for Renza instead of the Ruby. Ruby is wide open right here as well. I mean, if Kingdom Esports wants to go with that, no, it's the Beatrix.
Yeah,
okay.
Beatrix.
Good combo. I like this.
Yeah, a lot more damage now. We're going back to something that we see often. Jinsanity on the CC should be able to deal a decent amount of damage against the X-Borg. However, X-Borg, well, technically speaking, you can build slightly more on the damagey side. One of things, you got a War Axe to basically sustain. You got a massive burst to deal with Jinsanity or pop it up because don't forget, CC can be slightly tanky, but of course the movement speed is the one that allows her to just jump around. And because of that, he could be a shred. Now CC wasn't really a big threat over the side of Stallions Esports, but we gotta have to see how they're gonna do this one.
Well, one way to find out, we're jumping in to game number 1 of the lower bracket semifinals. This is an elimination match. The first match counts for either side. It will build the momentum. It will tear your morale apart.
Yeah.
As the cavalry is going up against the castle. This is a revenge match for Kingdom Esports from what they have received back in the challenger bracket stage.
And the redemption, Churros, mind you. Don't forget, Bray has gone through the worst experience an esports player could actually go for, and now he's back. And trust me, Churros, even if Stallions actually lose game number 1, I swear he won't be phased. He's looking to snap back at game number 2.
You know why is that? He's got the maturity because he's in the army already. So hey, that's what the military does to you. But hey, okay, we're starting things off. I'm thinking Stallions SG is definitely going to have a faster jungle rotation compared to the fighter/tank jungler from Kingdom Esports side. They need to play a little bit more passively for how Kingdom Esports wants. I think it's okay for them to just give up the first T1 turrets from the map and just play towards the Lord fights, because that's where they really shine, really pop off. Beatrix has one of the highest scaling potentials. Once you build that BOD, once you build that Malefic gun, it creates so much pressure onto Team Stallions, and that is the answer to how Bray likes to play. You want to go down and take out that Beatrix first, but Grant's not going to give you that satisfaction.
A bit of a wall being built right here against Lolzy. Gets stuck in a hard place right there. Decent amount of damage from the side of Stallions. Nothing solid as of now from both these two teams, filling each other's out. But if you saw how Diablo was able to maneuver down the bottom lane earlier just now, Diablo does seem to have a better control on the lane as compared to CC, because Diablo could just burn all these minions down and then after that start rotating.
That's a level 4 power spike for both junglers already.
Yep, Roy gets picked up though. It's nothing to sneeze about for both these two teams. Just filling each other out, just playing really slow, Churros.
Yeah, I'm testing a little bit of damage here and there, but I think the Lance just really needs that first item power spike to be able to come online. Lolzy doesn't have that level 4 implosion yet, so he's just going to give some vision. There's no way Leon might be able to come back or travel over there.
Friendly execution already used by the side of Bray right there, but now these two teams looking at the turtle right here. Bray picking up Torchy's soup right off the bat. That's going to be the first turtle for the side Team Stallions and First Blood over to Roy right off the bat. Diablo trying to burn. Insanity activate the benches already. He goes for the Yo-Yo Blitz onto Diablo, but the main fight happening on the top side of the map right there as Spray picking up Yawn, but Grand picks up a double kill instead. A trade between these two teams as Kingdom Esports will be able to reign supreme against Stallions.
What a rotation coming in from Kingdom Esports. Grand just walking down the river, joining in the fight, making it a 5v4, and Stallions just eating bullets and taking it from Grand. It's 2-0-1 for this Beatrix. There's only 3 minutes on the clock. He's going to scale up even more.
Yep.
Now, how they want to play this is, typically Lowsy's going to sacrifice himself. He really did already. But now, Kingdom Esports, longer the fight goes, they will win out 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting Grant to be able to output so much damage.
There's already 2 items
right
there.
off the bat. Look, Mano boots.
He's going to rush for that BOD. So once he gets that BOD, that's the damage coming through. Diablos needs to be able to build that up as well. I think Stallion's draft was really hyper-focused on taking down that tanks, but they really forgot about how strong a high-dealing burst damage marksman is. The classic Beatrix coming into play right
Literally,
here.
when you have no idea what to go for in the marksman pool, a Beatrix
Why not Beatrix?
always saves you, right? The AoE damage on the Bandit's Rage, swap into the Nibiru's, you could just spray Stallions all the way down with tons of damage. And don't forget, Stallions, they rely on a lot of that iframes, and it's got to be a lot slightly scarier.
Yeah, Stallions just playing catch-up. A little bit of a mirror movement from Lucian Cutie just to give a little bit of intel onto that gold side. But it's open, bottom side.
Big damage from the side. Stallions, they will be able to catch FMM. Jinsanity tried to do something right there. Pops the brilliance. Stallions is out there. Murder achieved.
The turtle spawning in 5 seconds. Kingdom Esports making a beeline. Without FMM, I don't think they can start that engage too much. Lowsy still has that implosion on hand, armed and ready to go.
Yep. Second turtle is already up right there. The fact that Bray was so brave enough to literally use the Phantom Execution before the turtle takedown, that's really amazing. But right now, Lozi's spotting points because goes into implosion. Lucian actually picks up the turtle instead, and now it's going to be Kingdom Esports jumping in. But wait, Rensa equalizing score just a little bit. They take down Lozi, and now the Thorn rolls. The Phantom Execution coming out, Yawn down low just a little bit, but it doesn't really matter as Grand walks away with another kill in his pocket.
The classic front to back, but what a steal.
Beautiful.
From Lucian Cutie, just using the wall charge to block out Yawn, but at the end of the day, Kingdom Esports, we all thought that was a late game draft that Kingdom Esports was building, but once Grant comes into the picture, Stallions SG, they're crumbling.
Yep, Rensa is actually slightly behind right there. Lots of sanity being popped just to get out on there. Kingdom Esports is delivering blows against Stallions SG. Stallions unable to maneuver around the walls built, but it doesn't actually catch anything, Heroes.
Roy can't catch up. He doesn't have that flicker. Typically, you have the flicker onto Lunox to initiate with that Ruby DD combo, but you got that Purify instead. That is the fear and the intimidation that Lowsy has brought upon Stallions SG.
Yep, right now, Stallions has to try to maneuver. Their draft relies heavily on this, on Renza to be able to sight the sky, pierce the stacks. We're not able to see anything coming back. In fact, Grant, opting for the BOD first, actually that gamble helps Grant so much, and they're able to secure a lot more kills.
Kingdom Esports, strong as 5. As Grant is in the picture, Stallions will crumble. And I think the late game will really show. After this last third turtle of the game, we're going to see a 4-1 composition. We see Bray on the offside trying to push down that wave and split Kingdom Esports apart. I think that's the only play they want to win this right now. Kingdom Esports at this point is way too tanky. Just hunker down, build up their core items before, committing into any big skirmishes.
Yeah, they really need to try to find Grant, right? That's the job of Bray. But look at this, how Kingdom Esports literally has 2 frontliners for the side. Yawn on the side of Lowsy. FMM can be slightly tanky as well, especially with Pops the ultimate at the same time. So, yeah, if the fact Stallions cannot, use their knight to basically step onto Grant, it's literally game over.
Starting off with this turtle.
Insanity Yawn, okay, that's a nice secure by the side of Stallions right here onto the turtle. They take that and they go. But Insanity tagging onto Diablo. Diablo already used the Firaga armor, he's already gone. Yawn stepping forward, just a little bombs! Bomb Grand picks up the mega kill! Yawn goes to the Princess Rat, sidestep away by the side of Stallions. Lucian Cutie has to get out there, but he gets picked up and slammed down the ground by the side of Yawn once again as Kingdom Esports hard invades onto the side of the jungle. Bomb Stallions, and one of another. Bray will get caught by the taunt, but Bray is no more as Kingdom Esports reigns supreme in a team fight once again.
Kingdom Esports with the layering. You break down one wall, there's another.
Man.
Yawn comes in to fill up the gaps that Lawsy has left behind, and Grant just free hitting. That is the damage that Kingdom Esports is bringing to the table.
The funny part is, Shiro, Stallions has a literal battering ram, a literal
once again,
flamethrower,
Diablo.
a literal siege unit, but Kingdom Esports has walls, and walls hurt if you slam your head into it.
We're slowing down the pace of the game. Lord spawning up in the minute. Got Kingdom Esports just protecting Grand. This is the classic protect the president strategy. I don't want to say it, but it really is. Now Stallions, you have to find a way to get that burst damage, play a sort of like a sneak approach, and Bray has a lot of... Oh, there's implosion onto Bray. Oh, man.
No way for Bray to try to get... I'm sorry, I take that back. But now it's going to be Lucia Kitty jumping on top of that. Rin is right there to disengage for the side Kingdom Esports. But Kingdom Esports has already laid siege in the mid lane.
A little bit of a heart attack for Bray. Having a lot of damage, a lot of hits. An implosion already committed. Still got 15 seconds until Lord spawns up. Team Stallions, their only way that they can claw back into this game is if they play split push kind of composition. Try to push down that wave. But you have Drinsanity who's able to rotate so fast all across that map. He's able to get into that Lord pit in time.
Yep, Lord spawn right here already for the side of Kingdom Esports. They have solid control around the river right here. Stallions SG is literally has to wrestle any form of control right here. Diablo stepping forward just a little bit, but takes some damage for the side of Grand. The bombs will be able to land as FMM zones, and you can hear Lozy go to the control. There's a 4-man catch onto Team Stallion. Kingdom Esports pouring all that damage, but Rensa has something to say about it. One after another, the engager got engaged instead. Two members, it's a trade, but Roy equalizes that one. 2 for 3. It's a good trade for Team Stallions, and they're looking for more. Appraisal's wrapped, but the sidestep, the iframe from Bray.
What a Thorn Rose, and what a burn from Roy. The glowing one is the MVP. Right now, it's Grand against the Wild.
Grand, stepping forward just a little bit. We'll be able to take down Renza, though. That's amazing for the side of Grand. They're having a good show, but lost is standing right here as Diablo burns. That's a shutdown. Stallions will be able to wrestle the Lord control back into their favor.
Speaking of wrestle, right now they have to blitz this Lord down. Lozy doesn't have the implosion.
Yeah,
this is their time.
This is their time, perhaps, but now looking at that, Kingdom Esports trying to step on Lozy, taken down, unfortunately, but Insanity FMM is still in the vicinity. Roy takes down the Lord instead, and now Stallions is out of there. They take the Lord, they take the opportunity for themselves.
FMM, they're gunning through. There's the wall being built up. Insanity jumps over it. It's all safe. Finding Danny. Lord munching up that top side. Team Stallion slowing it down, trying to push 3 waves at once.
First to 10 code rush right there. Redeem that code because, man, that was amazing how Stallions was able to maneuver around Kingdom Esports. Kingdom Esports has solid control around the riverside, but Stallions took it back into their own hands, and they're knocking on Kingdom Esports' side of the turrets.
Challenge 1 obliterated. Kingdom Esports has felt in their jungle, which is one of their advantages, but they do have that high ground advantage that Stallions needs to break through this time around. There's a split push advantage in 1v1. Bray versus Insanity.
Okay, for the execution, Thorn Rose right there will be used. The Vengeance keeping them alive just a little bit. Reinforcements coming up for the side. Stallions, Vengeance trying to farm the Sky Pits instead, but got blocked by the side of Yawn. Diablo started to push FMM back, but it is Kingdom Esports losing ground. Stallions with that one Lord push literally equalized. No, correct that. They have an advantage against Kingdom Esports.
They're riding up that momentum. I hope the items really pop out soon because Roy is dealing some hunk of damage that Kingdom cannot defend himself against. I think right now, Stallions are trying to take down Lulzy, prevent that wall, prevent that setup first before going in for any loose members, and Grant's always played hella back. I've never seen him use the Renner yet. Hopefully he pulls out that sniper soon so that he's able to poke the Stallions from range. Because right now it's a little bit too passive for Kingdom Esports and how they want to play it. But then again, it is that high ground defense that they want. That's a wall being built up.
Wall being built up right there. Nobody from the side of Kingdom Esports will be able to reinforce. Lucia Cutie more than happy to duke it out with Yawn right there. But it's just Stallions managed to find this weak spot. There's a small little crack in the defenses of Kingdom Esports, and they literally forced their way through it.
Roy's online. You've got Renza already building up His core items is going for the next item, which should be a Sea Hell, but because the heal is coming in from Yon, it's actually shown up quite a bit. With one Appraiser's Wrath, that's from half to full. And so, Stallions slowing things down. Kingdom Esports, the only one that have to protect this Grant. Once he goes down, I think that's it. That's over. They don't really have that much secondary damage if Grant is not in the picture.
Yeah, you really cannot trust, I would say, Jinsanity to do that damage. Yes, he's able to snowball just a little bit, but this is the kind of roster that's not really favoring CC. In another sense, FMM takes way too long to basically pop the damage over and over again. But Stallions, on the other hand, they do have Diablo on the last Insanity. That does a lot of damage, especially to the squishy parts on the side of Kingdom Esports.
It's a 4-in-1 composition for both sides. Jinsanity is just trying to keep up to how Bray wants to play it. They want to get that long lane advantage, but look at the damage that Roy is dishing out to FMM.
Yeah, and oof, that's way too much for
It's
Kingdom
just two
Esports.
skills. It's just an S3, S2.
Yep. That's just, you know, a bit of a glimpse of the potential for the side team Stallions for now. Kingdom Esports, on the other hand, they have to try to wrestle, and now it's a 5v5 around the Lord Pit.
That's a blitz. Lawsy looking for an angle, looking for an approach. He has the implosion armed and ready. He's looking for a way to get in, but the Lord gets a reset.
No. The longer this goes, it actually favors Stallions a lot more, but now Lord already half HP, gets resetted over and over again. This low cha-cha of a Lord dance between these two teams.
Look at the top side. Stallions SG's wave is
right.
actually pushing in. Kingdom Esports slowly but surely has to send someone over to try to attend to that.
Wall being
Stallions
built.
SG.
Look at Lucian Cutie though. Lucian Cutie is smashing all against the wall right here, but Diablo and also Roy, that's a current call already committed by the side of Jinsanity. Jinsanity stepping backwards already.
Slowing things down. No one wants to make a move. The Lord gets a full reset. Back to full health. Does seem like Stallions SG can blitz if they want to. They have the Lunox in their possession.
Top side is a slow push against Kingdom Esports though, Churros. Team Stallions, they need, Kingdom Esports, if they need to do something, they have to do it now.
So Insanity already in the fray. Roy,
stepping forward, lots of damage onto FMM, Brilliance all the way out. Decent amount of damage already done by the side of Kingdom Esports. Nice swipe on the side of Stallions SG from the side of Lucian Cutie. The Lord already half HP. This is Tao or never for the side of both these two teams.
FMM's already on the top side. They're gonna see it. They're gonna see it, and they're gonna go for it.
Yeah,
Bray.
Literally textbook.
They know.
They know immediately. Bray secures the Lord for himself right here. Yon gets stuck. He's unable to dash across the wall, but it doesn't really matter because Stallions already output and did the objective. Kingdom Esports slightly confused at that Lord fight.
What a play from Roy. Just to get that jump, force FMM back so that he can try to go for that long lane defense. And once they saw FMM not in the picture, is when Stallions, they pull the trigger and sound the horns. Kingdom Esports has to go for another defensive, but it doesn't really matter, right? They have the Beatrix, they have that high ground defense, they have the AoE damage to go at it as well. And take a look at the itemizations right here. It does look like both of these two gold laners are actually kind of even now. There's only one core item left before they actually come online, and
but you forgot the Sky Piercer, man.
Matter.
You forgot the Sky Piercer, man, for the side Renza.
But it's only two.
It's only two kills, but you
two
can
stacks.
potentially snowball even harder than the Beatrix, mind you, because, you know, Sky Piercer works in very mystical ways. But, you know, for the side of Stallion SG, that's going to be a BOD secured by the side of Stallions, and now they're leading the siege down bot.
Lord March, Lucian Cutie holding on to some of that damage. Renza just free hitting from that bag. It looks like quick work from Kingdom Esports and a little bit more passive play from Stallions.
But if it Roar secured by the side of Bray, he's going to penetrate more damage right here. Kingdom Esports will be able to hold down their base turrets right now, but don't forget, Renza can poke from afar. Yon stepping forward with a taunt, and here comes the Yo-Yo Blitz from the side of Jinsanity as well. The bombs will be able to land for the side of Grand, as the members from the side of Stallion will not be able to penetrate down bot.
We're slowing things down. Stallions SG almost taking out the T3 bot side. It's Kingdom Esports, another successful defense, as expected from a high ground centric kind of draft that they have. I think they want to force it in. They're going to have another wave trying to push through. They want to try to take down this T3. It's not over yet though. Ferraga armor already popped off.
Oh, that's massive damage from the side of Grand. That's his mortality being burned. That's actually quite massive right now. Kingdom Esports,
top side though. Look at Bray.
Oh, Bray stealing the red turret. Kingdom Esports got blindsided.
Smart play, smart move by Bray. Everyone's busy at the bottom side. Let's just take down top. So Bray has that macro game in tow. And Kingdom Esports has to find a way because right now that top side's exposed.
Yeah. All of a sudden, the defense that Kingdom Esports has built for themselves all crumbling, right? They're just left with bricks. There's no mortar to basically stick all the bricks together.
There's 30 seconds until Lord spawns up. This is where Stallions wants to try to force FMM back, so their play is really, really smart, but it's very intelligent from the side of Roy. He knows that once FMM's out of the picture, Stallions can just take all the time in the world. You don't really have a lantern to pull anyone through. Because Yon take a lot of damage already from Roy. That is the power of the Lunox coming through.
Oh, you don't want to step in as a Fredrin when you're up against Roy on the Darkening Form. You're just going to get Chaos Assault over and over again. You have to go for HR.
Slowing things down. This is the second lore of the game. I think they want to wait till 18 minutes. Becomes enhanced.
It's a very late clock.
It's going to be a late clock, yeah. Kingdom Esports just hunkering down. They are far ahead, but I know that they can win this if they take Roy out. So right now, win condition for Kingdom Esports is find a way to try to stun Roy out of oblivion. Oh, it's an implosion.
Implosion coming outside. Lozy immediately gets melted down by the side of Renza. You see the sky appears to stack as well. Renza takes down Lozy as the Lord completely forgotten by both these two teams. Everyone stepping forward just a little bit more, but Renza is still in the game. But two members on the side, Stellan's already gone, and Kingdom Esports already losing the jungle. But the Bray has fallen as 3 versus 3. It is a tie for now. It's stalemate between these two teams.
The XP and Gold are still alive from both. I don't think they can touch this Lord. They have to wait till both their junglers spawn. Yon fell first, so he's gonna spawn up faster than Bray. But what a split fight. Everything all started with the implosion. Lozy goes down first. And Drinsanity taking a lot of
that's a lot of damage from the side of Drinsanity. Goes into Winter's crown as well. Diablo losing the Firaga armor. Don't forget, he doesn't really have his immortality. Drinsanity, he dances around Diablo.
Not enough damage yet, but look at the lanes. The long lane away from that Lord. Bot side's pushing in. They have to find a way to try to attend to that lane. Kingdom Esports trying to blitz down this Lord. Bray's coming up in 2 seconds. I don't think Stallions is able to take this Lord away, and it might go over the hands of Kingdom.
I would say this is stalemate, man. You take the Lord, but there's a potential bot lane being taken now right here unless Bray has something else. He's trying to rush over to the Lord. Bray steals the Lord from Kingdom Esports, and Stallion will be riding out of there into the sunset.
Bray does have the Thorn Rose, able to get out.
Man.
Okay, it's all safe and fine and dandy. Team Stallions getting that reset, waiting till Diablo spawns up. Look at the bottom side. Turret down already.
You don't want this to happen if you're from the side of Kingdom Esports. Your Lord gets stolen. Your bottom lane turret gets sniped down.
Your base is in shambles. Look at all the creeps. They're coming in. They're crashing in to the castle walls.
I'm crashing, Churros.
We're slowing things down still. Kingdom Esports has that high ground. If Team Stallions goes a little bit too aggressive underneath the turret, Grant is going to take full advantage of that.
That is a critical Lord that Kingdom Esports is not. It's not supposed to go this way, and now Stallions literally knocking on the door.
So you got 5 members of Stallions already in position. Lucian taking a lot of damage from Trin, trying to zone everyone back. That's what the tectonic charge trying to pull him back. Lucian QD finally falls to 4-on-5.
The Lord right here is still slicing around. Implosion for the side. Lozy, he saves Kingdom Esports and Stallion SG force out of their base.
What a find. Diablo forced to use that flicker to get out of Drinsanity's range. He does have that immortality, but he wants it to get popped. Bray, one more Lantern is able to get pulled through. That's the Sky Piercer finishing up that job. You got the last Insanity trying to blow Insanity apart, but Diablo will not be able to escape. But look at Kingdom Esports base. You got the waves pushing in. It's Renza against 3.
Oh man, it's just Renza left, and now Kingdom Esports snapping their jaws at Renza like it's food. And they crack open mid. It is going to be a blitz for the side Kingdom Esports. They send FMM all the way back to try to defend, but Stallion SG, they have the momentum.
The base.
Wait, the base.
Okay, the minions just spawned up just in the nick of time, forcing Kingdom Esports back.
Oh man.
He bought time. Renza bought time. Stallions are here.
Churros, I kid you not. This is just a multitude of unfortunate events against Kingdom Esports.
This is what the lower bracket semis is all about. 20 seconds till the Lord spawns up. Kingdom Esports, they have to send members back to try to defend against the wave that's pushing through.
All right. I don't know what I'm watching, Churros. It was just back and forth, stalemate after stalemate, and then after that, it's just a series of unfortunate events with like Kingdom Esports. And Stallion SG managed to basically get out away and a lot of things that I cannot explain.
This is the power of Roy, the power of Lunox. Kingdom Esports likes to play as 5, as long as they coagulate together. I think the only thing that might change is if Roy had that flicker. Now Lord is starting up. Gonna push down, tectonic charge into the Bennett's Rage.
Tectonic charge will be able to go there. FMM up with the damage from afar just a little bit more, but it's going to be Bray going down. That's opportunity for Zai Kingdom Esports to blitz the Lord for themselves.
But without Bray, Kingdom Esports has this Lord in the palm of their hands.
50 seconds, they have to do something. Kingdom Esports, this is their Lord, unless something weird happens.
QD doesn't have the tectonic charge anymore, but here comes Roy.
And
taking on
Renza.
damage. Renza.
Up in the damage from afar just a little bit. Skypiercer will be able to pro. The Lord already got the HP right now. Stellar SG managed to take over the Lord, but Grand secures the Lord for Kingdom Esports themselves.
But it's okay. It's okay. Stallions, they bought time. They're still up ahead. Kingdom Esports slowly ferrying this Lord down that mid side. Renza taking a lot of damage from that Lord, and he has to play it safe. He has the immortality, but if he pops this one, there's the defense mechanism gone for that Granger. And Team Stallions back on that defense. They want to play it towards their own base. But look at the bottom side.
Oh, man.
They're sending the juice in again.
Don't forget, these are very stacked super minions. FMM, he's going to get basically punched down. Luckily for the minions, once again, as the observers highlight, Kingdom Esports literally playing with fire right there. Like what you mentioned, Stallions, they bought some time for Bray.
This Lord again falls and just immediately blitzed down by Stallions. It's another 100 seconds until the next big fight will come through. I don't think both these two teams want to play it too aggressively. In Kingdom Esports, they still have the super minions though.
That death from Side Bray, that was a 50-second timeout. Had you lose any members from the side right here, it's going to be more than 60 seconds. 60 seconds in MLBB is a long time.
Chase, this is still game number one.
It's
game only game number one.
Got a long way to go.
For Kingdom Esports, I think it's really, they just really want revenge from what they faced in the challenger bracket stage. And for Team Stallions, it's really a statement. They're coming back, they're coming up as 5 ex-champions of MPL Season 4, and they want to take this game down. They want to take the kingdom apart.
Yep. Right now it's just, we're back to silence again, right? Both these two teams, they know what's at stake right here. Like what you mentioned, 40 seconds to the Lord to be spawned, but Kingdom Esports has to play a lot of base defense. They've got none of their base turrets up. Stallions, on the other hand, they've got side defenses. They got quite a few to lock through. But don't forget, Kingdom Esports, you saw the speed and how Grand can literally demolish walls and base turrets.
The thing is, you're throwing all your eggs into one Grand, right? So you need a Beatrix to be within that Lord pit to get that fight. You're sending the juice in over to clear the wave, which is pretty slow. It's either juice in or the CC. But then once you pull one member apart, Team Stallions are going to take advantage of that. You're playing a losing battle.
Yep. Right now it's just the calm before a storm, right? In another 5 seconds, Kingdom Esports has to send either FMM or Grand all the way back. As the observer highlighted once again, Super Minions knocking on Kingdom's Esports side.
That's the short lane, so Kingdom Esports is going to make quick work of that creep wave. Team Stallions is going to start things off with that Lord. You got the bottom side already won by Team Stallions SG, so if they pull this Lord a little bit longer, they might be able to force that wave in. They know that Grant's the only one realistically who's able to clear that wave, so they're sending that Beatrix down the bottom side. Look at where Lawsy is.
Dangerous Grasp coming into play right here. Diablo burning,
Renza.
committing some form of Geneva Convention as well. But here we go. Nice tectonic charge onto Grand. Grand down low just a little bit more. The snipe coming out for the side Stallions. But Bray's in a spot of trouble. And now Kingdom Esports are driving back. But Bray, the iframes allow it. But all of a sudden Diablo takes down Lowsy. The waves working in tandem for the side of Stallions. Kingdom Esports slowly losing ground. But the core is taking a few bunch of damage.
2 down. Team Stallions, they can charge through. They can cycle. The throne, it's getting hit. It's a third of its health left. Kingdom Esports can't stay.
Literally, what a game between these two teams. A solid back and forth between these two teams. Churros, both these two teams don't want to go down without fight.
We're sweating right now.
I'm literally sweating.
We're sweating. It's not that the venue's hot. We're in Centrepoint right here. It's we have the air conditioning on.
Yeah.
But it's just this game. It's game number 1
it's
still.
Feisty, it's hot, it's fierce. You can feel the heat radiating from the player side. It's just a massive back and forth. literally standing on the wire right here. It can tip anywhere.
It is a very precarious situation, especially if you're Kingdom Esports. They all have the tools to win in teams fights, but they have to be able to secure the side waves. That is their only downfall in game number 1. Because, Lancelot or Bray is always constantly at the side lanes, trying to constantly push through and win those long lanes away from that Lord. So if Kingdom Esports has to send someone over, they typically send the Juice in. But then Juice in is not really a wave clear. If not, second option, you send a CC.
No.
And it's not going to be too good as well. It's a single target damage.
You send Grand, that's it.
You send Grand, that's it. You don't really have that firepower to win in team fights anymore.
That's right.
So Lolzy and Grand still has to be together. They are 2 peas in a pod. They need to play it safe. You need to go in for a implosion into a Benner's Rage combo. But that being said, too many iframes from the side of Stallions. So
That's
in
right.
a late game point of view, the burst damage from Stallions is just way too much to handle, especially when you picked a Fredrin into a counter. 2 counters to be exact. You got X-Borg that would melt you down with true damage. You have the Lunox, which literally just decimates you like that.
Yeah, and it's just but down the wire. Don't forget, Renta has already started to stack a lot of Sky Piercer stacks himself as well. And the longer you dance around, literally Stallions, right, you're going to get chip damage from the side of the Grandeur as well.
Yeah. It's, I think at the end of the day, the early game for Stallions is really just a warm-up for them. Right now, the late game is just really Stallions' game to win. We're jumping back into the game. We have 2 members down. There's 47 seconds on the clock, and Kingdom Esports is just a few hits away.
Could this be it for the side of Kingdom Esports right here? Stallions riding into the base. Ray outputting some form of damage right here, but the minions will be cleaned up by the side Kingdom Esports, but not enough as Stallions rides into the core of Kingdom Esports.
What a match. What a, I would say, comeback from Stallions. Early game wasn't too favorable for them. They were being aggressed way too hard by the 2 tanky boys of Kingdom. But then again, Stallions really showing us what a Trojan horse is all about.
Literally Trojan horse,
A
right?
literal
I like
Trojan
that.
horse.
I like the analogy because it is literally, you think that Stallions actually trying to fight Kingdom Esports in that last sequence, right?
Yeah.
But somehow the damage sneaked through, they puncture the core, and that's how they literally won against Kingdom Esports. What a play coming out from both of these 2 teams.
I think let's go back to the drawing board and figure out what went wrong for Kingdom Esports. Their draft, to be honest, I thought they had a much better draft in terms of the late game potential. They would have been able to defend themselves against the mountain of waves they're crashing through. And if you notice throughout the entirety of the game, the lane management was always won by Stallions SG.
Yeah, it feels
every
like
single time the top bottom side is always crashing in.
Yeah, it feels like every time when you see whenever Kingdom Esports want to try to really fight against Stallions, right? Stallions somehow always win the macro game, right?
Yes.
The lanes are always fixed. And all of a sudden, Kingdom Esports, there's a lot of opportunities for them to really try to engage. They really have to go. But the window of opportunity literally slam in their face.
Yeah. It's just who do you send to deal with the wave? Yeah, and typically, you'll know the answer from watching this game is you send FMM. But FMM is way too slow. Don't have a lot of high burst damage to initiate a wave clear. And almost that one almost death from the minion wave crash down the turret really showed that they don't really have an insurance policy in the late game. The only one that could realistically clear the wave is Beatrix. But Grand itself, once you throw the Beatrix away from the team fights, that's it. Your firepower is gone. You don't really have that secondary amount of damage for you because Chusin is more damage over time. You have that Sky Piercer to really eliminate that one person, but then it's really not enough burst coming in from Kingdom.
Yeah, that's right. And it's just, it's really interesting how the whole cookie combo, right, especially game number 1, right?
Yeah.
It just feels like, the momentum is actually swinging in the favor of Kingdom Esports, right? But all of a sudden, Grand was just farming gold like crazy. He's outputting the damage like crazy, but Stallions, literally, like what you mentioned, the iframes really come into really clutch situations, right? All of a sudden, that Nibiru Passion, the Bennett's Rage goes into iframes, and you saw how Bray literally pulled the whole team apart, right? During that last Lord fight. They're using that as bait to try to engage, try to pull and distract, whereas the rest of the members from the side of Stallions engaged onto Kingdom Esports. Ray was literally 1v3 right there with all his iframes, and all of a sudden he got out of there.
Yeah, huge props to the mid lane duo of Stallions though. Roy output a lot of damage, but he was very intelligent in how he wants to play this. It's a typical bait and switch, right? You go in, jump in, utilize all your resources to take one member out, force that reset, so it doesn't really matter if you waste your resources. Your ultimate really refreshes and resets super fast. Also, you see the difference between how these two roamers play. You have Lucian Cutie is a little bit more tactical, he's more held back, but when he goes in, it's always at least a 3-man knockup to try to disrupt, and he's always going for Grant and make sure that Renza is next to him before everything goes in.
Yep.
Lawsy also plays the same way, but he's a bit more sacrificial. He's willing to put his body out there. So right now, in this matchup, I feel like the way that Lucian Cutie plays and approaches this game, and the way that they rotate around, and the way that he's dictating it as a shot caller, makes more sense for Stallions in their aggressive nature. The more held back Kingdom Esports is, I feel like they won't be able to come back in that late game. They have all the tools. They have the firepower.
They have everything.
They have everything. They're just not aggressing hard enough.
Yeah, you know, when I always use the analogy when you got all the tools in your toolbox, right? Yeah. And sometimes, you know, you're using the wrong tools for the wrong job. But this time around, it feels like, you know, Kingdom Esports, they have the right tools and they're using it at the right timing. But I feel like, they've used the right tools, but they use it at the wrong timing.
Yeah, it might not be the sharpest tool in the shed.
You know, I don't know. It's like the nail is already going in, but you continue on hammering.
Yeah.
That's basically what I feel like in game number 1. Whereas Kingdom Esports, I really feel like they've really got a lot of potential. And we talk about momentum. They lost game number 1. I'm not too sure how they're going to feel like, because, you know, especially going up against a team like Stallions, they've been through this kind of situation over and over again. You talk about the redemption arc, we talk about the power of friendship, literally.
It's really power of friendship,
yeah, I mean, like, I want to add one more, Lucian Cutie as well, right?
Yes.
And don't forget, Losey was from that stack as well.
Yes, back then when they won, I think Losey was their assistant coach.
Yep.
And then right now, back to playing the game as well. So he has that macro point of view on how he wants to play things. I think Lucian Cutie and him has very similar play styles, but Lucian Cutie is less sacrificial. Like, he's less willing to throw his body in than Lawsy. If Lawsy knows that he can secure a kill, that's where he will throw his body, he will sacrifice himself for the betterment of the team. And usually he works out well, but not towards the side of Stallions SG. Speaking of Stallions, we will see the MVP really, really soon. Every one of the 5 members played well, but not as well as Renza, who had been struggling in the early game, but really came back after the last turtle fight, where he's always joining into the team fights. He knows when his power spikes is. He knows when to join in those team fights. He's not too worried about the early game rotation that Grant really brings in. He just plays towards that late game. He's really aggressive when he needs to be. He's taking a lot of damage. He's soaking in that damage that he knows he can take and dishing twice the amount out.
Yeah, and don't forget, once you secure the Sky Piercer, this is exactly what I was talking about, right? Like, if you allow Grant to literally outpace you because of the Sky Piercer stacks, yes, he can be only like having 2 kills, right? But after that, you know, once he gets Sky Piercer stacks over and over again, he's just gonna ramp out of control and snowball. Literally, that's what it means. Now, all of a sudden, each Rhapsody shot could potentially mean your death.
Yeah, by the end of the game, like, this was probably a 24-minute game or so. We'll be able to see the exact number later. But for Granger, it's unlimited stacking. And the more stacks you have, the more that you can spam your S1. And literally, he's just spamming his first skill. Whenever there's a team fight, he's just locking in on 6 damages in. It's 26 minutes, 50 seconds, almost taking to 27. That is literally, you can spam your S1 maybe around 20 times before everything goes on.
I would say at this rate, at where he's going, he can literally output like, what, 4 Rhapsodies right in the face before he needs to back off. And then after that, don't forget, you also have, you know, a lot of iframes. It's actually really hard for the side Kingdom Esports to catch, right?
There's no backliner except for Drink Sanity. And even if you put Drink Sanity in at the late game, it doesn't really matter that much. But then I feel like there could be a different way they want to play this. Drink Sandy could just push Renza back out of the way. Diablo and Roy, their main goal is just to take Yon and Lawsy down. Once those two are obliviated and melted down, then they go for FMM and Grant. So it's a typical front to back for how Diablo, Lucian Cutie, Renza, and Roy wants to play it. But for Bray, it's he tries to disrupt FMM. He tries to disrupt Insanity, so he's always pulling that EXP lane away to give Renza that free farm and that free hits coming into the back line.
Yeah, if you take a look at the literal emblems right here, right? It's just textbook, right? Like all the way down to Insanity going for Festival of Blood, Brace Mike down to the Fighters as emblem as well. Hopefully he could out sustain and all this kind of stuff. But the damage coming out of Stallions as well, and don't forget, of course, we have to really highlight that Bray and Roy literally pilot these two heroes to its maximum, right? Like literally abusing, I would say, literally abusing the fact that they've got so much iframes in their kit, and then after that they just pummel through, right? All of a sudden, Cayman Esports, I feel like they've got something in between during the break, but unfortunately it's not enough, right? You not only the fact that you have to learn how to play with each other, but Stallions, it feels like even though they're not playing with each other as like one death ball, they're still able to make chip damage from afar and around the team fights.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, like if I'm Kingdom Esports, I'm gonna feel super annoyed. Like I can take Diablo down, but I have to kill him maybe like 6 times because if he has his immortality on, he has his Firaga armor on, it's not gonna be easy to take Diablo down. For Bray and Roy, it's difficult to catch.
Yep.
Like that's the iframes coming in from the Brilliance, that's the iframe coming in from the Thorn Rose, and that's why Kingdom Esports, as much as they like to stay in the fights, and the longer they stay in, the more they heal, they just can't catch up to them. I want to give huge shout out to Roy. That's a 94.4% kill participation from this Lunox, and this shows really the power of the Lunox in other regions. I remember MPL PH was picking that up as well. MPL ID is picking up the Lunox as well, and the reason being for this is because once you have that Lunox in play, you can't really play a double fighter side lane because you're instantly melted down. You don't really have that instantaneous burst damage, and typically you solve that issue when you have a marksman, something like a Beatrix. But then the iframes and Roy's timing is specifically to how he engages the fights to bait out Lozzy's implosion. Pops his Purify, goes in with the Brilliance, and tries to get into the back line, really create that space for Team Stallions to charge through.
Yeah, if you take a look at the damage dealt from the side Kingdom Esports, right, Insanity and Grant actually one of the highest among all of that. And Insanity is actually upping quite a chunk of damage, right? FMM right there, on the other hand, more of like a constantly applying crowd control to kind of disrupt for the side of Stallions SG. Now, these iframes coming off of Ray and Roy is actually making it difficult. So unless Lozzy goes in with a perfect implosion, keyword perfect, but we don't
hit a couple of perfect ones, but the Purify was there.
Yeah. I was just about to say that, right? Apart from the keyword perfect, you also got the Purify right there to basically counter everything that you work very hard to do.
So you have to send someone to bait out the Purify before Lozzy actually goes in. So it's literally like a brawl mechanic kind of macro gameplay.
Literally, we're just waiting. We're just waiting for to cycle battle spells, right? But the problem is, you use these the massive CCs, but who's gonna face tank it, right? If the Fredrin steps forward, he's just gonna get melted by the Lunox immediately, right?
Same as Lozzy.
Yep.
Once you put the Tigro in, even though he has the invincibility iframes with his passive, it's just not enough. Like the output with alongside the glowing wand that the Lunox really brings in, creates that much power, that much damage over time, along with the burst capability that the Lightning Truncheon shows as well. So you see 2 skill shots from S3, S1, that's it. Like that's a half health, or that's like a third of the health of FMM that's left. So if you put this into a tank perspective, that's also the true damage and damage to HP that Lunox will bring to the table. So definitely going to be hotly contested, but I do want to talk about the draft strategy for both of these two teams. For Stallions, they immediately took out Lozzy's heroes.
Yeah.
For Kingdom, they took out Roy's heroes. Did it work?
I think right now you just don't, especially when you're side of Kingdom Esports, you don't really target down a specific hero, right? I think you go for what you don't want to meet, right? If you notice right here from the side of Lozzy, yes, he's able to, play the Tigro. I feel like right now it's not really about the hero picks for both of these two teams. I feel like it's more of a team identity, right? Stallions is able to outmaneuver around because it feels like all these players seems like they have that one-track mind. They know what to do in their respective roles, no matter where they engage this from, as we go into the second map of this particular series.
We're jumping into the environment. That's a flying cloud that both teams are playing. Personally, my least favorite of the 4 new maps that are in play because it doesn't really come in or has that punch that we want to see.
Yeah, I mean, the only punch is when you can reinforce, and it actually helps the defending team a lot better, right? Because you can reinforce the second tier a lot faster as compared to you literally walking out. But right now, I feel like we're going to go back into Kingdom Esports this time around first pick, banning away the Yuzhong right off the bat.
That is a usual respect over the Diablo. It looks like Stallions, they're laughing about it. They're having a little bit of fun right there.
Yep.
For Stallions, though, I think that's going to be a Baksha ban. Try to not give it away to Yon. That's the, there's a high rotation, high pathing speed that the Baksha will bring to the table. The CC definitely would be in consideration for STS, I assume.
Well, definitely Baxia. In fact, Baxia has 100% pick ban rate in MPL SG. Out of 64 games that we played in total, there is 57 bans on this particular hero. We've only seen him pick 8 times. Teams just don't want to deal with Baxia in this particular patch.
You got Kingdom Esports banning out the Eastern Shin, and I do understand that Baksha actually accelerates the progress that you want to have in the early game. And typically, you see the Baksha, you also see the far side of Gacha Gacha also getting picked up. You have that area zone denial, you have that fast rotation speed coming in from your mid lane duo alongside that jungle into you as well. But then again, that was the Gacha Gacha spot. So if Team Stallions wants to play the same strategy that they did before, that's going to be a lousy lockdown.
Yeah. Well, if you notice, when the Stallions last game, they banned away the Alice, the Gato Kacha, like what you mentioned, the high loss as well. But Baxia, if you notice, was also banned for the side of Red. It's an R1 ban in the previous game as well. The Kimi potentially, but I love the CC ban, right? CC has been a menace in the meta right here because all of a sudden your tankiness is nothing. All your tankiness is ours. You could just shred through all the tankiness and then after that play. Kimi also another of these heroes that really teams just don't want to deal with because of the shred and potential kiting that it can provide.
Yeah, it looks like they're swapping up their strategy a little bit more. For Stallions, they're opening up all of Lawsy's heroes. They're not going to contest for that one. Kingdom Esports, they're going to snap pick that Lancelot up. I think Stallions would get a trait down. So it's either Gato or the high loss. And then it's going to be a tit for tat over to Lawsy's side, which was played out, I think, 3 times before yesterday's game.
Yeah, definitely. Right now that CC is already taken away. The high loss looks like a prime pick, right, for the side of Stallions, because not only you can put the high loss in the row, I mean, if you want to go back into old metas, you can throw him back into the EXP lane once again.
So right now, it's just little bit of hypothesizing right here. What if Bray tries to go for the Hayabusa first? I think that makes a lot of sense just for giving Stallion some time to think about what KE wants to pick up, and then you have some sort of counter for that.
Yep, but don't forget,
Okay. Pure zone denial.
Yep.
Pure zonal gameplay right here.
Now all of a sudden, Stallions are looking to play S5, right? Literally, we fight around the Eve real world manipulation. Yes, you got your iframes, and don't forget, Eve also does very well against teams that has a lot of tankiness, right? Because you build a glowing one, you can literally burn and melt through using your second skill or even your ultimate.
Yeah, there seems to be sort of like a pattern right here. Usually when you're blue side, you pick up a lot of high bursty damage heroes with a lot of mobility and movement. So the far side getting picked up alongside the Grok. Before the side of STS, as long as you're in the red side, you're typically playing a defensive draft position where you're playing damage over time a little bit more, as well as zone potential. We've seen that in game number 1. We're seeing this in game number 2 right now. So what is left right here would be, EXP. You have the jungle.
Hey,
you want to snap that up as well. I think the Hayabusa works out well here.
Yeah, just saying hi to an old friend right there.
Oh, shout out to Garo the Youngin.
Yeah, but now Stallions on the other hand, before going into the second phase ban, do they secure a hero for Bray right here, or do they go for gold lane and then after that start locking down on gold lane? Okay, seems like going to go for Renza, Granger as well. He's playing phenomenally in game number 1. We want to keep that.
Hear me out. We throw back to MPL Season 1. That's a Granger in the jungle. No, I'm just kidding.
Idea? I don't know whether I like it, but that's an idea.
Then double fighter side lane.
Oh, wow.
No.
You make me look old. You make me feel old.
Oh, but actually though, I think that Kingdom Esports, if they pick up the Ruby right here, we've seen Grand with the Ruby a couple of times. It works out super well for them.
Ruby would be very interesting for the side of Kingdom Esports, right?
Yeah,
because
yeah.
right now there's a lot of CCs allowing the far side to do, a ton of damage as well. The Grok to follow up with the Tectonic Charge, the Thorn Roads as well. Everybody is basically like, in that small like a little spot, just gonna output a lot of damage. And now for the side of Stallions, right? They also have their own AoEs as well, right? They got to catch out AOG, the real world manipulation. Technically speaking, you've got the splash damage from the ultimate from the side of the Grandeur as well. So yeah, that's something that for the side of Stallions they can also abuse.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. There's a lot of crowd controls and CCs from Kingdom Esports, so I think they want to mitigate that. The Guinevere now, the ban for Kingdom Esports side,
interesting,
makes sense now. Because then you don't have the Guinevere as a secondary setup. You don't have the AOG into the Violet Requiem and the Spatial Migration combo for the Stallions. And it's a hero that Bray's really comfortable with as well.
Yep. Right now, taking away ban. Uranus also taken away. Uranus not really, is super annoying for especially stationary heroes such as the Eve. Don't really want the Uranus to just do a drive-by, slap it just a little bit, and all of a sudden the Eve needs to deactivate the real-world manipulation and get out of there.
Yeah, Arla looks like a very good ban for the side of Stallions. You don't really have to play with a lot of dashes. I think Stallions are psyching up for a fast-moving hyper carry EXP lane, don't you think? I think maybe a Martis will be picked up right here.
What, a Paquito as well?
Maybe. I mean, it's a Diablo, so you never know. Like, that's the only player that you can never sort of like predict. Even though he's played.
Even the Khalid gets taken away by the side of Kingdom Esports, right? So I think right here, Stallion will perhaps keep Diablo's hero all the way at the end, unless the Gato Kacha switches over to the EXP. But now, okay, that's going to be a Hayabusa, exactly like how I predicted. Hayabusa also work wonders with the Shadow Kill. You'll be able to output some damage in the Feather Airstrike form, and also, duke around or potentially create a lot of space in the Quad Shadow, and also do quite a decent amount of split pushing as well.
There's a lot of damage in the late game too, so we have a lot of late game insurance. You can always send the Hayabusa down to the side lanes to try to clear that waves up, and then just protect Renza from harm's way with a typical front to back or a zonal denial.
You almost said protect the precedent right there, Churros.
Yeah, it's just protect the precedent. Yeah.
All right.
For Kingdom though, their Ruby's up. They could really pick their Ruby in the gold
Are they
lane.
really thinking about going back into double fighters?
Double fighters has shown a lot of success, so I'm not surprised if they did. Like, I feel like it works out better this time around. So the hero could have picked up right here.
Oh,
then the Ruby. Okay. There we go.
That's potentially gonna be a Hilda in the Rome, I would say. Unless do you prefer Grok in the Rome or Hilda in the Rome in this particular roster?
Hilda EXP and then Grok Rome. Yeah.
Interesting.
Clears lanes much faster, so you want to have that EXP lane priority. I think for STS here, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's either the Benny or the Esmeralda, so you have some sort of like annoyance policy in the late game.
Yep, a lot of AoEs as well, and don't forget the Falling Salmon for the Sun Esmeralda also locks people down inside the real world manipulation. I like what Stallions is going for, but what Kingdom Esports have, that's going to be a low-Z on the Grok, like what you mentioned, EXP, on the side, Insanity, there's a lot of tankiness, there's a lot of sustain. Stallions literally need to outgun Kingdom Esports.
Well, draft is set. I gotta say, I still like Kingdom Esports draft a little bit better. I'm always a big, fan of once you have that double fighter side lane combo. It's super hard to take that Ruby down, especially in the late game. So that is going to be really tough for Stallions to crack. But then again, they do have that classic marksman in the gold lane. So if the game goes over that 25-minute mark, I would say Stallions will win 10 times out of 10. But this time around, Kingdom Esports has the upper hand in terms of the early game. High rotation, high movement speed. You got a Farsa and the Grok down the mid side. Clear that wave, immediately go onto the offside and try to push that Granger out.
All right, we're going to go into game number 2, ladies and gents. It is Stallion putting the first hoof forward just a little bit. But now we got to also have to talk about what are the win conditions between these two teams right now. What is Kingdom Esports trying to look for? In my opinion, I feel like it's the mobility around the early parts of the map that you really need to win in, the first 10 minutes because of the double fighter gamble they're having. But like what you mentioned, games go longer, Stallions will win it.
Yeah, I think it's typical mid to late game strat for the side of Stallions and early to mid strat for Kingdom Esports. It's all down to execution, but what I'm interested in is the EXP lane matchup. So it's going to be Hilda down the EXP side, so Drinsanity is going to pilot the Hilda. against the Esmeralda. Esmeralda definitely has a better chance in the early game in terms of wave clear, but then Hilda is super annoying in the jungle. They pick up the Hilda because once you get that lane proxy going, Hilda's immediately making a beeline towards Hayabusa's space. You want to get Bray offline as fast as possible so that the Hayabusa becomes a non-factor. The only target though for Hayabusa, I was saying Hayabusa is a very good pickup right from the start of the draft, but then again, the only target that they have is that Farsa. But that's all you need. You just need that to take down that Farsa, and then go for that side lane split push. That's the only target that Bray really realistically has.
Hilda on the EXP lane, I really like what you're talking about because like you could just literally wave clear push very quickly, and then after that, you know, if you go for your concussive blast, you could just clear the wave very quickly, then move in, hard invade, and make the Hayabusa lives extremely miserable. And don't forget, just jumping into every grass, basically a bush allows you to basically heal, so you don't really have to go back into base. And then after that, you could just literally cause a lot of havoc down in the AXP lane. And it's all up to Stallions how to maneuver around the early games and literally graduate into the mid game.
Yeah, I think for this Hilda, it's more of like, let's be an annoyance. Really just reminds me of how JP likes to play the Hilda for TLPH as well. So if we're just doing a little bit of cross-examination on how well Hilda does, it's a very good push away or push back for a gold lane hero. So Renza's going to have a tough time this game. Bray's going to have a tough time in the early game, and then he's going to try to find things to do and try to find things to sweep up. So Bray is right there just for janitor duty before Roy really comes back online. This actually looks a little bit different right here. So Stallions clears that wave much faster, even though Lawsy has the wall. So he's going to get that push back. So Lawsy built that up, try to delay that wave so that Kingdom Esports will play a losing wave intentionally towards Team Stallion. So early game, they want to force Team Stallions to get that engaged and going.
I like what Diablo is doing, right? Remember how we set up how, the Hilda is going to wave clear very quickly and then start moving. If you see what Diablo has been doing, just following Hilda like an over-obsessively ex-girlfriend, right? Literally outputting some damage on top of it, and then, you know, just pull him around, providing information on where Hilda is so that Brain was able to just do the right thing, path the right way to avoid and get to level 4 as quickly as possible.
Hey, big brother, little brother, man.
True.
Yeah. That's the relationship that I see Bray and Diablo likes to play. They're a little bit of a push and pull in that factor. Like if Bray wants to play damage, Diablo goes in for the defensive position. If Diablo wants to go on the offensive, then Bray plays a little bit more defensively and picks up like the fighter tanks and everything. So you have that chemistry going. That's the power of friendship. You have the two big brother, little brother kind of gameplay going on, and the chemistry that they have. So I'm not too worried about the Hilda coming in, but it's already thwarted. Like right from the get-go, right from the early game, Hilda's plans all thwarted. Drinsanity has to find different things and different ways to play around the aggression that he wants to bring, or Kingdom Esports wants to bring over to Bray.
Yeah, and I feel like Hilda, right, especially in this particular rate, you don't really want to use the Hilda to literally engage right in your face.
Yeah.
You want to come in from the sides. But if Diablo is going to just stick onto you, providing all those information, and all of a sudden, there's literally no more surprises, right? There's no flanking Hildas coming in because you know where the flank is coming from. You can reposition and then make the right call. Esmeralda also has the movement speed to basically match up with the Hilda as well.
Yeah.
And the Esmeralda's more than happy to duke it out with you, right? Even if you're healing. And I really like this idea from the side of Stallions on this Esmeralda Diablo.
It's like it reminds me of basketball where you're like man marking. So you're always finding
literally
one
marking,
person and just like marking where Hilda wants to go. So Esmeralda has that movement speed to match up, and literally Diablo really doesn't need to join in any of these team fights early. He has to just prevent Hilda from doing so. So Drinsanity doesn't have that luxury of going into the lanes first. Diablo's right there trying to body block him from anything whatsoever. And so Drinsanity just really has to find things to do.
And the best part is, right, now you force this team into a 4v4.
Yeah.
And now you've got an enemy marksman that could just chip damage away against you because of the range. So if Kingdom Esports were actually to use the same, playstyle as what we saw in game number 1, it doesn't work because Kingdom Esports, they like to hesitate in all these team fights.
It's a typical front to back, but what we don't see every day is Team Stallions actually going on the aggressive into the jungles of Kingdom Esports, where you think that Kingdom Esports has a much more aggressive draft with double fighter side lanes. So what I'm concerned with is how the Granger actually holds up himself against the Ruby. Definitely gonna struggle a little bit. Ruby's gonna heal everything up. And typically when you play the Ruby, you hold on to the skill 1, take a lot of shots, heal everything back up with a full wave.
And not only just that, right? You really also definitely going to be a slight change, right? It's definitely going to be a bit of a neutral lane around the gold lane side. It's going to be the Granger unable to farm up the kills and basically get in. The Granger needs to definitely look towards the later parts of the game, right? Like using the Rhapsody to constantly picking pot shots against the Ruby. It doesn't really matter if the Ruby heals up everything. The more important is gathering as much energy as possible for the late game so that he could just Rhapsody 4 or 5 times, dash away, and then just the Death Sonata from like literally from far away, snipe people down.
Yeah, I think in this high level of gameplay, as long as you are playing a traditional marksman, you don't really have to worry against a fighter strategy. All you have to do is delay the fighter strategy in the early game so that they don't scale up to the late game. So it's very typical for the Stallions to play a little bit more held back because still, again, you have the Flying Cloud. So if anything goes south, like you have the Flying Cloud for a little bit more movement speed down to the lane to try to maximize your farming and then try to equalize the scoreline a little bit more.
Yeah, and the Flying Cloud definitely going to be helpful for the side of Granger, right? Like just in case if he takes a bad trade, you could just easily use the Flying Cloud, get back into to lane and then move on. Don't forget you also got the Galakacha in the hands of Lucian Cutie, right? Could be almost anywhere around map. If you need him, he'll be there like a golden retriever boyfriend. AOG. Yep. Why are you laughing at that? What?
No, it's just stuff that I shouldn't say on stream. I'm just kidding. Yeah, but yeah, I think Lucian Kitty does really well. I think you know what I was gonna say, but I held back this time around. Hopefully things get sorted out so we jump in the game and
yeah, please, production, please, save me out, get me out.
Save us. Yeah, but yeah, okay. I think for matter of fact, between the Hayabusa and the Lancelot gameplay, I think we're going down to lane by lane kind of matchups for every single side, right? And Hayabusa versus Lancelot. Lancelot's draft is typically like that War X versus War X and Brute Force breastplate kind of build, but for Hayabusa it's immediately pure offense, so it's gonna be a bit more faster for Hayabusa to get his core item power spikes and go into the late game, that damage coming in.
Yep. All right, you know what? So we've got a lot of theory crafting, right? We want to look at Cold Heart stats. And here are the Cold Heart stats. Let's take a look at the head-to-head between these two teams. Don't forget, Stallions, technically speaking, these stats, it seems like it's collected alongside with... Oh, no. This is actually slightly interesting, right? Like, these stats is definitely going to be skewed because Stallions came from the Challenger brackets. They did not play as much games compared to Kingdom Esports. However, if you take a look, even irregardless, you look at the average gold and average kills, right? Even though Stallions are the one that has lower average gold, they still have a decent amount of kills, decent amount of assists, and even a higher KDA, of course, because of how they've been able to maneuver around these team fights, right? It shows that the chemistry, the camaraderie, definitely look at assist, right? All eyes on Lucian Cutie, all eyes on Diablo to basically set things up. And that's why they banned away the Guinevere.
To be honest, I think the stats really don't show the full story. I like to see the heroes and the gameplay to know how the players really react to each other. For Drinsanity, it's more of a setup kind of centric gameplay. For Diablo, it's more of a damn if you do, damn if I don't kind of situation where I want to go be a secondary damage dealer in the EXP lane. So I think that Drinsanity, being a single target Hilda setup, is really gonna bite him in the butt in the later stage of the game.
Yeah.
Because he likes to go in, he likes to get that big setups and try to get forward at a time, and then heal everything back up with those micro mechanics. But Diablo's gonna deny that because he's very microcentric. Technically and statistically speaking, I think Diablo would win out Drinsanity in a 1v1 down the EXP side, and they have to play towards that late game.
Interesting thought, right? Look, you talk about Drinsanity, like those big setups. You're right. Like, you can also play as Uranus to be just annoying, goes around the map, absorbing all that damage. But if you look at his heroes, right, literally going for the Alice, going for the Arlot as well. You talk about liking big setups, and you cannot lie. There you go, big setups. You cannot lie.
I think there's a little bit of a issue right here. You got the jungler actually being Yawn, so you've seen a very similar taste in terms of both of these two junglers. But Yawn's always been put in a position where he cannot play the tanks. He cannot play the assassins. Like, he's always being forced to play the tanks because you want Grant to try to cover up for him in that respect. Like, once he goes in for the assassins, Grant goes in with a fighter. gold lanes. So that is really sort of like that balance that Kingdom Esports wants to drive around.
Yeah, and if you notice I like the way you pointed out, Bray and Yon has similarities as well. My personal take, I remember there's a season where Yon
Alpha was the
literally,
meta,
Yon was actually stepping up as a jungler. He's actually almost like a star jungler. He reminds me a lot about Bray, but Yon, unfortunately, in my opinion, has a lot of momentum issues. When he wakes up on the good side, on the right side of the bed, he could be one of the best junglers in MPL Singapore. But you want to talk about consistency, Bray has that consistency.
Yeah.
And of course, on top of his mental, he's like super strong, super solid. You throw his brain around, it hurts you as well because of the rock solid brain and mental as well. He's able to pull literally teams back from the brink of destruction. And yeah, definitely a lot more trust, I would say, goes into the hands of Bray.
Yeah,
making
Bray,
the right calls as well.
Bray got the brains with a Y.
Oh,
Yes.
I did not. Okay. Good job.
Okay, but that being said, I think I agree with you 100%. I think consistency that Bray really brings to the table. He's not really phased by a lot of like these big competitions. And don't forget, like if you're in a professional tournament like this and you're playing in public, and typically the environment around you is really affecting how your actual play style is. And you could play like a very good game in community tournaments, and you're always coming up above each other. But then again, once it comes to the big stage, the pressure really gets to you. The expectation really gets to you. And
don't forget.
So Yon has been touted one of the best junglers, and when he made his debut in Season 5, a lot of the pro players were saying, man, Yon is in. We're very afraid of Yon. He's one of the best assassin junglers in this in Singapore, and we have to watch out for him. We have to take away his assassins and put him in a spot where he's uncomfortable, and he really shows that he is uncomfortable when you take his assassins away.
Yeah, you talk about uncomfortable, right? Don't forget, this time around, it's a very different setup for both these two teams, right? Especially for the side of Kingdom Esports. They're playing literally in front of an audience. We are literally live in front of a few people right there. Look, luckily I don't have stage fright, but yeah, literally, right? This is basically a switch in terms of their the environment, and you can see a lot more pressure onto these teams. Hopefully they are able to step up just a little bit better, and some people literally can perform better in front of an audience.
Yeah, I do have to agree with you, and I think it's just experience that Bray really has in the international stage. And don't forget, this match is the elimination match from both sides. But hey, we're going to be taking a very short break, and it's just going to be a technical issue that we want to solve. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, I need a new one.
Let's go get it from the IT booth.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, we'll see you after this. See you.
Welcome to Double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw. Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semifinals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCDG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
To Double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw. Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semifinals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCDG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
literally going in hot right back into map number 2. Team Stallions earning that map number 1 earlier just now. Of course, we talked about, earlier just now how there's a lot more pressure for the side Kingdom Esports to make the first move, but it seems like their early games plans are literally thwarted, Churros.
Yeah, they're starting things off with the turtle. Diablo taking a lot of damage. That's a better airstrike coming in.
Real one manipulation from the side of Roy as well. Lucian Cutie will be able to land the taunt onto FMM.
Oh,
FMM down low just a little bit more. Revitalize already popped. Lucian Cutie be out first blood already for the side of his team. And Stallions as well. Kingdom Esports now focuses onto the turtle, and they will be able to take it.
That's 2 down already from the get-go. You have to pull back. I'm offended with AOG coming in. No, it's cancelled. No.
Nice flicker from the side of Grant right there, but Roy's still in a spot of trouble right there. Grant is more than happy to pick up that fight right there. Bray will be stepping in. That's a trade for the side Team Stallions once again. A bit of a trade back and forth, but I personally feel it's Team Stallions picking up the win right there.
Yeah, they've got the turtle as well. 1.7k gold up ahead. And we're jumping back in, immediately going into a clash for both sides. Yeah. It just really shows like, okay, we have Kingdom Esports having a little bit more rotation with that Ruby. But look at the top side. Rensa's just slowly feeding his farm. Already the gold plating on the turret's already taken down low. And coming in with the turtles as well, even though Kingdom Esports needs to pull an extra member, you have already the damage coming in from the Gato Coucher, soaking in that damage and redistributing that damage on to FMM. FMM, speaking of which, also falls.
Oh, again. Nice snipe coming out for the side Stallions right there. The mid lane losing. Remember, the reason why Kingdom Esports went for that Ruby gold lane is so that you can basically start rotating, start fight 5v5 or 5v4, because the marksmen usually don't want to leave their lane earlier on. So take a look at the items.
Yeah, taking a look at the itemizations, nothing really seems out of the ordinary, but you got a Hunter Strike already built up by Rensa.
Massive.
So massive gold lead from the gold laner of Team Stallions, and that is going to skyrocket their...
Once again, it's going to be a bit of a gang from the side of Yon already. We're talking about Hunter Strike. There you go. Bray already secure his own as well. And that's the difference between the two metas, right? The gold lane marksman versus the fighter marksman.
Yeah.
Sorry, fighter gold lane. But hold on a second. For the airstrike, we'll be able to find Roy right there this time round. Kingdom Esports clawing back trade after trade, but it's still too slow, in my opinion, against Team Stallions.
I think you also have the rotations coming in from Drinsanity, so he's ditching his bottom side. You have Diablo already coming up top as well. You have Drinsanity already waiting in the brush. Lucian Cutie, a little bit of reconnaissance down on the turtle pit, starting things off. Okay. Trying to pull that turtle aside and try to put it together into Stallions' zone.
Yeah, Diablo tag onto FMM. FMM forced the wing by wing. Drinsanity tried to drag the members from the side of Stallions away from the turtle pit. The real wall manipulation will be there. Sniping now, letting up fire onto Drinsanity. And now Lucian Cutie stepping forward just a little bit. And Yon tries to go for the puncture. Will not be able to land the Phantom Execution onto Rensa. Rensa letting up fire as well. FMM will do the same. The Phantom Airstrike slamming down onto Diablo. Raining hell onto Team Stallions. And once again, it is going to be another trade between these two teams.
It's a one-on-one, 1-for-1 for both sides. Diablo and Drinsanity fall, so both EXP laners won't be in the picture, though. Team Stallions picking up another turtle to their name without any contest from Kingdom Esports. Yon was in position. He doesn't have the retribution. That's why he can't fight. So he's going to be pushing down the bottom side. So.
But the whole reason of bringing a fighter side lane so that you're
contest for the turtle.
To contest for the turtle, but you're giving 2 turtles over the side Team Stallions, and of course, you know, if you're a Rensa, you are more than happy. But Rensa gets grabbed on and also eats 2 ultimates in the face. There's no such thing as too much overkill. They take down the gold laner.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. If you're Kingdom Esports, you have the fighter junglers on the side lanes. You can afford to set things up fast and start to make things go south a little bit earlier. So it's more focused on the team fights, but it might be a little bit too micro for Kingdom Esports.
You know, if you are a gold laner and you see the enemy EXP laner and along the gold laner in your lane, I feel annoyed.
Yeah, it is.
Literally, right?
You gotta pull your roam to try to protect you, and then again, it's babysitting duties for Lucian Cutie, but that's not what they want to go for now. And
that allows Diablo to really literally start cutting the waves down bot, right? And now Drinsanity, we're going back into regular programming for both these two teams. And yeah, it's just like, I'm not too sure what's the plan right here for the side Kingdom Esports. The early game plan is already gone.
We're keeping things slow for now. 30 seconds until the turtle spawns up. But you know, FYI, it's not really a turtle, it's actually a tortoise. Because the turtle assumes that it has fins. for that is where
I don't know
keeping
where
things a
you're
little bit
going
slow.
I literally don't know where they're going there, but of course Diablo, landing a falling summer will not be able to find onto Drinsanity. Burns the flicker, mind you. A little bit of an
That's a
overcommitment.
little bit panicky
Yeah.
on the bottom side though. So no flicker for that turtle. It does look like Team Stallions will have easy ways onto that turtle side. Oh, that's a nice box.
Nice box right there, but here comes a wing by Wings. Another flicker already committed. Lucian Cutie goes in for the AOG. Diablo falling Starman catching on to Yon as well. Has to burn, has to dash out of there with the puncture. But Stanley's once again is dictating the fight, and it's not ideal for the Side Kingdom Esports. Jinsanity taking some form of damage from the side of Prey as Jinsanity tries to go for the split. Diablo stepping forward already. He doesn't really care. He's a one-man army. He's an Esmeralda.
He's just hugging onto Lolzy right now. He's just trying to push everyone back. Now, Diablo is still in the position.
Yon secures the turtle for now. It's going to be the Feather Airstrike for the side of FMM to provide some form of cover, but Roy picks up the kill onto Lolzy as well. So in terms of stalemate, I'm not really convinced right here. Yon unable to find assassination onto Roy.
Brent trying to find an angle. He does have the flicker though. His Team Stallion is looking for bigger trades. They gave the turtle away to take down that T1 top side as well.
Yep. Once again, it's just Team Stallions finding these slow little maneuvers. Kingdom Esports entered with a plan. They threw it out of the window, and Stallions literally say, hey, you threw your notebook out the window instead. I'm going to pick up the notebook. I'm going to use it against you.
Team Stallions slowing things down, but they have that damage coming through. Renza is always in the picture right now. They're playing a 4-1 composition. You have Bray just taking care of that off lane and top side as well. Continue play.
Continue play, looking for some form of pickoff right here. Roy slowing down. Jinsanity taking the medicine into him. If you notice how Team Stallions, they're literally giving Renza the kill.
Yeah, they're feeding him right now. You've got the Sky Piercer on the bottom side. Yon is already in the picture right now, trying to push him away.
Yeah, Stallions literally babysitting Renza and literally telling Renza, open wide, I'm going to give you an aeroplane. I'm going to feed you as much as I can because you are the hope. And the later part of the game, Renza, this time around in a spot of trouble. Yon right there to revitalize, coming in, a Phantom execution. Not enough damage from the side of Yon.
Still too early for this landslide, but he has the right idea. On the top side, though, look at the wave. Already pushing it through. Bray needs to go up to the top side to try to defend against that wave coming in. Now, this is going to be the first law of the game. Kingdom Esports has that wave priority down the bottom side. Diablo taking a lot of damage, though.
Trying to out-survive there. The shield's right there, but not good enough. It's going to be a Yon. Assassination committed. Team Stallions playing on the back foot this time round. I like the rotations coming out of Kingdom Esports. They're able to puncture up top. And now, it seems like it's just going back to stalemate once again, Churros, and I really hate this.
Yeah, it's a 4-on-5 on the turtle pit. Diablo is going to take another 10 seconds until he comes into fray. No one's starting that Lord yet, and Kingdom Esports just wants to go for the kill. That's why they picked up the double fighter. So typically you want to win out on the objectives, but you want to make sure that you win it out by making sure that the numbers are uneven at this point.
Yeah, but right now, if you take a look, Team Stallions securing 2 turtles for themselves. I mean, if you're Kingdom Stallions, you're more than happy to take those trades right here. Bray, sticking forward, slicing onto Losey. Caught Shadows all the way back out there. Gets torn out by the side Lucian Cutie. Diablo joining the fray just a little bit this time around. A bit of a miscomm and a bit of hesitation on the side. Team Stallions, they're unable to defend down bot. They are suddenly bleeding a lot of turrets.
It's flipped. Like the Team Stallions had the macro game number 1. Right now on the bottom side, though,
Diablo immediately get picked up right there by the Feather Airstrike as well. But mid lane, if you notice, is going to be Grand burning the flicker once again. Losey also burning his own flicker. In terms of manpower advantage, swings over to Kingdom Esports. All of a sudden, they have lot priority, and Renza is on
the wrong side of the wall.
The flicker as well. FMM also burns his own flicker, aims down onto Renza. This is a golden opportunity for the side Kingdom Esports to do something around Lord Pit.
That's a free lore. Kingdom Esports is going to blitz this up. Team Stallions can't do anything about it. No Diablo, no Renza.
And Roy used the real world manipulation, trying to lock Losey, and also Jinsanity. Yon secures the law for himself, and over the sudden, Kingdom Esports swings it into their favor. They're back into the game.
It's a free and easy Lord take for Kingdom Esports. Team Stallions losing Diablo, losing Renza in the process as well, and just throwing their own bodies. Diablo not having a good start of the game, 0-4-2. And typically we said that Team Stallions would win out in the late game the longer this game goes. But right now, Kingdom Esports, they're having a late game prior right now.
Yep, Lucian Cutie, Roma combat right there between Lucian Cutie and Losey, saying hi to each other because they used to be ex-teammates. But it's going to be Lucian Cutie that has to tap out first.
The Lord marching up on that top side. Bray playing a little bit more passive. He is only on janitor duty. But for Kingdom Esports, though, just ramping up the aggression. They want to punish Diablo from getting close. And Lucian Cutie can't tank as much anymore. Grant is healing everything back up. Lucian Cutie locked down, stunned up. Will get pulled back.
I'm not sure which Insanity is running towards to, right? And now it's going to be Team Stallions handshaking the team fight in the mid side as Diablo literally tried to drag the Lord away, but it's going to be AOG coming out for the side of Lucian QD. Gunned down by the side of... Oh, down low just a little bit. Roy will be able to pick up that kill, but Roy gets shut down by the side of Yon, and Yon goes styling. The Thorn Rose coming in. Renza finally landing the bullet in between. It's going to be 1-4-3 in the favor of Stallions.
Great fight. Great find by Roy. Putting up the box on the precipice. FMM was left all alone. Bray knows his win condition. Taking out that... the Federal Airstrike, taking out the Farsa so they wouldn't be able to disrupt his front lines and keeping Renza safe. Diablo just keeping busy, and right now this Esmeralda is going to be a real threat in the late game. And even though he suffered a little bit in the early game, he will be able to just tank everything up. He's trying to push that way. He's trying to draw Kingdom Esports away and apart from each other.
Look at Diablo. He doesn't want anything to do with Lozy right there. Lozy tried to wave clear. Diablo just tags onto the turret. Right now, Team Stallions playing pure macro versus macro. And line rotations coming in for the side of Stallions, trying to hopefully try to catch onto Drusanity. But Drusanity is one chunky boy.
They know Kingdom Esports, all four members are on the mid side. Diablo giving a lot of intel for Team Stallions. They are free pushing down the bottom side. And Kingdom Esports just slowly, surely succumbing to the power that Team Stallions is bringing to the table. It's 3 seconds until Lord spawns up. Diablo is still free pushing and doing Diablo things.
Yep. A bit of a switcheroo, right? If you notice how Team Stallions using what Diablo likes to do, right? Diablo split pushing if they're slightly behind. Bray also could do it themselves, but hold on a second. Continue play, looking for a target, but Lozy couldn't find anything right there.
So there's a Retribution already used up. I don't think they'll be starting this Lord anytime soon as well. So Diablo's still keeping busy. You look at the top side. Initially, Kingdom Esports was able to maintain that wave priority up on that top side and try to push it over to Team Stallions. But Renza is slowly building it up. The damage from Bray, the damage from Renza is coming through. The only threat that Team Stallions has right now is basically Grant. Once Grant comes through with the I'm offended, basically they can't run away. They do have only one Purify onto Diablo, but then again, you have the wave already being sided on by Diablo on the top side.
It seems like, Kingdom Esports, they're looking at Diablo this time around. Try to buy some more time, just a little bit. Fed Airstrike also committed to Fed Execution as well. Why not, right? But now, two big ultimates gone by the side of Kingdom Esports. Team Stallion, what is the play?
There's a lot of damage right now. It's a 4-on-5. Diablo 30 seconds on the clock. Kingdom Esports trying to zone everyone out. Initially, they can blitz this, but they are not underestimating how Team Stallions wants to play this. They need to be able to seek out where Renza is, and it's all up to Grant. They're starting things off, healing everything back up. Tectonic Charge won't land onto anything.
Roy flickers all the way back to safety. Lucian Cutie takes some form of the damage as well. Concussive Blast also used, and now you can see also the hook onto Roy. Immediately, bit late from the side. Team Stallions already gone. Lucian Cutie stepping forward, but trying to turn out just a little bit, providing support. Revitalize, trying to stay a little bit longer. Drusanity trying to fight just a little bit. Renza letting down the damage from afar. Bray goes in, down low just a little bit. Equal shadows away to safety as Yon wreaks havoc, and Bray one tap away. Why not? But Bray goes in for the shadow kill, trying to extend the fight just a little bit longer as Team Stallions. Bray trying to make an escape.
Almost, it's not enough, but Bray bought so much time for Diablo to come online, but looks like they're going to give this Lord up.
High speed please chase right there around the top lane, trying to buy time for his own team to no avail, but it is a crazy time bot by the side Stallions for now, but to what avail?
We've got 10 seconds on the clock before the Lord actually spawns up once again.
Really?
Bray will be up soon, and it's still a stalemate at this point. Kingdom Esports are up in terms of gold, but at this stage, it's more of Team Stallions having the power to defend against the skirmish that Kingdom Esports wants to bring. The Lord marching on the bottom side.
Well, Bray tried to cosplay carry right there, but unfortunately he dragged everybody from the side of Stallions all the way up top to no avail. But at the very least, Kingdom Esports now sending the Lord against Team Stallions. They really need to abuse this Lord right now. They need to penetrate as much as they can.
Diablo trying to buy time, trying to pull them away from the mid side, but the Lord still marching up. Diablo will get collapsed on by 4.
Stepping forward just a little bit more to focus on the side, Kingdom Esports all the way up top.
Oh, Roy!
The Phantom Execution executes Roy. And now all of a sudden, there's not a lot of defenses. One side, Stallions, and the Lord already stepping forward, inching closer to the base of Stallions.
Great, waiting for the right target. Yawn seeks him out. Yawn where whose Bray is.
Nice hook right there, Diablo. Trying to buy some time, but the Lord is already focusing on to the core of Stallions right now. Kingdom Esports more than happy to handshake the fight. The Phantom airstrike coming in, but it doesn't really matter because Diablo stepping forward just a little bit more. Yon also trying to up the damage, but will not be able to find Lorenza. There's a shutdown by the side Stallions, but it is going to be Kingdom Esports walking away with destruction on the side of Team Stallions. But Bray, the flying cloud, by the side Bray, will be able to find assassination. The damage dealer from the side Kingdom Esports gone.
They can cycle though. Here comes Roy. Renza will want to take. He's out for blood. He was taking Insanity down.
Oh, this is so close. By Renza picking up a killing spree as well. Another stack onto the Sky Piercer stacks.
The scales has tipped again. Team Stallions now has the upper hand. But this is just a defense. The Kingdom Esports was way too aggressive. Yawn went way too deep into the throne. I think he just wants to take Renza out, but it's way too defensive.
Not enough. There's not a lot of pushing power for the side Kingdom Esports, right? They don't really have a marksman to be able to end the game right there. King Stallions, wonderful defense, by the way. And don't forget, Diablo just literally the falling summon to stick everybody around there. Roy losing this life earlier just now was a mistake, I would say. But Stallions was able to recover from that.
The only true problem and a threat for Team Stallions is basically just the Ruby. Once Ruby comes in close, it's just healing everything up. It's out healing, out maneuvering how Diablo wants to play this. Not a lot of anti-heals that are built up by Team Stallions to try to mitigate the damage coming, the healing factor coming in from Grant. So Ruby's gonna stay in the team fights super long, and Team Stallions are just, they have to deal with someone who is chaining that crowd control.
Lord has spawned. Feather airstrike already used by the side of MM to wave clear earlier just now. It will be back in just a moment. Stallions, on the other hand, they've got 2 open lanes that they need to defend against. Insanity could always... Ooh, that's a lot of damage from the side of Yon onto Lucian Goody as well. They're not to be scuffled against, especially right now as they're looking at the Lord.
Right special forces from the back line.
FMM goes on to it. That's the flank that we're all talking about by the side of Insanity. But the Lord forgotten right here. Don't forget, this is an involved Lord. Selling SG is looking at it right now. Lucian Goody down low already.
The Lord gets a reset though. Insanity just disrupting how Roy wants to play this. All the ultimates still up though. Their airstrike will come in the next couple of seconds.
He's more than happy. He has a lot of ammunition right there. He's ready to strike. Diablo try to buy some time just a little bit more. Try to push FMM wing by wings. Already committed by the side of Kingdom Esports. Stallion will be able to try to wrestle the Lord priority away. Yon goes into Thorn Rolls right here. Sees Grant as well. But the members from the side of Kingdom Esports.
It's a back wave on the top side. Roy's already over there on side wave duties.
That's right. That's could be key.
Insanity, Special Forces, he's on a mission. He wants to take Renza down. He's pushing Renza back.
No, just that Bray is unable to step over to the Lord pin right now. Download just a little bit. Yawn secures the Lord for himself. And that's going to be pushing power in the favor of Kingdom Esports.
Yawn doesn't really have a lot of damage right now, but Team Stallions has to maintain that wave priority up on that top side. Kingdom Esports once again secures the Lord for themselves. And there's 3 Lords taken away from the hands of the Stallions.
Kingdom Esports, that's a wonderful juggle right there. Keeping Team Stallions as busy as possible. Their hands are literally filled with a lot of things to do as Kingdom Esports snipes that Lord into their own hands. Wonderfully executed by Kingdom Esports.
Good play from Insanity just to find a nice path where Renza wasn't really expecting that as well.
Yeah, but that's a back off already. Kingdom Esports then, he's putting out some damage onto Renza. The Phantom Execution coming up from Yon as well. But he's going to take some more damage as FMM destroys the mid lane. Bray goes in. AOG onto 3. Members from the side. Kingdom Esports as Team Stallions.
Renza is free hitting.
Onto the damage. And Roy free hitting. Renza also free hitting against Kingdom Esports.
There's one down. 1-to-1, Team Stallions are able to cycle this. They just need to maintain this Lord or get rid of this Lord before pushing through. Kingdom Esports getting that reset. We're back to square one, ladies and gentlemen.
This is the reason why I don't like the fighter meta. There's not enough pushing power to be able to just find a nail in the coffin. Team Stallions are allowed to scale again.
Yeah. Like we said, the later this game goes, Team Stallions has a lot of damage. Renza slowly building up those stacks. And on top of that, he has the power, he has the firepower, and he has the stacks from his passive as well. So he's just free hitting from that back. No one from Kingdom Esports was able to attend to this Granger and is just slowly hitting.
Right now, it's just, Team Stallions once again, backs against the wall, but beasts, when they're back against the wall, they're the fiercest. They snap back harder against Kingdom Esports. But on the other hand, Kingdom Esports, they've got tons of defenses that Team Stallions need to literally pummel through in order to take this game.
Slowing things down. 30 seconds on the clock. Kingdom Esports are stacking themselves up. Bray trying to maintain wave priority. Drinsanity trying to keep Bray busy. But here comes Renza trying to block that entrance onto their jungler.
Quad Shadow already used right here. Yawn just inching for a flank. Phantom execution, but Lucian Cutie in a spot of trouble. And real one manipulation from the side. Roy, immortality power by the side. Lucian Cutie. But he'll be able to get on the way. The Superman dive back to base.
Look at the fat wave up on the top side. It's crashing in though. Team Stallions, even though they're not too far ahead in economy, they cannot afford to step foot out of their base. The Lord might be able to get blitzed down by Kingdom Esports once again, and that's a flying cloud play. And once you get back, once you get that reset, you're in the fight once again. So the speed at which you return and reset onto the fights is a lot, and Team Stallions are abusing that power.
Lucian, don't forget, doesn't really have the immortality to play around with. Team Stallions, they're literally tempting fate right here. They're using that, but hold on a second, they're opening themselves up.
Oh, the special forces on the backside, they see Bray.
They see Bray. Quad Shadows all the way out there, and now it's going to be Red Sun getting down, but it's going to be real one manipulation from the side of Stallions trying to slow down just a little bit. Red Sun down low, and the mortality pop by Bray stepping down onto Yawn as the members of Kingdom Esports, they're stepping forward.
They just need to get a reset. They need to maintain, get that wave out of the bottom side. Diablo keeping 4 busy. Team Stallions, Renza's down 51 seconds. Same as Yon though. He's risked everything. He sacrificed his life just to take the marksman down. Now Team Stallions has the upper hand if they want to blitz this Lord. But the waves are starting to crash in.
They don't really have the damage to basically defend. And now Kingdom Esports trying to go for the end right here. They're unable to find anything because Stallions is just keeping them super busy.
It's a tricky situation. Back to square one once again. Lucian Cutie needs to find intel on where everyone is. And right now we know how Kingdom Esports likes to play. Lawsy likes to go over from that backside. He likes to take that scenic route and try to sandwich Renza from the back. But Renza just needs to play it a little bit more safer, try to get his teammates to open up that map, give him intel before any big strikes like that happen again. Yawn coming back up in 5 seconds.
Yeah, I've seen men on the wire before, but haven't seen horses on the wire because Stallions right there. This is a very delicate balancing act. They're able to buy time for Renza to come back online while we have to take a look at the Lord Dance coming up soon.
Got that bottom side already pushing in. Stallions has to find a way again to mitigate that action.
Unable to find anything though. That's concealed play wasted. But allows Losi to step forward to basically push Stallions away from the Lord Pit.
But you got special forces though. You have Lawsy and Drinsanity constantly trying to find where Renza is. Lucian Cutie giving a little bit of intel.
Drinsanity wave clearing down bot is keeping Stallions super busy. I don't think Stallions going to be able to step onto the Lord unless Bray commits a steal.
FMM not showing himself at all. Wave already crashing in. Kingdom Esports, they see where Bray is.
Yep.
They want to start this fight. They want to sound the alarm. They want to sound the horn. Diablo gets trapped between a rock and a hard place.
But it doesn't really matter. He's going to step forward just a little bit. AOG landing on. Real one manipulation with the artillery strike. Drinsanity keeping Renza and also Bray busy. But it's going to be...
Grant goes down.
Roy down low. Burster with the crown as well. Flicker already committed. Grant stepping forward as well. Down low. Renza snapping down Grant in between his eyes. And Bray stepping forward onto Drinsanity.
It's 1-1. Drinsanity falls as well, but here comes Yawn.
Will not be able to find it. Red Sun picking up that kill by FMM.
The base!
Opening up the base. Opening up opportunity.
Can Bray do anything here though? He's trying to clear that wave. Okay, the wave is cleared. It's all safe and fine and dandy for now, but Renza's being trapped down.
Oh, I don't like this positioning.
Whoa, can't figure out as Renza still stays locked, but Yawn takes him down.
AOG onto Yawn as well as Bray trades a massive brawl between these two teams. Rowan goes down. It's unfortunately going to be FMM.
But they have to maintain the wave again. Bray. Oh, we're back to square one once again. 20 kills to 19 as both teams are still on even ground.
I talk about the man on the wire. The horse is still standing on the wire. Kingdom Esports unable to find a dent. They poured everything into that fight. Stallions still hold on strong. but it is still not good enough for the side Stallion Esports. They need more.
Stallions needs to fix the waves that are crashing through. Kingdom Esports, they are so strong together and they're smart. Lawsy always finding the back entrance.
Perfect.
Onto Renza. And once Renza goes down, that's it. Not a lot of damage from Stallions SG, but they're underestimating how Bray likes to play this game. And he's down for the late game. He has that damage. He has the clear.
Lord, once again, still a little bit bored right there.
Oh, good iframes.
Going in, has to burn that shadow kill for the side of Bray, just to try to get out there. Losey, man, Losey.
He's going for the charge though.
Oh, that's land down the wall just a little bit. Trying to slap. Lucia Cutie is joining in. This is not ideal for the side. Can he be supposed to? And still in energy. Finds onto Losey. Diablo stepping forward confidently against Grant.
It's 4 and 5. Team Stans can risk it all. They can go for the Lord now. They're trying to fix that mid-side wave. So Renza's trying to push that wave down. Once that goes through, Team Stans can blitz this Lord down.
Team Stan is literally picking Kingdom Esports off bit by bit. It's not going in the favor for the side Kingdom Esports though. No engage for the side Kingdom Esports. Now they are hesitating around the river right now.
No more AoE. Team Stans are up ahead. They can do this though. They want to. They need to find Grant though. Grant is a huge threat. Still have the Ruby. 41 seconds until Lord Losey comes back out.
Diablo fixing the waves down bot as well. Dream Sanity doing the same. And now this is not in the favor for the side Kingdom Esports though. Team Stallions right here. Don't forget, Lucia Cutie can join the fight anytime moment with a wonderfully landing AOG.
Bray really getting that reset. Yawn's already out. Losey just 20 seconds until he comes online once again.
Kingdom
Look at
Esports.
that mid wave though.
Buying some time.
Pushed in.
Kingdom Esports buying some time right there, but now Team Stallions need to try to rush down the Lord, but they have to forfeit it like what he mentioned.
They have to fix the wave. They see where Renza is once again. They're starting things out. They're blitzing this over.
Call the plumber because Team Stallions base is leaking. It's making about leaking. Bray leaking down the damage.
Oh,
the
Bray!
Airstrike. Bray!
This thing was telling you all locked down.
Unfortunately, Yawn assassinating the jungler for the side Team Stallions.
Renza's next on chopping block. That's the Wind of Nature, but it's no use. He doesn't have the flicker out.
Yawn using the puncture already, and now Losey landing down the damage on the Renza. Team Stallions, they trip, they fall off the wire.
The timing was just impeccable. It's Kingdom Esports. They respond and equalize the 1-1 scoreline. This is still the second game, Jace.
We are in a wonderful series right here. These two teams will not go down without a fight, ladies and gents. And this is just the lower bracket semifinals.
Expect nothing less from these two once known teammates and right now rivals. You got Lawsy and the rest of the boys. And remember, in the first week, we talked about the Lawsy effect. If Lawsy's in your team, you most definitely always almost win the championship.
Man, we talk about a fortune cat already. But yeah, like these two teams, Team Stallions, I don't know what happened. They were able to hold on for that long in the game. Renza literally playing out of his mind, trying to hold out just a little bit. Kingdom Esports, the Losey plays, the Losey flanks, it's just keeping them in the game and make it so much easier for them to output the damage using Yawn.
Yeah. At the end of the day, though, it's just the Kingdom Esports Special Forces approach.
Yeah, man.
You send Sandy, you send Lawsy just to sandwich Renza and get the Granger out. But whenever they do that, they realize that, hey, actually, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like, even if Granger's out, we don't really have a lot of this is not a win condition. We need to take Ray down.
Charles, they're literally playing this game, like they're playing this map like dangerous grass. All of a sudden, the grass can speak, and Losey is there to speak, but the MVP goes over to the Lancelot, goes over to Yawn. Critical in finding those assassinations onto Renza, creating so much space, and then after that, outputting damage.
We start this entire series talking about Yawn being comfortable on the assassins, put him on his assassins,
and whether he can perform. Whether he can perform as well, because don't forget, this boy, momentum-driven player, when he's on a roll, hero roll, harder than any of the junglers from the side of Singapore.
He's also very patient, held back. The way he targets the priority hero on the opponent's side is just immaculate.
Yeah, and man, this is just what a series that we have, ladies and gents. This is just the first series of the day. We went to 29 minutes. Early just now, it's already 26 minutes.
Yeah, I think we hit the 30-minute mark. And as this game goes, both these two teams, they're learning, they're studying, they're analyzing each other even more. And for Team Stallions, though, coming in from the community tournament and into the big stage once again, their experience really shows like, hey, they've been in this position before, and this is the expectations that Kingdom Esports has got onto themselves by pro players, old and new. They've all feared Kingdom Esports and the entirety of their roster. Yon really shows a lot of maturity over the past couple of seasons. Taking a look at itemizations, it really just doesn't tell the whole story, except for how Diablo plays this game.
I feel like right now the items that you're seeing is probably like recycled over and over again because
it's just bought and sold.
We're going to like almost half an hour of a game in MLBB terms, and that's a long time, right?
Yeah.
Like literally, there's so many things that happen, and if you notice how Team Stallions are able to hold on the line as much as possible, and now what I want to see is Kingdom Esports doing this again in game number 3, where Kingdom Esports are able to use Lozi's aggression to buy time for the rest of the team to output the damage.
This state of the game, I think it all boils down to the draft, right? I feel like there would have been much better heroes that Diablo is more comfortable with. I think Esmeralda can't soak up all that damage that Kingdom Esports is dishing out. And to add fuel to the fire, I think Kingdom Esports played it beautifully, very intelligently, especially from Lawsy. He knows who his target is.
Yep.
He knows where and how to sacrifice himself. And this game really shows, like, if you have a double fighter side lane, you don't really need a main damage dealer in the form of a marksman to be able to do big damage, do big things. And all you need to do is just make sure that you have 2 tanky, beefy boys just hugging onto that gold laner.
Yeah, I think there's a period of time with Kingdom Esports around the later parts of the game, they're struggling to end the game. But, literally Kingdom Esports winning this game through a sheer determination, sheer willpower, and sheer tankiness. And that's why it's really hard to deal with it, right? All of a sudden, with Team Stallions to make one false move, all of a sudden everything will just crumble, right? Rensa is in trouble, cannot get out there. Roy real world manipulation, if he gets sniped up very quickly by the side of MM, everything just out of the window, right? And Diablo, unfortunately, unable to be there to basically peel for the team because he's always around the side of the lanes, dealing with Jinsanity because this guy is insane, creating space, buying time for Kingdom Esports to come back online.
Yeah, I think this Lancelot first pick in the second match was really smart for Kingdom Esports because they know they want to put Yon in a position where he can also soak up some damage, can tank for the rest of his team. So I think the War X Brute Fresh Breastplate build on the Lancelot definitely worked out well. On top of that, like, you're putting him on an assassin, so he's good with his iframes. He's good and more comfortable with the assassin plays.
I mean, he loves his Lancelot.
He loves his lance. So I think for Stallions, though, I think it is high time to change up their strategy a little bit. I think their first game strategy worked out very, very well because they're on the blue side, banning out all of Lawsy's heroes. But right now, I think Yon is only really empowered if Lawsy gets what he wants.
Look, game number 1, Team Stallions was able to walk away with the win with a Grok and a Lancelot in the pocket.
Yep.
But game number 2, it is going to be, it was Kingdom Esports that secured the Lancelot and the Grok. These 2 heroes paired very well, tremendously, right?
So far, that's the narrative of this series.
Yeah, that's right. And with that said, we're going to go in short break. Don't go away because coming up next, just going to be a massive series because I can feel it. We're going to go over the mile. Ladies and gents, don't go away. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Double 11! Amazing prices, amazing styles! Win
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semifinals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Welcome to Double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw. Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semifinals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
to Double 11! Amazing prices, amazing styles! Win big in Mega Draw! Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semifinals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Welcome to Double 11! Amazing prices, amazing styles! Win big in Mega Draw! Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCDG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
To Double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw. Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCDG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching. Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
To Double 11! Amazing prices, amazing styles! Win big in Mega Draw! Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
And the fight continues between these two teams. Tournament life on the line. Kingdom Esports versus Team Stallions. One team from the MPL Cedar team and the other team from the Challenger brackets. We will be going to that game very soon. However, just a quick recap. Game number 2, what do you feel, Churros?
Very difficult to put my finger on what went wrong because our predictions are off. We said post 25 minutes, Stallions will have an easy time because they have a traditional draft. But the Granger pick wasn't the right pick to burst down and melt down the frontline tanks.
Okay.
And that being said, though, Stallions didn't play a very bad game, so to speak. It was Kingdom playing much better than how Stallions would have been anticipating their playstyle.
Because I do feel there's a bit of a chance, right, for the side of Stallions around the mid part of the game when, Wensa is starting to pick up these Sky Piercer stacks, starting to pick up some of these damage items already. But it's just Lozy, right? It's just creating so much space in the back line. Don't forget, you've also got Yon on the iframe as well. Take a look as we zoom into Lozy right dead center in the camera. He looks like he's ready to rumble.
He looks pissed.
He's gonna put the anger into the game later on because his grok is literally slamming into people over and over and over again. And I like what I'm seeing from the side of Yon, right? He's looks a lot more calmer this time as compared to, when he first started the game number 1. Jitters definitely was a little bit annoying for them. So take a look over the other side. Amok's also, cracking his head onto the next particular draft. Team Stallions right here. This time round, it's an equalized score, Churros.
Yeah. So far, I think both these two teams are very neck and neck, very even. We haven't seen one team overtly dominate the other team just as of yet. Statistically speaking, Stallions would have a much easier time in this game. But, right now, Kingdom Esports, they're back for revenge. They want to build back their castle. They want to build their kingdom back up and try to just burst down these horses.
Yeah. And just identifying the difference between, you talk about the growth about Kingdom Esports in the regular season, and then after that you see them throughout the challenger brackets, and then after that you see them literally right here, right? Like, going quite strong as a solid 5 stack against Stallions. Stallions with tons of experience in their pockets have breathed the championship air quite a few times, mind you. Don't forget Diablo, Ray, even Roy himself, Lucian Cutie as well. They were almost on that 3-peat, 4-peat kind of streak as well. But yeah, now there's a lot more pressure on this stack as well. Both these two teams. Unfortunately, I love both of these two teams, but it's very hard to pick one, Churros.
No, for you it's easy. It's whichever team Diablo's on.
I forgot, Diablo is there.
Diablo's biggest fan. If you don't know Jason, season 1, right?
Season 1.
Even from season 1. Actually, fun fact, he
Holy
came
heck.
in with Diablo.
Yeah, we both debuted at the same timing, same time as well. We're going back into Flying Clouds for game number 3. Man, Flying Clouds was a very interesting map. It allows Stallions to literally stay in the game for super long because it could always reinforce over and over again. But this time around, we're going back into the same map. It gives so much defense over it. It's like a +2, +3 stack on your defense, especially when you're playing for the back foot.
Okay, jumping straight into the draft, and I echo what you said. I think the Flying Cloud was particularly useful in the last game, and I think that was the best game and the best use of the Flying Cloud in everything that we've seen in MPL Season 10 so far, which was, soaking that damage, go back and use the Flying Cloud to get in position once again. So you extend that team fight really, really long. That's why both these teams favor those hard tanking, really heavy, thick tanks. Right now, Stallions, they're changing up their play styles a little bit. They're targeting onto Yon instead of Lolzy. I remember the first game was, targeted onto Lolzy. Second game was free and open. Right now, Yon's heroes are taking off the tables.
And you see the opening bans from the side of Kingdom Esports, right? Like bans over the E, bans over the Farsa, just denying that onto Roy. But don't forget, Roy has a Kadita up his sleeve. That's something that he's really well known in MPL Singapore for this. Stallion will open up the draft pick with an Yishin now. I don't like the Yishin personally, but hopefully, Team Stallions are able to enable the Yishin to just escalate out of control.
I actually love that. Okay, right now you have the Jusin, so typically you get a Jusin, Yusun Shin, and then double fighter side lanes as well for Stallion. So typical draft, and once you pick the Yusun Shin, you sort of can predict that Stallions are going for the double fighters. Right now the CC getting picked up, and you have a lot of crowd control with the Kimmy as well. So very good combo for Kingdom Esports. For Stallions, they could very well go for a Gatot Jusin.
Yeah, but
in the mid
Gato,
lane.
Gato could immediately get shredded by the side of Standards, right? Because look at how Kingdom Esports going in. The Gato can just easily get kited out like crazy. The Grok makes more sense. I totally agree with this.
Yeah.
Lucian Cutie was piloting that Grok to great success. In 3 games in a row, we see Grok in this part of the series, 100% pick rate.
The answer from King Esports going with the Hayabusa. When it was in the hands of Bray, it made a lot of wonders. Like, bought a lot of time in the late game, was able to clear everything out. The only downfall is that the high ground AoE wasn't there, so Stallions had a tougher time clearing out the waves that were crashing into their base. But for Kingdom Esports, though, they do have a bit more targets. Previously, Bray's only target was the Farsa. Right now, Yon's target could be the Jusin, could be the Yusun Shin. But Stallions, though, they need to be able to find 2 fighters in the side lanes to have sort of like that body block composition. It's easy for Diablo because you could very well go for the Yuzhong once again to create that space to go straight for the backline to disrupt.
Yep. Talk about disruption. The Xbox gets taken away. I feel like Kingdom Esports shifting their crosshairs onto Diablo's hero pool. For the side Stallions instead, they can also target onto mostly the gold laners. Definitely, you look at Kingdom Esports. This is a very good Granjin Kimi combo. That's something that a lot of teams is trying to test it. The ability to kite very easily, the snipe, the range is just crazy. Now you got CC in the mix, like you counteract against all the tankiness, and which means that you see teams when they play against CC, they will play like fight side lanes like the Lapu, like the even potentially Yuzhong is actually a really good pick from the side of Stallions.
Yeah. I think they will ban out the high loss as well. So typically, you pick up the high loss to counter the Sun Shin because you reduce the attack speed by so much that you can't really do your passive juggle.
Yep, there you go. Guinevere getting deleted by the side of Kingdom Esports. I don't think Kingdom Esports will go for the Yuzhong pick. The CC definitely in the hands of Jinsanity later on in the game. Definitely, at least Kingdom Esports know what they're facing against Diablo.
I don't think it would be anything like the Martis. You don't want to risk it because it's very greedy. Like you need the Martis, you need the Yusin Shin and get their core items. But you never know when it comes to Diablo. He surprises us with
he's a mad lad. He's a mad lad, right? He plays very aggressively. He also very selfish sometimes as an EXP laner. You see Nylos gets banned out. That's exactly what you mentioned, right? The Glorious Pathway just denies the combo for the Yushin Shin. They don't want to face against it.
Yeah, and not only that, it's the passive that the High Loss likes to bring to the table, a single target, as well as the pickup cleanup from Kingdom Esports. Uranus gets picked right here. So if Stallions wants to go for the Esmeralda again, I don't think it would be a bad option right here.
There's definitely going to be a CC in the gold lane this time around, right?
Yeah.
Now, Kingdom Esports has shown their hands already. They know what to deal with. The Yuzhong, I would say going up against the Uranus is also a very pretty much of a skill matchup. But with the buff going in for the side Uranus and also a little bit of a tweaks in terms of how powerful he is in the EXP lane, I'm not too sure whether Yuzhong is the right pick here for the side of Stallions.
You want to go crazy, I think. You want to absolutely dominate that lane. That would be a Diablo Daira on the top side, but I don't think that would be working out. The Harvest will actually get picked up here, so it will not be a double fighter side lane. And the Martis.
Wow.
Once again, so yeah, super aggressive, very greedy for the side of Stallions.
Yeah.
I would assume maybe the Ruby gets picked up right here, but you sort of need that insurance policy. If Yushin Shin doesn't do well, then at least the Harith really comes in for that secondary bout of engage.
Now, this is a bit of I would say it's a very interesting pick from the side of Stallions. Yushin Shin usually will build straight away to the Sky Piercer. As a Martis, you also do a lot of execution damage. So in terms of building up the set stacks, it's actually going to be a little bit counterintuitive in my opinion, but we really have to see how Stallions pilot this roster because this is my first time seeing it being piloted like this way and Martis in the EXP lane. we're not too sure what he's going to build, right? He's going to build maybe more tankiness. Do you build more
Yeah, he
damage?
played it yesterday, and Lawsy goes back to basics with the Cho as well. So typically, you have the Martis going straight for the Hunter Strike first. There's like no questions
Okay.
asked. You really need that core item to, once you get that kill, once you get the Decimate, you immediately
brute force?
goes off. And
Go
then,
brute force,
yeah,
war
you
axe?
might be able to go semi, so then it becomes sort of like a pseudo Lancelot kind of build. But then it's very greedy. Like, you want to give the
It
kills
is.
over to Eastern Shin, you want to give the kills over to Martis to get that snowball.
You wanna
And
give-
who do you want to? And Chusin as well. Chusin is going to definitely buy the Sky Piercer.
And the Harif as well, right? You also want the Harif to snowball, right? So it's a lot of these. It's a very expensive roster to kind of field against, right? Especially for the side of Castellans, right? You don't really know who should get the kills.
Yeah.
But of course, there's a lot of damage going up against Kingdom Esports, where there's a lot more pseudo tankiness in the form of Uranus. You also got a CC that go with Vengeance. Is going to make it so much difficult. And then you also got a Cho, right? From the side of Lozi to burn off as much resources as possible.
Well, draft is set. This is game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. We're loading into that Land of Dawn. As Kingdom Esports, I feel like the single target power and the pickoff strategy that they want to play around really works in their favor. They have the aggressiveness, they have the late game insurance policy, they have the early game from Uranus, so we'll be able to see what really transpires down in the second minute once the first Tortoise fight really goes on through.
Yeah, bit of a mirror happening in terms of the jungle clear for now. Lozi with the Concussive Blast will make it super easy to wave clear, especially you've got FMM on the Kimi, and also you've got Cho on the Concussive Blast. Your mid lane is gonna rotate even faster. Oh my goodness, that skin almost looked like a Benedetta for a moment.
Yeah, that is the Attack of Titan skin,
Yeah.
right? Don't
Never
quote me
Ackerman.
on this, I'm not an anime
It
person.
is. For once, you got it right.
Of course, I own that skin too. I mean, I don't watch anime, but I just own try to own all the skins right here. But skins aside, we're talking about putting your skin in the game.
Yeah, get that one. Code Rush. I'm seeing a few interesting talks on the MPL Singapore Telegram, right? They are saying that, they got really good skins out of this. I haven't even picked up my own as well. But, you guys get the opportunity because we're too busy talking while the code's being flashed out.
Well, both teams very passive.
Yeah.
So far,
Slow.
elimination match. I mean, you don't want to go too aggressive and then you risk everything. But big risk, big reward. But then again, it's a balance. Then again, it's a chicken and egg problem. Which one do you do first? It's 20 seconds until the first Tortoise again spawns up. And Kingdom Esports, man, how do they want to play this? They really need their all of their members right there. They don't really have a lot of early game damage, especially not from the Kimi themselves. Definitely annoying, but nothing too much that Kingdom Esports can't handle.
Yeah, you can even see Bray doesn't really want to commit that Mountain Shocker right off the bat to try to gank against Insanity. One doesn't simply gank a Uranus, especially in the early game. Now Bray will activate that on line as well, trying to look for a damage to clash upon in. Roy trying to zone as Insanity goes in for the consecration as well. Roy pops the ultimate, trying to zone, but Kingdom Esports pushes Team Standards away from the turtle pit for now. The Martis outputting some form of damage. The Curtain Call deals quite a good damage against the Martis as well.
Good backup, good rotations coming in from Kingdom Esports. We're slowing things down though. Team Stallions, they're testing their limits, they're testing their damage, but they don't want to risk anything at all. Diablo giving a little bit more vision. Looks like Bray is not there to secure that turtle. Kingdom Esports will pick that one up.
Yeah, Kingdom Esports not good. Picking up a turtle. Team Stallions unable to find any form of trade. You don't really try to go for the Insanity pick off right there because he's going to just shoot. Oh, the Shadow Quad. Shadow actually tags off. No! Bray! FMN pick up our first blood. Massive. Double whammy, one more combo against Team Stallions already at the get-go from the side of Kingdom Esports.
Great shadow by Yon, just waiting for that right time. He knows that Diablo was able to push that back, so he predicted that movement and just went in straight for a little bit of a kill. He wasted that Wiggy shadow kill just to take down Bray, but it's all well worth it. Team Stallions really need that scaling potential right from the get-go.
Yeah, Ishishin really relies on that snowball right now. You're going to slow down his snowball just a little bit longer. I think even the flicker, Traction Pulse will not be able to catch anything, but it does burns away Roy's ultimate.
Little bit of a this for that, tit for tat once again. Bray, a little bit slower on the farm as compared to the Hayabusa, but Yon does have that empowerment coming in from Lawsy as well. His elimination match, you got Bray trying to get more aggressive. He also has the killing spree alongside Diablo, so both of them really wants to go crazy for kills. But I think there is a ticking timer for the Stallions. The longer this game goes, they don't really have a lot of tanky meat shields. The only one that could potentially block everyone else is maybe Lucian Cutie.
The best part about hold on a second, there's going to be a pickup from the side of Roy. He got Shadow Kill onto Lucian Cutie. Alongside FMM's damage, Lucian Cutie tried to go back into safety, but the Shadow Kill iframes helps him. And sudden Roy.
Jump.
The Purifier already committed the... Yon trying to go for the kill with the quad shadow. That's a pick-off that you're looking for if you're cheering for Kingdom Esports.
Yon having a great game so far. What a play. Landing the shadows, just predicting their movements and just baiting Roy out. This is a very terrible start for Stallions SG with their entirety of their draft. They're very high momentum-based heroes all the way through.
They literally went all in to a ton of damage, right? But they're unable to snowball out of this one. Martis, the Yushin Shin, and also Harry requires the snowball opportunity. Kingdom Esports slamming that snowball shut, and now it's going to be Cozy. Nice knockoff as well. Will be able to attack, but Bray takes away the turtle for himself. Now it's going to be Roy going to activate the ultimate, trying to zone backwards just a little bit more. But Kingdom Esports ultimately so much damage, one after another. The horses fell.
Kingdom Esports, they're not finished yet. Drinsanity tries to pull away Team Stallions and try to lure them out of the base, but they're just proxying that. There's nothing that Stallions could do for now. Even though there's only 2,000 gold ahead, Team Stallions are just playing, okay, Drinsanity is safe and well. It's fine and dandy.
He's definitely going to be loving the green HP bars right there, Mark. Diablo tried to go for the chase, but Grand will be able to take down bot lane. The Flying Cloud from the side of Grey are not quick enough to defend. It is going to be Stallions crumbling and falling like this.
It's a very snowball-centric draft for Team Stallions. They are going to find it back to claw themselves up ahead again in this game. I think for Kingdom Esports, this is their time. If they're able to just hold on to that momentum,
trying to burst down Drinsanity, but Drinsanity, super insane, but not good enough. Diablo picking up the Sky Pierce already. He's going to be able to step forward just a little bit more. He tried to stack, but FMM, the kite with the damage, pushes Team Stallions away. They're not ready for this fight.
A little bit of a consolation prize for Diablo, but he's 2-1 and you really need to funnel the kills over the Bray though. That's where the base damage comes from in the late game. There's not a lot of protection as well. Even though you can split yourself apart, Team Stallions SG is still super greedy. The Hunter Strike's already built up for Bray as well, going definitely for the War X next. But the damage will come through even later. I think Team Stallions needs to drag this game out. Diablo's trying his best.
Definitely, right? You talk about how, Lucian Cutie with the Grok. Yes, it's almost 100% win rate in this particular series, but with the wall, you see how Kingdom Esports literally jump over the wall. Yes, you can build a wall, but there's so many mobility for the side Kingdom Esports, and Team Stallions unable to trap anybody.
Yeah, mobility is underestimated, definitely. You have 4 heroes that can jump out of the Jusin's Lantern Flare as well. That mystical light that they show. And I think for this turtle, it looks like Stallions won't be able to engage on this one. It's going to be risking a lot out of this.
Yep. Seems like it's going to be the turtle takedown for the side of Kingdom Esports right there. It's going to be leaning over against Insanity. It's just literally zoning Lucian Cutie. Speaking of Lucian Cutie, he gets traction pulse, burns the flicker already. Stallions is not in a position to fight this turtle, and is going to be given over to the side of Kingdom Esports.
At the same time, though, Bray trying to look for consolation prizes down on the bottom side, trying to push that in, but the rotation speed from Kingdom Esports is too hard to handle right now. 4,000 gold lead, and Team Stallions, they're playing it way too passively. I think for an aggressive draft like themselves, they need to go for single target pickoffs, but it's easier said than done. The Lantern Flare won't go long enough before pulling anything back.
But the second skill for the side of Kimi slowed down, but hold on a second. That's going to be a concealed play. Lozy burns with the flicker. Lozy looking like the main target right now.
Great pull.
Tectonic charge right underneath. The Hybrid activated his own force as well. Yon, the shadow kill will be delayed just a little bit more as the Wind of Nature will be activated. I see from the side of Stellis, but 2 members down against Kingdom Esports. They trade Lozy for it. They're more than happy to take that.
Those 5 members chasing down Lozy. You take down that Cho, and the rest of Kingdom Esports, they're all free to do what they want. They all have their ultimates, and Team Stallions are too far behind to be able to tank up any of these damages. And like we said, the entirety of the draft for Stallions, it looks like a glass cannon or glass horse in this respect, right? It's high damage, high mobility, high octane, but once you get hit, you soak up not a lot of damage. Like, you
Correct.
immediately get bursted down.
I feel like Diablo is already switching over to a slight tankiness. If you take a look, starting to build more tanking items. There's not enough tanks for the side's team standing because Kingdom Esports was literally shredding them apart, right? And now you're going against up against Grand. CC is more than happy to just literally chill up your HP bars, and now they're leading a bit of a spearhead down bot. Team Stallions unable to defend. They have to hunker back in base.
Yeah, for Renza though, I think, there's a lot of damage onto Roy. Popped the ultimate just to get away, but it's not too much.
Yeah.
Damage is done.
Yeah, definitely right. Good enough to be able to push Stallions all the way back. And now it's just Kingdom Esports penetrating down bot as well. And all of a sudden, Team Stallions is actually playing on a back foot, Churros.
At least Bray gets to secure his purple buff. A little bit of a nice little damage down. Both teams are setting themselves up for this lore. This will be the first lore of the game.
Insanity, try to burn as much resources as possible to Zama. Force the tectonic charge! Oh dear, it misses! This is bad for the side. Team Stallions and Kingdom Esports trying to output the damage, Yon. But hold on a second, Diablo will be able to do something. But Diablo shuts down Yon! The Sky Piercer stacks will be able to find it as Team Stallions, but they're losing steam.
Grant
they're
has the
losing
curtain call.
stamina as Grant step forward, finds Bray.
Lucia Cutie's all alone. He's collapsing. FMM will pick that one up. It looks like Kingdom Esports again has the upper hand. As Team Stallions, they tried, and Diablo really proved himself well, taking down Yawn, taking down 2 members. But then again, the damage that Kingdom Esports dishing out is really split between FMM and
right?
Grant.
Yeah, there's not enough meat shields because don't forget FMM could just penetrate the damage all across. But now Roy stepping forward just a little bit more. Kingdom Esports has solid control on the Lord. They secure it for themselves.
Team Stallions again back to that defense. It's not what you want to see when you are a Team Stallions fan. You have a really high momentum draft. Your momentum is long gone. It looks like the longer this game goes, Kingdom Esports will take this cake.
Literally, they're not a snowball right here. They're just a snowflake, right? Like, they're not able to do anything against Kingdom Esports because the sheer amount of damage that literally they're forced to take. Yushin Jin is a glass cannon. You need some more frontline, but there's nobody from the side Team Stallions that could literally frontline for the Yushin Jin. Frontline for Diablo as well.
Yeah, it looks like the traditional draft from Kingdom Esports with a double fighter combo. Like, Drinsanity's gonna get out of here safe. He's not too... Oh, wait, hold on a minute. I may be talking too soon. Diablo secures that kill onto Drin.
Another Sky Piercer stack for the side of Diablo, but then again, you need that Sky Piercer stack onto Bray, the damage onto Renza. Instead, Diablo right here, yes, he's gonna run low. In his priority is gonna... Oh, okay, hold on a second. That Tectonic Charge does land onto Lozy, but he gets picked up by Roy. But nobody from the side Stallions is ready to handshake that fight.
Team Stallions is just one by one-ing this fight. Every single fight, they can only take down one, and they need to ditch and get out of there.
Yeah.
I think the high ground defense for Team Stallions is kind of there. They do have Renza, and they do have Bray for that additional late-game damage, but it's 12 minutes on the clock. Kingdom Esports can afford to be a little bit more aggressive at this point. They have Yawn, who's able to get in and out. There's so many targets for this Hayabusa.
This is the first time that we see a 4K gold lead in the favor of one of these teams in this particular series, right? Kingdom Esports does have a snowball against Team Stallions, and they're literally marching the horses down.
Yeah, we talked about, like, before this game even started, we said both these two teams evenly matched. There's not one that is way too overtly dominant against each other. But it looks like Kingdom Esports, they're walking over Team Stallions unless they can do something about this. But as a very greedy draft, they need to be able to split the kills to Diablo, Bray, and Renza.
Yeah, it's just way too many. It's just only so much food on the table. Everybody wants it, and everybody's still very skinny. There's not enough food to go around. But in the meantime, Kingdom Esports, Drinsanity is way too happy to absorb all these aggression. But hold on a second. Oh, Drinsanity, open up the map just a little bit more. It's going to be Drinsanity popping the consecration as well. Young goes in with Diablo! Diablo down low already, and he'll be able to live all the way out there. The Summon Force activated by the side of Harif as well, and Lozy gets picked up, and Kingdom Esports does have so much survivability, and they're more than happy to handshake these fights.
There's not enough damage. That's the problem, and Yawn is just really snowballing out of control. 5-1 and 3 for this Hayabusa is just walking all over this Yushin Jin. And speaking of which, Insanity once again will be able to get out of there just safe and sound.
Yeah.
As Team Stallions just waiting 15 seconds for that Lord. I don't think they'll be able to do that, but Diablo, it's one-on-one.
Yon does have the shadow kill tag onto Diablo for now, but like what I mentioned, the members for the side Team Stallions is just targeting on to Jinsanity. They don't really have the damage to burst him down, and that may be a problem because by the time you take down Jinsanity, you literally ran out of utilities.
You know, even at this point, like, I feel like the sacrificial play from Lousy really makes sense. Like, if he throws his body, he makes a nice little play.
Right.
As long as they throw and commit a bait onto the rest of Team Stallions.
Getting caught by the traction pulse, unfortunately, takes a bunch of punishment. And now Team Stallions once again getting zoned out from the Lord Pit.
Yeah, that's not so good. Team Stallions is... They just don't really have a lot of damage. And Diablo's right there. He's on janitor duty. But there's not a lot of heroes
Here's
on
the
the side of
wall.
Stallions.
Tectonic charge onto Grand as well. That's a
Good
shutdown
kill.
the Team Stallions looking for. And now the Zama Falls being landed by the side of Renza. Jinsane looking like it's food for the side of Bray, but he's running up. But Bray's outputting the damage. Yarn trying to step on
he's
the
able to
edges
do
of the
that,
pit.
though.
He's able to run on the way, but Yarn goes in for the shadow kill. Here comes a bit of a shields going in, but Yarn gets turned down by Bray. How did this happen?
Oh, they're turning things around. Kingdom Esports right now from the max, the peak of 4,000 gold, right now
Wait.
down to 1,300. And the Lord is theirs. Team Stallions are clawing themselves back.
How? Everything that Kingdom Esports fought for down the drain. Team Stallion stabilizes it. Why is Kingdom Esports doing this?
Diablo, they're just layering it in so smartly. Lucian Cutie just first to go in. Diablo soaking up all that damage, baiting out all the key ultimates, and they're going for the key fights. They have the iframes, they have the CC immunities as well. So I think they're just
So
baiting
much-
out all these big crowd controls coming in from Kingdom Esports. That Team Stallions just free hitting from that back. And right now,
So much
it is
standing gold.
almost
Churros.
that late game damage that Kingdom Esports has to deal with from the horses.
Yeah, Diablo is like 5 kills right now. Yes, we talk about how Diablo should not be picking up these kills, but he's actually making it work. And not only just that, that is a shutdown goal that you don't want to give over to side of Team Stallion. To give that gold, you give that Lord. There's so much standing turrets right there, and Stallions will literally run you down. This is not how you want to play this kingdom.
Your kingdom is, when we said sacrificial, this is not what we meant. I think right now, the scales have tipped
You
once
sacrificed the
again.
wrong person. Bray gets tagged by the Shadow Kill, but not good enough. Unfortunately, Bray gets to walk away safely. Team Stallions trying to lead the siege just a little bit more. The Zama Force landing down as Kingdom Esports trying to defend the top side turret. They would not be able to do so.
It fails. Team Stallions, they got what they came for. At least one T3 is taken out on that top side, and they cleared everything. Team Stallions are back in the game.
We're playing at Kingdom Esports side on the map after 15 minutes. I don't... They're back... Huh?
I don't know what happened. I think the sustainability from Team Stallions is coming to show. That's the BOD already bought out for Bray, so he's going to be dishing out a lot more damage. He has the Rose Gold Meteor because of the shield that really comes in. Diablo trying to poke. That is the concealed play. Grant able to jump over the wall, but Bray again barely missing the traction pulse.
Doesn't catch it, but it's A-okay right now as, you know, Team Stallions actually playing on the side of Kingdom Esports side on the map. Mountain Shocker will be activated, but will not be able to catch anybody for now.
They're just testing their damage at this point. Kingdom Esports wants to know how far Team Stallions are up ahead. And
Yeah.
they're using Drinsanity to do so. And right now, Drinsanity can't just walk into 5 members' faces like that. Like he could do in the early game. He will get punished. You also have a lot more anti-healing factors coming in from Team Stallions, so this Uranus is going to be a non-factor at this point. You got a utility, Yolozi is going to get pulled back!
Insanity. Oh, unfortunately, Glozy, the Immortality get pops as well. Y'all trying to look for an attack right here, but look at the HP
Bray
bar
gets
on the
out
side
safe.
of Team Stallions. He's not even able to do anything. Team Stallions barely gets tickled, and now Kingdom Esports, they're running
punishing
out of shit. And Diablo goes in for a double kill.
Team Stallions punishing the loose members of Kingdom Esports, and Lousy coming in too deep into the jungle. They're juggling it right now, 18 seconds on the clock, 18 minutes on the clock. They're taking on this T3 without the Lord to their name though. It's 5 seconds to make a beeline to it.
The damage has been done. It's already picked up that mid-tier turret. Kingdom Esports is not in a good position to go for the Lord push right here. What can they do? A Yawn steal?
Might be. He uses Shadow a bit too early. They know that Yawn's not in the picture. They might be able to take this out now. The Flying Cloud comes to show. That's it. Team Stallions with the third lure of the game.
Renza, the Zaman Force zoning Yawn. Yawn cannot even step foot towards the Lord pit, and Team Stallions snags the Lord for themselves.
Still got 20 seconds until the Lord marches in. potentially down the mid side. Team Stallions trying to sync up all three ways, as Kingdom Esports does not really have a lot of high ground defense except from FMM. And it's really hard for the Stallions to take down FMM, which is basically the biggest threat that they have. And even if Yon has that damage, he needs to be very highly committed. He needs to go into one of their members' faces, and Diablo's always there just trying to disrupt. So great play from this Martis, waiting for the Hayabusa to come in, get that clamp down, and then just crowd control him and chain CC him to infinity and beyond.
Yeah, literally. You talk about chain CCs, there you go. The Mountain Shark are already ready to CC anybody from the side, Kingdom Esports, and now the Lord is actually marching in. They're trying to pull all the way to the other side, keeping them busy. Team Stallions already marching in, and all of a sudden, Nosey's already gone. Diablo, become a goal line. The goal! Charge! No more defensive on the side, Kingdom Esports, and Stallions ride into game, and they will be able to take this game again.
They look happy about this, and they should be. That was a huge comeback game. A very late game play, which we both thought was going to be an early game draft. Very greedy, but they managed to pull this out.
The snowflake, the snowball very delayed. There were snowflakes in the 10 minutes. They held on, and they snowballed. They became an avalanche. They overcome the odds against them.
For Kingdom Esports, though, made several mistakes that were punished by Team Stallions, and every loose member, Diablo was smelling blood. He was out for death and was taking one after another.
You know, there's a bit of a timer. There's a bit of an expiry date. A Martis is like what, raw fish. You put it outside under the sun for like 1 minute, it literally goes bad, right? And and Diablo was still able to pilot this Martis to victory, right? Because he's just I don't know what he's doing. He's just outputting so much damage.
I think in the late game, though, there wasn't a lot of the killing spree actually helped quite a bit. Like you heal that one up, you heal your health up whenever your when you hit an opponent who's below 30% HP. But then the utility actually comes in from Roy with the Lantern. The longer Lousy and Drinsanity stays in the mix, the better it is for Team Stallions. They're going to punish them. And I think, to be honest though, Diablo really cleaning up shop. And Bray was also playing a great game. I think both of them deserves the MVP slot, but it can only be one. Diablo bringing us to match point.
It's just one game away from the side of Stallions to be able to kick down Kingdom Esports, man. They march into the base so confidently earlier just now, and dude, this defies expectations. I wasn't expecting this kind of roster. I wasn't expecting this kind of gameplay coming out from Stallions. They overcome so many odds. I don't even understand where the damage is coming from. And they're able to do so. They're playing on the back foot, especially when, you know, this is a very early game-centric kind of roster.
Yeah, we start things off with Lucian Cutie just jumping in, or not even jumping in. He's holding on to the Tectonic Charge until he knows, like, tactfully he can get at least 3 members up off the ground. But Bray and Renza just free hitting from that back, and there was no way that Kingdom Esports was able to counteract that from the late in the late game. In the mid stage of the game, we always see Drinsandy and Lousy just toying with their food. They're coming into the jungles, they're sourcing for information, but they don't really expect the damage really to come through from Stallions. So
I wasn't
they stay
expecting
there too
that
long.
as well.
I thought they had the mobility. Juranos was able to jump over the wall, Lousy was able to dash in and out, give a little bit more vision. But I feel like their gameplay, they were a little bit too sacrificial. They wanted to go for the intel approach, wanted to go for the reconnaissance, but Team Stallions really punished that momentum.
There's a period of time where Drinsanity was the problem, but all of a sudden, somehow something ticked inside for the side of Stallions. They literally, earned back a total of 8k gold league.
Yes.
They earned back 8k in like 2 minutes, and they overwhelmed Kingdom Esports with sheer aggression.
Yeah, I think they were extremely smart in how they want to play around the Lord pit. And typically when the Lord spawns up, Drinsanity and Lousy was way too far behind the team. FMM wasn't in position yet, and they were just starting things that they can't finish. So Team Stallions just really punishing truly just Kingdom Esports. And I think that if this game really was extended through to maybe at least 25 minutes or so, Kingdom Esports would definitely had the upper hand, but they gave too much disrespect over to Team Stallions. They thought they didn't have that damage, but they actually do. Look at Bray, 100% kill participation. He was every single team fight, and he was dealing that damage so that Diablo can clean up shop.
Yeah, and if you notice, Renza is actually outputting so much damage in the background, right? Alongside with Bray as well. Diablo, you know, he's just, like what you mentioned, the janitor with the mop, just literally mopping down Kingdom Esports. He has the most kills in his pocket because of his innate Sky Piercer stack and also his innate execution. And that's more than enough, right? Like, the longer this fight keeps going on, Renza's outputting the damage from far. Jinsanity can hold the damage. You can look at how Jinsanity, the amount of damage he's taken is actually extending beyond the UI as well.
Oh man, I thought the chain CCs from Team Stallions was on point. You got Lucian Cutie with the knockback, with the walls. You got Roy to get the lantern pullback. And I thought the Diablo was actually doing quite a bit of things with his skill 1, skill 2 combo, clamping them down and just trapping them in within any single choke points. And I think Kingdom Esports was just baited by Stallions. Like, they were always fighting in choke points where Kimmy wouldn't have a good position, like in between the tri-bush. If Kimmy was there, I think it would be much easier for Diablo to get into that backline, take that Kimmy out, and that was one of the core playmakers of the game. And I think the shot calling from Stallions and just really being very patient throughout this game it really paid off.
Yeah, and I feel it's just, this is the difference between Kingdom Esports and also Stallions, right? Stallions, with that experience, they played a back foot before, and now it's back to the side Kingdom Esports. They're playing on the back foot right now, and I'm not too sure how they're going to navigate this out, right? Because that game should be theirs, right? They're doing everything right in the early game, and all of a sudden they give out one kill after another. They allow Jinsanity to scale out of control, and then after that, it's just Snowflake becomes Snowball, become Avalanche. They got covered by snow.
You know, with that in mind, I think over the course of these 3 games, it was the blue side that actually got the 3 wins. So
True.
Blue side 100% win rate so far.
Yep. And you know, there's definitely different first picks, right? Game number 1 it was Grok. Game number 2 was Lancelot. Game number 3 was a Yushin. Now I doubted the Yushin a lot.
But still, Grok 100% win rate. So highly contested for both teams. Definitely on the chopping block if necessary. But very good drafting pattern coming in from King Esports. I think just the execution and the, dare I say, cockiness of the entirety of the team in the mid to late stage of the game.
That's right. Well, we're going to go for game number 4 very, very soon. But of course, wait, was it game number 4? I've lost count already.
It is game number 4.
Yeah, game number 4.
We are in BO5 territory.
Yeah, literally, right? Because, you know, there's so much back and forth between these two teams. Game number 1, game number 2 was really neck-tight as well. And don't forget, it's also, you know, game number 2 earlier just now was the longest game in MPL Singapore as well at 29 minutes. But you also need to remember, game number 1, we went all the way to 26 minutes as well.
Yep. And this one was seeping into 20 minutes. It would have been if the Stallions want to play it a little bit safer and passive, but I think they just want to end this off and go next. You know what I mean?
Definitely, right? And of course, you know, they're almost borderline 20 minutes as well. Yep. They ended at 19:22 as well. And with that said, ladies and gents, you know, this is what a interesting series ongoing as well. Don't forget, there's also Tournament Live at stake right here. And with that said, don't go away because we're going to go on a short break. We'll be right back.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
To Double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw.
It is do or die for Kingdom Esports. One game away from elimination in the championship run for MPL Singapore, and we are back. Team Stallions has been running it down in that previous game earlier just now in game number 3, and I still have no idea where the damage is coming from.
I asked myself that question.
Yes, this is like one of the mystical mysteries in the world.
Yeah. I mean, we're always looking ahead. Let's look ahead. Let's look forward. This is the last game. This is tournament lives at stake for Kingdom Esports. Definitely would affect their mental a little bit. But for Stallions, though, the momentum is riding high. This is one game away from securing the next spot. Top 3 in this in the entire region. Yeah,
I mean, like, they were ex-champions before, and, you know, literally, right, going up into lower bracket finals, potentially fighting against the loser from that match, either Team Evil or Team Flash. Man, Stallions are riding high in this in the series.
Yeah, they're playing a lot of games too. Like, this is the lower brackets that we're talking about. So that means after today, there's going to be another game in the morning tomorrow, and then if they make it through, there's going to be the grand final. So this is going to be a long route, long journey for them. And I think this game itself really goes to show that they have that growth, they have that improvement. It's just that I think there was a little bit shaky. They are throwing their own flavors, which I like.
Yep.
Definitely a very Diablo thing, and definitely why us Singaporeans really like to watch Team Stallions play. But for Kingdom Esports, something that was that I'm struggling to understand is why did they lose the previous game? This was their game to win. Like they were supposed to win that game.
Yeah.
All throughout the early to mid stage of that game, they had it under control. They were just pushing and shoving them down, and I don't know what happened. They really need to fix that.
Yeah, like what I mentioned, right? A bit of a more pressure on Kingdom Esports to really perform in that previous one, and now we're going to go into game number 4, wondering what they come up with during that previous break earlier just now. But once again, it's just Diablo being a menace in the meta, right? Like meta maker right now? Because he's literally like, setting down the Badang, setting out the Minsita for a period of time, remember? And then the Khalid as well that we know for. And then all of a sudden, when he starts playing Khalid, everybody plays a Khalid. And he's now, don't forget, the Khalid is meta for a reason. And the reason is Diablo right in the center of the camera right now.
Yeah, I think not only that, like both of these two, I would say, like brothers, over the seasons, like they've shown that chemistry, that growth that they have together. They're always having that push and pull. They're always backing each other up, and that's what I like about this team specifically.
Yep.
Bring in Roy and Lucian Cutie to the picture as well. It really goes to show like a lot of prowess and a lot of domination in the mid lane.
Yep.
Even though they're playing from behind, there's always this gap, there's always this angle, there's always this
Clutch
small
factor.
sliver of opportunity.
Yeah, and that's what I love to see from a team, right? That clutch factor, knowing when their back's against the walls, they know how to snap back, they know how to play, how to execute, and how to literally play that long game. Because don't forget, these, especially from the side of Stallions, right? These people, when they go over to the international stage, Singaporeans teams always in the back foot, they always had to play from behind. They've been through that, and hopefully using those experiences that they gain, they're able to basically, put in a good show for us, put in a good show against Kingdom Esports. But now it's going to go into the map draw, ladies and gents.
We were 2 flying clouds before and 1 dangerous grass. Almost said dangerous glass. But this is going to be flying cloud once again. I kind of feel like, Stallions actually likes the flying cloud. They would pick drafts that would work in the late game so that they would soak in that damage, they would recall and get that reset and come back into the picture. So they're abusing the fact that they need to play defensively at one point.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like, we talk about how Team Stallions, I would say the Flying Cloud earlier just now definitely helped, elongate the game earlier just now. We also talk about how in game number 2, Flying Cloud was the one that actually allowed Team Stallions to defend all the way to 29 minutes. And because Kingdom Esports unable to end the game right there, and they ultimately got bitten.
I think King Esports right now, shifting up the strategy a little bit, that usually is, bans targeted onto one, but they are respecting Diablo's Rizhong and Braze, Yi Shin. They want to try to open up that land slot. For the side of Stallions, though, banning out the Alice, banning out the Baxia. Typically, they also favor the CC as well. Like, they want to try to ban out that CC, take it away from the hands of Grant.
Baxia and Lisbon, like what you mentioned, and now it's just, we're just going through the list. The Yi Shin ultimately got punished as well in game. Kingdom got punished by the Yi Shin earlier just now.
The Grok finally doesn't see the light of day. This is Kingdom Esports' plan all along. Typically, would be the high loss or the Gatot Kacha that Stallions will ban away from Lawsy. So without the Grok now, this is going to be the first game that won't see the rock wall being built up.
Yeah. The Grok offered so much value, especially when you're going in with a Harif and the Zaman Force as well, offer the damage. CC first pick for the side of Kingdom Esports right off the bat. That's something that, I also realized that Diablo hasn't played a single CC at all, right? If he wants to go for a CC, he prefers an Xbox instead.
Yeah, especially the true damage that the Xbox dishes out. And it's pretty standard. Like once you don't have the assassins, the either two assassins, you can just lock in that CC. Typically, Stallions could pick up the Gatot and the Farsa themselves, unless they want to go for more utility. The Jusin or the Kimmy would be a better choice. I think Kimmy is right now the best choice of mage, just because of the versatility, just because of the wave clear, and just because of the crowd control that she brings to the table. So Fredrin.
For the side Bray as well, this is going
locked
back.
in.
Yeah. And the Lunox to also protect the Fredrin early just now. Curtain Call is definitely, Yo-Yo Blitz is definitely going to shred through the Fredrin, but I like what Stallions is going for. They're going to go for a Fredrin. Then after that, they go for a Lunox to basically protect the Fredrin. That means that, Diablo is definitely going to go on the offensive right now. Expect, I don't know, the likes of Martis coming up again, the likes of, I don't know, Benedetta coming back up again. If Stallions wants to earn some style points.
It's always a trade, right? Especially for the jungle and EXP of Stallion. So there's going to be the Yeve as well as the Gato Kacha. I don't think a Granger would be a right pick for the side of Stallions. They will pick up the Kalea, so single target setups coming in from Stallions themselves. And I think for Kingdom Esports, though, I still feel like they've been playing a lot of fighter side lanes recently. I wouldn't discount the fact that Grant wants to pick up the Ruby once again. I don't think it is a very difficult kind of approach because they still have some sort of sizable damage with the CC as well as the Yeve, so they have some sort of protection from that as well.
Yep. Now, don't forget the real one manipulation by the side of MM. The Brilliance is going to counter everything on top of that, and with the mobility, Lucian Cutie is definitely going to be piloting that Kalia, but this is kind of interesting ban patterns coming out from the side of Amox. Banning away the export, is that going to be a potential clear EXP lane, like what Vendetta likes to do?
Man, it's too early to say.
Yeah,
it's too early to say. It might be
a
an EXP lane Fredrin for all we care, for all we know.
Sorry, I coughed there.
I mean,
a bit of a throwback to Adamir.
Yeah. I remember that one. Yep.
All right.
That was the match.
Let's stop beating the dead horse, all right? Let's go for the new horse. Kingdom Esports right now bans away the Claude as well. Still cutting off as many gold laners as possible. But Renza has been playing like, the Grangers, the Harif as well. I think Renza is more than happy to, play something else new. Look at him. He's up to no good.
Yeah. I think a bit more shreddy would be good if they like to play zone control. I wouldn't discount the fact that the Lunox might even be able to go into the gold lane.
Yep.
And then they could pick something up that would, accelerate the growth of that Lunox.
Mm-hmm. Now,
but then too much magic damage. Yeah, it's a bit tough.
Now we talk about the bans. Apex focusing onto the bans for the side on the gold laners. Do you take out the Granger here?
Granger wouldn't do too much with that one. Too much high mobility. There's a lot of burst, but then you're risking it because there's a lot of targets. There's a Benedetta being banned out. It's a respect. I think they want to pick up their Benedetta themselves.
Man. I mean, like, if I could see it from a mile away, definitely Kingdom Esports have that in mind. Yeah. Now, what do you do if you're Diablo?
We always seen him like in these off-meta picks. What about the Diablo Badang?
Oh,
Just go crazy with that.
I think Badang right now in this particular patch, not something that Diablo would want to go for.
Yeah.
But do you pick Renza here for the side of Stannis? Knowing how Stannis or Amox like to do this, I feel like they always love to hide Diablo's picks.
Yeah, Diablo's always last pick. Yeah.
Yep.
Unless...
Experience.
That's the Granger. Okay. I think he's more comfortable with the Granger. I'm not too fond of the damage that the Granger dishes out to the tanks. I think a tank shredder would work much better, but then they don't really have a lot of side lane pressure or side lane insurance. And I feel like the Moscow would have been a much easier pick to navigate around. Fanny's open though. Will Kingdom Esports pick that one up? And then you destroy the Granger on the side lanes.
The thing right now is just making sure that Kingdom Esports, making sure Yon has a great game, right? Like earlier just now, when the Lancelot was being selected for Yon was having the time of his life, just standing onto Stannis, right? But now, what do you go for? Right now, they want to play right inside the circle.
Wait, who's that's gonna be the Uranus
jungle?
Yeah, Jan's played it before, but it wasn't a great success. Like early game, definitely the Uranus does a lot of work, but in the late game, there's not a lot of crowd control that Kingdom Esports can bring, and then you're funneling every resource over to Moskov. So Stallions right now has to find a way to control this Moskov in the late game.
Yeah,
or send someone off.
Yeah, but now you also drop a Uranus right into a Lunox, right? You're gonna get shredded immediately, very easily, and not while you do well against the Grandeur in a sense, you can zone them out. I'm not too sure about this. I'm not too sure about this Yawn Uranus because the last time I seen him playing this was it what community team?
Oh, that's a badang. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Going signature. This is game and match point for Stallions though. They want to play it safe and they're going back to basics right now.
Yeah, both of these two teams, right? Like I'm glad that Kingdom Esports finally went for a Moskov in the gold lane, right? Something that's, you know, for the side of Kingdom Esports, they've been playing fighter side lanes over and over again, and now, you know, at Tournament Live, they pulled out the Moskov. Yes, this is interesting for the side of Kingdom Esports, but Moskov wants to stay away from the team fights and then split push. But you're looking at the rest of the four from the side of Kingdom Esports. Is that enough damage to deal with Stallions, though?
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. It's all down to execution. We can hypothesize all we want, but then again, it might turn out like game number 3. But then again, I love the fact that Diablo's bringing out one of his signature, the one that put Singapore on the map. This is game 4 between Kingdom Esports and Team Stallions, ladies and gentlemen.
Man, going to game number 4, ladies and gents. Potential last game for Kingdom Esports. Stallions looking to upset, climbing from the challenger brackets, and here they are, one step away from the lower bracket finals.
We're taking things slow for now. Team Stallions SG doesn't want to make too much of a move. The power spikes really come from Roy. He did play a very almost near perfect kind of Lunox in game number 1. Right now, in game number 4, the difference in pattern is you don't really have 2 fighter side lanes that you have to deal with. You have to find a way into the Moskov. So the flicker is getting picked up right here. Oh, Lucian Cutie taking a lot of damage though. He might be first to fall.
Yep. Ooh. Burns the flicker in the last moment. Should be up for the next turtle fight, but it's a very slow one, right?
Yeah, Roy getting zoned out and away. But the early game, definitely Kingdom Esports has the upper hand. You've got a lot more damage from Yawn as well, even though he's in the jungle. But will Kingdom Esports learn from their mistake in game number 2 and try to increase that aggression over Team Stallions, though?
FMM delaying Roy's back, that's definitely gonna hurt Roy in terms of the EXP gains, right? So, which means that we can potentially theorize that Stallions may have a delayed or not a very good turtle fight going into the first turtle.
Yeah, but the Flying Cloud is gonna bring him over to lane pretty effectively. Taking a look at the atomizations right here, does look like the Granger definitely going for the core items right off the bat. It looks like Team Stallions making a beeline as well.
A lot of movement speed, a lot of movement boots already selected, especially right now, you know, after the next patch. The boots actually, I would say, got buffed, right? So, which means that you escalate very quickly in the early parts of the game. And now look at Team Stallions focusing mostly, they'll be able to find Losey. Oh, they just collapse. FMM real world manipulation. Roy picks up the first one. Sanity Gold brings Diablo down. And now it's also going to be the real world manipulation for the side of FMM. He thinks that Bray gets melted.
3 down for the side of Team Stallions. Kingdom Esports blitzing this turtle down. But then again, I think FMM created a great box. Team Stallions can't find a way to reach back onto FMM. The Yves was doing so much in this first skirmish.
Yep, the real one manipulation right there just literally zones out any form of reinforcement, slows down the fight against Team Stallions. And don't forget, remember what I mentioned, Roy earlier just now, because of that delayed back, actually hurt them in terms of that engage just slightly. Like Uranus having a great time, right? The Uranus and also the Yves is an HO combo, making sure everybody stay within the box and FMM literally burn the horses down.
I think as this game goes a little bit later, I think Team Stallions definitely will have that setup potential that Badang will bring to the table. And it's a lot easier for Team Stallions to create opportunities for themselves. Bray just there as well to kind of hunker down and set up that chain stuns that, Fredrin is known for. But the rotations really have to come in soon.
Yep. Taking a look at the items very quickly. It is also Granger, Stanley pick up the cure items right here. Stanley's actually, hold on a second, Brilliant's already popped. Lucian Kitty's only at level 3.
Yeah, still no level 4. They're trying to delay his ulti, delay the Tsunami Slam as much as they can, and I think they're doing a very good job on that one. 47 seconds until the tortoise spawns up once again. I think for Team Stallions though, the Badang really has to get the rotation going. We haven't seen a Badang in the EXP lane as often though.
That taunt misses Insanity, maybe able to jump away. Had that taunt land, Diablo is definitely going to go all the way in. But now, it's just going to be Stallions right here. Technically speaking, they're in fighting form because Lucian Kitty just hit level 4. But Kingdom Esports, though, they do have momentum in their favor. Diablo spamming the fist against Insanity, but nothing is landing.
Might be a full damage Badang that Diablo likes to play around, and Bray's just going full tank. So that's the seesaw moment that Team Stallions likes to play around. Yep. Insanity just one more hit away. As Team Stallions stacking themselves up, Tortoise spawns up.
Yeah, pushing that EXP Elena away from the side Kingdom Esports definitely helps Team Stallions in terms of the chances right here. They have to really try to blitz down the turtle right here, but Yon has something else to say. He just walks all the way in. The Tsunami
goes pullback!
Bray secures the turtle for himself. The Moskov with a spear tries to join the fight. He will go in as Kingdom Esports. They punish against Stallion in that turtle fight.
All 5 members were right there. Even Moskov throwing the SOD and landing it down, taking Bray down with him. Lorenza still having the rotation up to try to clear up that mid wave. Yep. Team Stallions, though, even though they're struggling, I don't think that this is too far a difference or too far a gap that Kingdom Esports has on top of them.
Lozy in the vicinity. Diablo forced to use the ultimate right there to wave clear on top of that. Lucian Cutie tags onto Lozy. We'll be able to find it, but it's going to be the jungle fight right here. The 2 tanks coming in. Renza will be there to unequalize that fight. The Praises Rev goes down, but Yon just laughs.
Yon actually used the retribution away from the little turtle, little purple creep. So Team Stallions.
Oh, that's a very aggressive item.
Yep, that's the Blade of Half. That is a very, very Diablo build, if I could say so myself. Typically, you want to go first item Thunderbelt and then try to scale up to the late game. At least you have 2 scaling or 3 scaling heroes. Roy with the darkness.
Lucian Cutie.
Oh, that's a Purify.
Yep, did bait that out, but Lucian Cutie doesn't really use the Tsunami Slam as well. Lozy lands an AOG Tsunami Slam.
That's SOD.
And Lucian Cutie down low, just a little bit more. Insanity opening damage. Grand fights Lucian Cutie.
It's 5 deaths on top of 1. Team Stallions, they're playing on the defensive. You don't have 5 members yet. Kingdom Esports are ramping this up though. They have the aggression, they have the movement, but Lozy taking a lot of damage. Renza just slow free hitting from that back. Box is already built.
Real 1 manipulation. The Princess Rat finds Lozy though. It's going to be Bray. The taunt right there will be able to find it. Roy stepping forward with the brilliance, and all of a sudden Stallions actually pushing back against Kingdom Esports as Roy picks up, and now that Bray stepping forward as well. Just zoning 3 members with the side Kingdom Esports down.
Team Stallions playing back from the dead, using Flying Clouds to their advantage. They love this map, don't they? Now the turtle will go over the hands of Team Stallions once again. Yon not there, and we see a lot of fallback from the Uranus. So once it hits that late game mark, yes, so they want to play.
That is illegal.
What a beautiful spear!
Oh my god, that's so illegal.
But that was beautiful. That was so beautiful. No intelligence, no vision, and just pure instincts. Lozy trying to trap Renza though.
And all of a sudden, Stallions is actually getting trapped. Renza going down right there. Amazing pickoff on the side of Kingdom Esports. That spear took all of us by surprise.
And they have the upper hand once again. Kingdom Esports, 1,000 gold lead. Team Stallions still. Even Stevens, as Bray struggling to keep afloat on top of Yon.
Oh man. I'm still recovering from that spear right there. That's completely blind. There's no information, and all of a sudden, that literally knocked the air out of Stallions just a little bit because they needed that turtle to basically increase their momentum, and now got denied by Grant.
Well, not only caught us by surprise, I think catching Bray out of surprise as well. But Team Stallions, we have been in this situation before.
Bray. Down low just a little bit. Lucian Goody trying to pick up as well, but real world manipulation actually a little bit too shallow. Unfortunately, the spear does land, but Stallions will not be able to find any form of pickoff. They did receive a few bunch of damage, but Diablo is not in the vicinity as well in that fight.
Speaking of damage, FMM is really starting to hurt. That's the glowing wand as well.
That's items though.
That is going to be the DHS next build. It's typically the Blade of Heptases, the DHS. I feel like if he wants to, he could go for the Sky Piercer if he is very, very greedy, but this is pretty much a tit-for-tat seesaw, kind of a Bray and Diablo synergy, if we're talking about.
Great. Stepping forward, Ton will be able to find Yon, but that's not the main target. This is not the person that they're looking for.
One of the members is shredding this Fredrin down, and the concealed play coming in. Lawsy read that like an open book, instinctively dashes away. Lord spawning up in 5 seconds. Team Stallions away, trying to maintain that wave priority on the bottom side. You have that Moskov though. They know where Grant is, but they don't want to risk it too much. SOD could be able to initiate that team fight as and when he wants.
But what is Stallions play right here? They're on the back foot for like the past 9 minutes. There's a bit of an opportunity for them to take the turtle. It got denied by Grant. Lucian Goody trying to pick up. Oh, they will be able to pick up Yon right there, but FMM more than happy to take that. The AOG for the side of Losey. They're fighting inside the box. The Bray, Abraser's Wrath, not good enough for the side of Kingdom Esports as they will go in ham as Moscow just shred the damage on the bottom slide. They're taking way too much away from Stallions.
The synergy between Lawsy and FMM, creating that box, using the AOG to pull everyone into the box so that he does that damage. The utility Eve is not so utility anymore. That is a monster. That is what you would expect to see in an elimination match like this. The power really comes through.
Yeah, Kingdom Esports looking to equalize that score right there. And literally, like what I mentioned during the draft, this is an age-old roster. A Yves, a Uranus, you add that Gato Kacha right there. Everybody fights inside the box. Standard is trying to get out of the box.
You know what's worse? Right now, Bray's left all alone, trying to pull himself back up. That's the AOG into the fray once again.
That's deny FMM onto that. Using the Dark and Roy's able to find these angles. Insanity attacks on the Roy, unfortunately. And Yon right here, the SOD does land. We'll be able to find it. There's a shutdown for the side of Grand. This SOD is starting to get a bit too much for Stylus to handle.
There's a Trinity already built up by Grant. That's the damage really coming through from this Moskov. Good find by Roy, but it's not enough. Bray is unable to handle the damage that the frontliners bring to the table, and Kingdom Esports is going to blitz this down. Yon's already in the picture. Losey shoving everyone out of the way.
Scout out, and now there's no SOD. Rensa, you are not a Moskov. Go home. And literally, Jinsanity is also doing that as well. Lucian Goody trying to push Jinsanity away, saving Rensa for now. This is Kingdom Esports taking on the Lord for themselves.
Curtain call already used up as well. Kingdom Esports has been in this position once before. There's a 3,500 gold lead for KE. Team Stallions, though, they do have high ground defenses, and they really like to play around this flying cloud. So if they want to play defensively, they can. They can go passively. They can try to bait out all that offenses and the damage coming in from Kingdom Esports. But Diablo really has to show up right now.
Bray cannot step into the box. Stallions need to think outside the box. Sorry, play outside the box. Literally, because like FMM is just setting up all these traps and catching one after another. Over the sudden, Team Stallions is just going to fall. Diablo unable to find the damage onto the backline. Is actually starting to hurt.
Oh, good pull, good slam.
Slam will be able to find Uranus. Losey though. Losey's more than happy to take that one. Roy goes in for the darkening form. FMM burns Bray where he stands. And there's still a Lord marching down bot.
Not looking so good for Team Stallions. Bray definitely gonna get a little bit mental at this point. Every single time he gets trapped down and everyone wasting their resources on him, Team Stallions can't even get close once that box is built up. Everyone's just trying to get away, but they're all trapped in and pulled back in by Lolsey. Good zonal control by Kingdom Esports.
Right now it's just the Lord literally penetrating down bot already for the side. Stallions on the back foot once again. Diablo, you're greedy.
Oh, that's a Sky Piercer. 0, 2, and 2 with the Sky Piercer. I think it does make sense at this late game mark because you don't really need to spend a lot of resources. But Bray,
Yon is more than happy to step forward. Bray, Ton, the Razor's Wrath will not be able to land. Grant picks up the kill. Diablo goes on the back line. Will be able to fight Grant, but Grant down. Unfortunately, not enough damage for the Sonic Kingdom. Stallions will basically push back. Kingdom Esports still 5 men strong.
That's a clutch win of nature from Grant. soaking up that damage, it's not enough. Diablo.
Oh, Kingdom Esports definitely going for the winning march right there. They're looking
only
to
one cannon minion.
equalize. The real world manipulation coming
Everyone's
as well.
burnt down. The
The
SOD
SOD
goes
going in as well. Stallions desperately trying to hold.
It's just one against the world. The Kingdom Esports, they're not going down without a fight. We're going into a game 5.
We're going the mile with this series. Kingdom Esports and Stallion, they don't go down without a fight. A revitalized for more of these for the side of Kingdom Esports. They seek to fight again.
What a performance. What a show of maturity and chemistry from Kingdom Esports, though. They had the upper hand, and there is sort of like this narrative to the story. Every single game that we watched so far, it was the losing team coming back every single time. Early game, it felt like, you know, Team Silence had the upper hand. They had all the tools and the resources to deal a lot of damage. But in the late game, it just feels like FMM's box was just way too much. Every time that is set up, Bray goes down.
Literally, right? And you can see how the members from the side of Stallions, they're literally trying to flank the FMM over and over again, right?
Yes.
Roy also tried to do that, but over the sudden it's just there's way too many CC stacked into keeping, you know, the members of the side of Kingdom Esports into that box.
Yeah.
Like, even after, you know, Stallions tried to go for a Hail Mary play with a Badang damage as well, that is not good enough. Badang on the damage is a little bit wonky in this patch.
Huge shout out to Drin Sandy, the MVP of the game, 3-1-10, and the CC was just so underrated. He was struggling in lane against the Badang, but at the end of the day, it's a team sport after all. He's just zoning everyone out, especially Renza, he's soaking that damage up. He's trying to pull him back down. He's dealing that damage. He's dishing everyone out, and that zonal potential from the CC, and that's why it's always that first pick prio.
Things start to get a little bit wonky ever since that Moskov steal, man. Like, you can see the pathing from the side. Stallions is all over the place. The Badang was trying to do some split pushing happening, trying to pull the members apart, but the Badang is unable to reinforce as quick enough as, you know, the likes of an Esmeralda, the likes of a Khalid as well. But yeah, unfortunately, Diablo wasn't able to perform with the damage Badang.
Yeah, I don't think it's a problem with the draft. I don't think it's a problem with the build. I think it's a problem with the execution, and I think King Esports read Diablo like an open book. If it's a 10 Badang, it would have been it would have been so different, because right now you don't have the double side lanes that are trying to be greedy for damage. You also have a little bit of tankability from the Badang as well. But the Wind of Nature came in clutch, especially for Grant. Once he's built that, I think Diablo from the side lanes and finding the right angle really doesn't hurt to him at all. And typically for the Badangs, if you want to go for tanks, you get the Concussive Blast. You also get a little bit more of the Oracles and Thunderbelt, so that at least you maintain that scaling potential. But right now, there's not a lot of scaling potential, and Diablo bought the Sky Producer way too late. And yes, it's a cheap item with a little bit of decent attack damage power, or high adaptable attack damage power, but in the late game, I don't think it's enough, as Kingdom Esports has 3 purifies, so everyone just gets out of harm's way.
Yeah, all the battle spells are green.
Yeah.
Literally, right? Like, it's very hard to catch, and that they're just waiting for Diablo to pounce onto him. And not only just that, right? I think Kingdom Esports, in my opinion, definitely win draft. In my opinion, my bad, Churros. I don't mean to really contradict you right there, because if you take a look, everybody, as long as Kingdom Esports traps somebody from the side of Stallions inside that box, there's almost no escape. And on top of that, Grant can always easily land the SOD so easily, reinforce the fight. I fight within the box. I'm able to deal a lot of damage against the enemies.
I think, look at FMM's damage dealt, and I echo you 100%. Every single time the box is being built up, Bray just melts down.
Yep.
And I don't know if it's the work of Insanity or if it's FMM, but the utility that you build up, and typically, like in the past, if you play a Fredrin, you build you draft a Valir against that, so you push Fredrin away.
Okay.
Remember that kind of era. But then now you have the Eve to be able to slow you down, to be able to burn you down with the remote manipulation, especially the bombs. So the mystical fires dropping in from the night sky, I think that really, really hurt. So putting Bray in a position where he has to be the tanker for the rest of the team, I think it doesn't really work out. Last game that both these two teams will play. This is the penultimate game. One person needs to go home, take the MRT, and say sayonara to this venue.
Yeah, and literally, right, like, they just delivered such good series, right? And, you know, I really love what Kingdom Esports drafted for game number 4.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to execute, and, you know, Stallions, they try to add some style points for themselves, unable to find out, unfortunately. But now we're going to go into game number 5 in a best of 5. And this is the first, not say the first time, this is like the rare times that you see that you really cannot predict who's going to go into the grand finals, who's going to go into the lower bracket finals. It's because the level of play between these teams, well, the top 4 teams that you're seeing right now, are almost equal.
Yeah, I have to say, like, all of these teams, their play style, their drafting really is signature to themselves. Like, if you see Stallions, you know what kind of draft that they're going to pick up. Diablo is going to be coming in with something really unique. If you see Kingdom Esports, you have the FMM and Lozy combo, and you have you throw Yon into the mix as well. And honestly, though, huge props to Grant and Drinsanity. I know this is their first time in MPL SG, but they've been showing that they've playing with this team for a very long time, and that's why the expectations for them are constantly rising. And dare I say, this might be the Lozy effect in action.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like, I think FMM also did well right there, but if FMM puts down the box without Lozy with the AOG landing down there every time, and don't forget, it's really hard to aim with the AOG to land as well.
You know, the AOG really reminds me of a bootleg kind of yin yang overturn that Kagura brings. Like, everyone just gets sucked in back into the box, and I think that was just a really crazy combo that Kingdom Esports really made for themselves.
Applying that logic as well, it's also very hard for them to get out of the box, right? After the AOG lands, you got
especially if you're a Fredrin, got no flicker, you've only got dash that, but if someone's blocking your route, it's just so difficult.
Yep, and don't forget, you also got, you really cannot literally run out of the real world manipulation because you literally get burned, you get slow. And this is actually from the previous game earlier just now. We talk about how this is an amazing draft from the side of Kingdom Esports, right? But Stallions, on the other hand, I think they got a little bit too much overconfident. You can see how the effect of a Purify could literally just put a dent in the plans for the side of Stallions, right? Like, Lucian couldn't pick up anybody, immediately gets Purified. You also got the Badang that goes into the ultimate, immediately gets Purified. Then what do you do?
I think it's just iframes. Everyone just melted down, and I think Jet Fuel to the Fire in the early game, Kingdom Esports really likes to play as 5. Renza wasn't there in the second turtle, and I think that was when it all turned south, right?
Yep.
When Renza is not in the mix, not dealing that additional damage, there's not a lot of ways that Renza could accelerate his growth and get his hit critical mass earlier. And I think it's all down to the draft, right? Very, very smart move by Kingdom Esports to ban out the Benedetta, because I feel like if the Benedetta was drafted instead of the Badang, it would have been real trouble.
Because of the iframes, right? I could just easily go in the Electro Final Blow, land it onto the Eve, and immediately deny the real world manipulation. And now it's a lot more stressful for Roy, right? Because Roy needs to play from very far behind because, you know, he's a Lunox, right? He gets squished, he cannot flank. So the flank drop usually comes from the side of for the EXP lane. So really kudos over the side of Coach Apex or whoever thought of that Benedetta ban right there, because that's so obvious.
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious as well. What could have been changed in Stallions though? In the first 2 picks for the Lunox and the Fredrin, I have no qualms against the Lunox. I think the Lunox works out well. The Fredrin first pick, that was something that I'm struggling to wrap my head around. There's a lot more assassins that would have been better, but I think Diablo just wants to play his attack role. He just wants to be the main character.
Yeah, but also there could also be a case where, you know, I think they did not. They're basically showing the cards just a little bit too early, right?
Yeah,
they want to pick
100%.
both the Fredrin and the Lunox immediately. You know that Diablo is definitely going into a more damagey role, right? It's just way too easy to predict because you can literally see them mile away, right? And really, like what I mentioned earlier just now, the Benedetta getting banned away, that was beautiful. And, you know, there's also other things that you can also go for, right? Like, even perhaps Even like Minster also quite interesting as well. You could just literally jump straight over that, and then after that force everybody to fight literally inside the King's Calling. But then it is still an uphill battle because of the real world manipulation.
Yeah, I think for Stallions, the only thing that they had a trouble was, or the biggest threat was just that box. Once the box is built up, there was nowhere they can run, there's nowhere they can hide. They're wasting all their resources to get out of that zone.
Yep.
And once they do that, there's not a lot of damage coming through. Even though the Lunox has the iframes with the Brilliance, Roy's using the Brilliance to get out of the box, and then you don't have that additional re-engagement damage.
That's right.
Renza's not in position at all. He took too long to come online. Moskov can just freely farm out on the sideways. He can always join in with the SOD, and they're always fighting as 5 members. Whereas, for the Granger, I've said this in the draft, I don't really like that Granger into like thick, beefy heroes like the Gatot, because it's easy for the Gatot to just destroy the Granger once he receives that much damage.
Yep, of course, ladies and gents, what's keeping us literally hydrated and also performing technically performing at the tip-top shape as well is, of course, the sugar rush that we're getting from. Of course, thank you very much, IT, for being supportive right here, allowing us to basically hydrate ourselves, and also they are delicious as well. I'm really addicted to the 1-1 flavor as well, because it's something that I really like personally, but there's also the Khadija flavor.
Well, obviously, everyone is, both of us are just, having the 1-1-1, not just because...
and it's also very interesting to say the 1-1-1.
The 1-1-1.
Yeah, that's a bit confusing, a bit of a mouthful, but thank you very much, IT, as well, and you can get yours with a discount. Of course, all you have to do is quickly scan the QR code, or basically redeem the code down below.
Yeah, stand a chance to get a opportunity to get a flight over to Jakarta for M7. It's going to be a really fun time. If you like to watch, tournaments live, here's a chance to
definitely
get a chance to fly down to M7, or better yet, right now here, coming down to Centrepoint and just join us for the real show.
Yeah, definitely. But there's a lot of things that, a lot of things on the line as well for both these two teams, right? Like, you got so many things riding on this final game number 5. Looking at the learnings from the past few games, there's so many things we can definitely take away, right? Like how it's always a tit for tat. How, Kingdom Esports, they when they're fighting together as a 5-man wombo combo, they are really strong.
Yeah.
You really cannot deny that. But Stallions, on the other hand, they rely on the mobility to basically maneuver around the map, and they're basically winning in terms of these macro.
Yeah, I think not only that, just Lucian Cutie has a very tough game. I don't blame it at all. You have 3 purifies and it's 3 of the main targets. Once he pulls anyone in, they just purify out of there. And even if they use the panic purify, at least they're dissuading Lucian Cutie to come even close to them, remotely close. And if they can't play a Tsunami Slam, an immediate shutdown, like it's a typical Kaja Kadida kind of concept. Like immediately pull back, immediately destroy. Like search and destroy, but it's only single target. Yeah, if you can't do that, then there's no point.
Yeah, like the whole roster literally get denied by 1 battle spell.
Yes.
Purify. I fear that, man. I fear that battle spell. Literally.
Okay. I fear game number 5.
Okay.
It's coming up soon. Players are getting ready. We're gonna be jumping into screen shoot soon. But what do you want to see? This is your last game for both of these two teams. One team will get sent home. One team will get eliminated, and it's your last, I would say, hour in Centrepoint in MPL SG Season 10.
I don't know. Personally, I want to see the best of both of these two teams. I want to see Yon really performing well on his assassins. At the same time, I also want to see, Ray as well, right? Performing whatever he does, like his calling, his.
You want to see an anime assassin versus assassin main character match?
I want to see a good match between these two teams immediately. Like how game
obviously.
number 2 that was great. Game number 1 was also great. And of course, we talk about game number 3. There's so many this clutch factor, which is something I absolutely love. There's a clutch factor for the Stallions, and not a lot of teams have this kind of clutch factor.
Yeah, we've come to this point though, right? Like for both these two teams, especially for Lawsy and then for the XRSG members of Team Stallions, this is sort of like an intense rivalry, and it's very personal to both of them. I think for the longest time they've been together playing as friends, and right now playing on the other side of the table really goes to show like the power of all of this two teams.
Yeah, a bit of a different mood as compared to when we started game number 1, right? Stallions right here locked in as well. You can see a bit of a a bit of an exhaustion in my opinion for the side Lucian Cutie. A bit of a different mood as compared when we first saw them in game number 1.
Yeah. It is a tough pill to swallow. You have statistically a better team. You went out in previous challenger rounds, but you have to give a lot of respect over to Kingdom Esports. They've learned, they've grown, they've shown a lot of adaptability. They fell down, they got back up. When your backs are against the walls, they're locked in and ready to go. And there's only one direction they can move up. It's forward.
Well, I mean, that's one way to say it, right? Especially when you're down bottom, because trust me, I feel like Kingdom Esports, they've been down before, they've been beaten down before, and now they've only got to have to look up. That's really why I'm saying churros. But of course, they have to lock into the next game. This next game, the winner continues on the journey in MPL. The loser forced to go home.
Well, both these two teams, you're locked in and ready.
Yep.
No more smiles from both sides. Very, very serious now. I think...
game face on.
Yeah. And like you said, like over the first 4 games that we played, it's very even. And these 4 teams, they're very evenly matched. Like the top 4 teams are very evenly matched. And you expect nothing else to see maybe a 30-minute game. You don't expect anything else less you see a true best of 5 with a full 5-game series. Especially for the opening match of day number 2 in the playoffs here at Centrepoint.
Yeah.
If you're down in the arena, you see like a lot of people sitting down in the stands. If you look up, there's just a crowd of people as well. So huge shout out to everyone in here at Centrepoint. We're having a blast, and yeah, we're getting things going.
Yeah, I hope you guys are having a blast too, because this is literally a lot of emotions riding high for these players as well. Don't forget, tournament lives on the line for both these two teams, and the next game will decide it all, whether they get to stay or they go.
We're playing Map Roulette. We've had 3 games of Flying Cloud today.
Please don't
1
give me another
Dangerous
Flying
Grass. Flying Cloud seems to be the map of choice for Stallions. For Kingdom Esports, not so much. They like that aggression going through. It's going to be great. Dangerous Grass once again.
Okay.
So 2 Dangerous Grass, 1 Flying Cloud. For the 5 matches for today.
3 Flying Clouds.
3 Flying Clouds.
2 Dangerous Grasses. But of course, Dangerous Grass, one of my favorite maps as well. It really opens up so many ways for you to maneuver around, especially when you're on the side of Stallions. That's when they really bare their fangs, right? They literally know how to play around teams, especially if teams don't do the due diligence to open up the map over and over again. They ultimately get punished.
So far, I don't feel like it favors any team more than the other, because we've seen the Special Forces maneuver that Lozzy has created in game number 2.
Definitely.
We've also seen during the regular season that Lucian Cutie notices some bushes that were quite crucial and critical. And I remember Chip being one of his signature picks as well. So if he wants to bring that out, I think Kingdom Esports has a huge game to play as well. So it favors both of these 2 roamers and how they want to maneuver and shot call the games.
Don't forget, both these 2 roamers were from the same team as well, right? And Lozzy, you know, in RSG in Season 3, and then when you come to Season 4, Season 5, Lucian Cutie joins the fray as well. There's so many things that you have to look out for, especially Lucian, right? He's also had a bit of a stint right there this year as well, coaching for another team. So he definitely has grinded, does his homework, and now he's back at it in MPL Singapore. It's great to see another fellow import coming back as well.
You know, this story is going to be a very, very bittersweet moment. Whoever wins this game really flips the script. There's going to be definitely a very new contender in the lower brackets, in the top 3 as well.
Yeah.
For one, there's the Lozzy effect. Lozzy has never lost a finals ever since Season 3. So it's been every single team that Lozzy's been on has won.
Yep, we have to go into this last game, ladies and gents. It is Dangerous Grass. Game number 5, the draft is afoot.
It's a 100% win rate for the blue side, if I'm not wrong, correct? First pick?
Yep, as of now, yes. It seems like blue side is the winning side.
Yeah,
right
it's a 100% win rate for the blue side. It kind of seems
for the
like
series.
Yeah, they manipulate the draft.
Yep.
They know how to psych their opponents up to picking what they want them to pick. We'll be having a little bit of a short little issue right now, but as these things get resolved, typically the traditional bands off the charts are Alice's, the Baxias.
Alice brings so much to the table in a lot of in these team fights, right?
Yeah.
Turtle fights, the Lord fights, especially when the meta right now is
Is Insanity signature hero as well?
definitely, and of course you talk about how teams, especially when they have double fighters, it becomes a whole brawl.
Yep.
And then after that, the last thing you need is somebody literally going into the middle of the whole team fight. You don't know where she comes from. She comes from the flank, explodes with the Throne of Ruin, and immediately everybody gets stunned. She's healing and also doing damage to you. If you don't pack a Lunox or a CC or even a carry, you'll be in a whole lot of trouble.
High sustainability from the Alice as well. I think on the other respect side, I think for Kingdom Esports, draft strategy is more of like, let's white target. Let's ban out the signature heroes that we don't want to face. So the Guinevere and the Yuzhong has been banned out, I think 100% of the time for all the 4 games.
Interesting.
And then Yi Sun Shin, as well as Lancelot, is a trait for both of these two teams. You want to pick one up, drop the other. And then, of course, the Alice. So that is, of course, the Baxia.
Interesting fun fact for this series. Diablo is always the last pick
Yes.
for all of these games. Yep.
So it's easy to read, right? Like, if you are Kingdom Esports, you kind of don't really need to fear Diablo that much. Let's just hypothesize right after that. Like, he's kind of flexible, but then again, we can utilize his flexibleness to his disadvantage because we can ban out all the heroes that we know that could counter his playstyle.
Yep, we're looking at the bands right here. The Alice, the Lancelot, the Baxia, and the Yushishin, as what you mentioned. These are common names that you see in the banning pool. Chip is definitely going to be very... I feel like Chip, personally, is a very strong hero in Dangerous Grass because of how... You could just pop out anywhere, right? And then after that, start flanking, bring everybody into this fight before you notice, and then get out.
Yeah, if they want to pick up the chip, though, they have to ban out the Eve. We've seen what the RWM can do once you lay down the portal.
Yep, and, well, the Alice is out already because when you use the Alice against a chip, it was so funny to watch. Especially when everybody comes out from the portal right into your TOR. That's absolutely hilarious.
That's the Grok being banned out, so no more Grok for either side.
Yep. Literally burning all bridges right here. Try to go for a reset in the slate. CC is up for grabs, but is that something Stallions will pick up for themselves?
First pick, CC would definitely go into the hands of Renza. I don't think Diablo will play that CC, so it's going to be a double fire side lanes. Bray definitely going to pick up the Assassin this time around. There is quite a bit of options right now, but if KE just wants to deny that, it could take away, snap pick up that Hayabusa. But STS might be able to do with a Ling. I know it's a very long shot, but I feel like it's still a possibility for the side of STS, yeah.
Interesting, right? Like, Ling really cannot... in my opinion, Ling doesn't really perform in this meta. Like, right now the meta is all about, like,
Unless you want to go Fanny, though?
I want to go fast. I'm going to go fast, right?
Fast.
I don't know what American
You just turned
accent
text
came
in there.
Yeah, I want to go fast. I want to basically farm up very quickly. I want to snowball harder. The Ling takes a million years to farm as compared to Yi Shin right now. Yi Shin is strong because of the Mountain Shocker, the review, and the stun massively. The AoE stun is just crazy. So that's why the Yi Shin comes back into the meta because of that. But right now, we're taking a look at this particular pick right here. The Fanny is also wide open. Both these two teams, well, especially Yon himself, loves to play the Fanny as well. Allows her to scale up quickly. You find the backline, you just assassinate, and then you go away. But if what you mentioned is true, or could be true, CC in Diablo or CC in Renza, higher chance for Renza, because I don't remember seeing Diablo on CC before.
Yeah, I've never remembered the
It's not his
last
MO.
time. It's not in the statistics sheets anyways. Like, it's not really his playstyle. He likes those big, hard-hitting heroes. And right now, I think this is the first time that Yuzhong is actually open for him picking. So if he wants to do that, he could actually first pick that hero up. Now, KE picking up the Gacha Gacha as well as the Kimi. Very good mid-lane, solid duos. STS, on the other hand, if they want to go for this, they have to go with an assassin in the jungle right now.
Look, Team Silence has always picked Diablo's heroes all the way to the end. I think they're going to go with the same pattern as well. Another idea that I was thinking, right, is to just go ahead, just pick something that Diablo likes to play first before it gets banned out in the second phase ban. But seems like, Stallions, unless the CC goes into Diablo's hands, then
There's an option.
There's a bit of change, right?
There's an option right here. Yuzhong is still wide open. Could always go for Guinevere as well. Could always go for Martis.
Yep.
So I think KE would definitely look to ban all of those out. It's every single time that Diablo is playing, like the meta heroes for the EXP just really changes. Like right now, there's a lot more options that we have to consider, right?
Oh.
So the export actually gets picked up. It could be flex, like going into the EXP or in the jungle. And both really make sense too.
Yeah, jungle, you can literally burn down what Stallions, because Stallions' next few picks definitely needs to be more tanky, right? Kingdom Esports expecting that, so that's why Xbox and Kimi goes as well. These are shredders that can literally melt down tanks like it's nobody's business. The Gato especially will be able to keep somebody in, and they've got decent amount of CCs already. The traction pulse on top of the AOG, on top of the taunt is just absolutely wonderful.
Hey, just entertain this idea just a little bit. STS likes to play a little bit more team fight centric. At least now you have Hayabusa to go on the offside. Remember Camilla of Season 8 or Season 9? There's a Camilla on the side lanes. You have the Curtain Call as well as the Lantern Flare. That would create so much issues for KE.
Yeah,
because they like to group up together.
Yeah, and there's a bit of a buff for the Camilla, right? Now instead of having 2 Lotuses flying around, you got 3. Your upper damage, and Kingdom Esports just don't want to deal with these two. They're going to make Diablo's life a little bit miserable in especially the potential last game between one of these two teams.
It's going to be the Hilda being banned out. That's going to be a potential winning lane for Diablo.
And not just that, a winning jungle, right? Like the Uranus can also hard invade. That's something that Jin Sanity also plays as well. Hilda also something that he has pulled out, and also
so you're giving Bray an easier time. That's what we're saying. Okay. So good strategy coming in from STS, just taking out the potential threats towards the jungle, so Bray can just have an easier time. For Kingdom Esports, though, there's still a lot of flexibility to how they want to play this, especially with the export. Could go into the jungle, could go into the EXP.
There's a lot of flexes right here for the side Kingdom Esports, but this one unfortunately will show their hand on what they're gonna go for in terms of how they're gonna assign the roles for each of these heroes. Esmeralda coming in.
Okay, so it's gonna be export jungle.
Yeah.
Actually, it could be an Esmeralda.
No, don't go there, Churros.
It's the Churros signature.
No. We played one round of MLBB. He pulled the Esmeralda jungle, and it's like
it works. It just works. It just makes sense.
In your life, yes, but not in real life.
Okay, we'll just see. Because it's flexible on both ends. Esmeralda still has some amount of damage to be able to clear it effectively, clear the jungle effectively. Just that's why Uranus was also picked up as well. So now without the Uranus in the picture, I think Esmeralda does make a lot of sense. I think STS might look to go with, if they want to go traditional, they could always pull up the Moskov for themselves. The Claude. So it's going to be the Hylos. Wait a second.
Hylos,
Because when I think Hylos, I think Diablo. So he plays the Hylos in the EXP as well.
So it turns out Diablo will go for CC duty this time round. The CC actually works really well against Kingdom Esports, right? Like you got Esmeralda to shred through, got the Xbox to shred through, and the Gatot as well. But of course, the CC needs to be, you need to play up close, right? So that's also you may provide a bit of a opportunity for the Xbox to literally burn through you. And now with the Claude, we haven't seen Claude in a long time. Going up against what Kingdom is supposed to do, you're gonna get killed easily if you're hitting up a Gato Kacha on the Vengeance as well.
There's not a lot of lockdown though. Like there's no high committal lockdowns. Okay, that's the Moskov getting picked up over here. So it's going to be Yon going with the export in the jungle, and the Esmeralda down the EXP side. And the draft is set. This is something that is more traditional for both of us, and for all of us watching at home. But man, I think for STS, they are definitely cooking something. It's been a long time since we saw that Claude in action, but the late game is not going to be a problem for STS anymore.
We talk about how STS like to teamfight. This is definitely going to be a teamfight comp, right? Like, you got a Hayabusa, you've also got a Hilda, the Hylos to literally run it down with the Glorious Pathway. The Claude goes into Blazing Duet as well. Yeah, and at the same time, Kingdom Esports literally finding fire with fire, right? Like the Xbox with Last Insanity, the Gatakacha, literally, they're going to clash super hard, and we shall see. Ladies and gents, make some noise as we're going into a potential last game of either of these two teams. The fans of each team definitely needs your cheers and your support as we go into the potential last game for these two teams. Man, it's hard to watch one of these two teams go, man.
It's also hard to ask you to catch a breath because this is only getting started. We're jumping into Atlanta Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the penultimate last game for any of these two teams, and we're hoping to see a lot more clashes this time around, a lot more closer matches.
It's like picking your favorite son. Who do you want to throw away or give away?
It's the ex-MPL champions. It's going to be the 4 ex-RSG members. The power of friendship, the power of chemistry built up over a long time, over 3 seasons. And
or is it the fortune game by this time? Oh, no.
Oh, that's a big move. Roy
goes down. That's first blood given over side of FMM right off the bat. A good start for Kingdom Esports.
Good high rotation coming in from Kingdom Esports. It's Team Stallions. Oh, Lucian Cutie getting slowed down just a little bit. Kingdom Esports showing the aggression, taking away
they want to duke it out.
Pulling him away, pulling him back in.
They really want to duke it out. They really want to brawl. In the last game, they're ignoring lanes. They just want to fight.
That's a huge chunk of the gold plating already taken down for the mid side. And a lot of aggression coming in from Kingdom Esports, just like their MO. Mosey opening up that maps, giving a little bit of intel. Team Stallions SG, since they have a assassin in the jungle, Kingdom Esports can't afford to play a little bit more aggressive, go into his face, and try to deny his farm like they did with Ricky.
Yep. Back to regular programming right once again. Boots mostly secured by all these players except for the Juicin, except for the Claw. The Claw with Art Thievery does have a bit more movement speed as well. They're trying to freeze up the goal lanes much, using the BMI to scout out Grand for now. But both these two marksmen love to go to the later part of the game. Roy, that's not where you want to go! FMM pick up another kill for Kingdom Esports.
Walked a little bit too close to the sun and gets felled. Now, there's a free and easy turtle. Doesn't look like Bray wants to contest for this one. No retribution, no problem. Diablo won't be able to make any big plays as Kingdom Esports secures the first turtle of the game.
Stallions, you don't go this far, just a crumble right here. Kingdom Esports take the turtle away.
Oh,
and
look,
now
there's aggression coming in.
Lucian Cutie, the revitalized ain't gonna save you in this one. Stallions, they're literally soft.
It's just one after another. Kingdom Esports, 1,500 gold lead. Team Stallions playing on that defense, and I think it's to their modus operandi still. They do have that Claude, so if they still play to the late game, it would be a different story. But Team Stallions has to ride the wave, has to ride the hurdle. They have to eat this one out. The early game is going to be a tough one.
It's already very tough. Literally, Stallions locked into the game and decide to go play hardcore mode, right? Losing Roy twice right there, and you know, losing Lucian Cutie right there as well, providing FMM so much potential.
Oh, there's a taunt.
There's a taunt onto Bray as well. Bray has to just quad shadows out of there. And once again, Stallions has to hunker down.
Tricky situation. Roy not having a good game, but FMM having a perfect start. 2-0-1 for this Kimmy, and the damage is coming through sooner rather than later. I think definitely the Sky Piercer will get built up. Lawsy pushing Renza back, unable to get that gold turtle, or the gold crab, so to speak. That is 2,000, almost 2,000 gold lead ahead of Stallions. As Kingdom Esports continuing to ride the momentum, but we've been in this position before. Team Stallions are masters at coming back into, tricky situations.
Yeah, they definitely need a lot more luck than the previous games. This one, yes, there's this one game where Kingdom Esports had 4K gold lead, and they squandered it all. Stallions this time around just upping of aggression. Now
they know.
Bray cannot play the game at all.
As on the purple buff, Yawn trying to push everyone back out of the way. Bray trying to find a safe route. There's a glorious pathway already laid out by Lucian Cutie, unable to secure the purple buff.
Yep. Lucian Cutie just trying everything in the hands right there. Roy burns the ultimate just to get out from the traction poles. A trade in terms of the ultimate already.
Diablo suffering a little bit on top of Drinsanity. Level 7 is a full level ahead. And then they're aggressing onto the orange buff. Bray can't play. Bray can't farm. Okay, that's a nice steal, but opening up that turtle for Kingdom Esports taking.
I mean, burn away the retreat. That's basically Stallions doing a lot of damage control. I fear for the chances for Stallions, Churros. I fear for it.
Well, it's still pretty early in the game. 5 minutes on the clock in esports. 2,500 gold lead. Team Stallions has that late game prio with the Claude as well. But not to forget Grant on the Moskov too. And he's had amazing SODs landing onto Team Stallions in the previous game. So this time around won't be any different. Kingdom Esports riding on the momentum from that previous win. Oh, gonna get collapsed on though.
Goes in the Blazing Duet. That's a Hail Mary that he has to try to play. The Glorious Power in front of side. Lucian Cutie allows him to reinforce just a little bit. Renza stays alive just a little bit. Thank goodness for the Glorious Pathway.
Good play by Renza using the BMI to try to get out of the sticky situation, but he has to play very passively right now. And if you're playing a late game marksman like a Claude or a Moskov, you really need that early game small little lead that you have on top of your opponents. If not, it's going to be very, very difficult for you to come back into the game.
Yeah. Really want to see how Kingdom Esports navigate this one, but now Lucian Cutie gets stunned up just a little bit, but still okay. FMM is just outputting damage, dishing out Odacray. You can see how Yon just doesn't really care. All of a sudden, Stallions jungle is his.
Yeah, Roy is trying so hard to use the Lantern Flare to try to do any damage onto Yon, but it's just a tickle.
No, we'll not be able to do anything as well. Grand dismantling topside turret. First turret for the side. Stallions goes down.
Stallions are struggling. I hate to see the day. I hate to see this game where Team Stallions are really just playing on that back foot, playing way too passively, super defensive on how they maneuver around, just taking a safe route. Every single misstep that they take, they're going to get punished. And they do. Kingdom Esports has a little bit more burst damage from the early game. They do have a little bit of the setups from Esmeralda as well. Drinsanity is joining the fray. That's a 4-1 composition. They're sending Grant down the bottom side to try to deal with the wave on the opposite side of the Tortoise.
No way that Stanley can do anything at all. They can only hope to find something in the later part of the game. They can only hope, but especially at this juncture, hope. I think it's not enough against Kingdom Esports. Kingdom Esports
Bray
is just
doesn't have the shadows though.
doing everything right now.
Turtle almost getting a reset. Bray trying to do his best to salvage what he can, but Kingdom Esports securing the early game, getting 3 turtles right off the bat. Team Stallions still playing on the back foot, but they should make a aggressive move right now. Traction Pulse already committed. Bray looking for an angle.
Not able to find anything at all. Even though Roy was able to just pick up Yon and just throw, but what can he do? He lost 2 kills already. He has already given 2 kills over the side of Kingdom Esports. Now Glorious Pathway for the retreat. Roy, they try to tap onto Drinsanity, but now will not be able to find anything.
Smart play by Kingdom Esports. They know that the bottom side is in shambles. Renza already used up the Blazing Duet, and they need to protect Grant, so they're putting Lawsy in babysitting duties. FMM has free and easy rotations and high movement speed, so he's going to be in position super fast as well. The Team Stallions playing on that defense. I don't think there's anything that they can force that work out. I think Renza really needs to get that Trinity fast, and hopefully we get to see the items soon, because it looks like Grant is way far ahead in terms of itemization, in terms of economy.
Traction pause, catches onto Roy, forced to burn the flicker already. Renza picking up the golden star for himself. Kingdom Esports letting out siege down bot. It's just a slow, methodical push from the side Kingdom Esports. Stallions is just fighting for time, but do they have enough time?
It's 4,000 gold lead. Top of Kingdom Esports, that's a full BOD and a half.
Great. Goes on in for the Card Shadow, will not be able to find anything at all. It's going to be Lucian Cutie taking a lot of damage by Losey. AOG all the way back out, but Grand finds Renza. That's a massive problem for the side of Kingdom Esports, and also Standard. That's going to be a trade onto Yon as well.
Oh, that's a big fight. It's a big shadow kill, but unable to hit the mark. Losey still gets out safe. Insanity able to get away safe. The Lantern won't be able to pull him back as the Lord spawning up in 10 seconds though. Yon will be in position. Renza will as well, but the damage from Renza hasn't really come through just as of yet. The good thing is Kingdom Esports doesn't really have vengeance on them, so he can just go in if he sees an angle to try to melt everyone down, but Grand is in the picture. Trinity already halfway there for both of these 2 marksmen. The first is the race to get that corrosive scythe for Renza.
Renza trying to do something
big
right
kill.
there. Grand will be able to jump away. Man,
good SOD.
Kingdom Esports are able to get away with so much things.
Good SOD from Grant. Lucian Kitty was a little bit too slow. If he timed it just right with the Glorious Pathway, just to block the escape route from Grant, I think it would have worked out well. But, you know, SOD could have been thrown anywhere, down to Lord Pit as well.
Once again, with so many suspenseful moments, Stallions know they cannot afford to lose any member to overtime Kingdom Esports ever again. But this is dangerous grass we're talking about. They need to open up these maps.
Green Sanity has intel. He popped himself, showed himself out. Yon!
Looking for Yon as well. The Firaga armor already connected. Dream Sanity goes in for the falling stomach. Will not be able to find anything. Lozy, AOG all the way out of gear. They touch and they go. Both these two teams not giving up.
They're getting that reset too. Yon doesn't have the Firaga armor. Team Stallions are trying to blitz this Lord down. It's difficult for Kingdom Esports to come back into the picture though.
Yep, Yon this time
SOD.
around. The SOD will get tagged. Ren will be able to find. It's going to be using Turkey. As Ray secures the Lord. Both Stallions.
They take down Grant. There's 4 down.
And now they turn this around against Kingdom Esports. Against the Wands.
FMM is left all alone. He's able to get out saved, but Roy is taking things personally. He went a little bit too deep. He flew too close to the sun, but the damage is done. Lord marching in to the mid side.
And all of a sudden the gold lead swings back in the favor of Stallions once again. This is what, going to replay of game number 2 or game number 3?
We missed that, but Renzo was dealing so much damage onto the back line. Grant knocked down and locked it down with SOD. Great find by Bray to take care of this Moscow, but Renzo on the back foot, just melting everyone down, and knowing that Yon doesn't have the Firaga armor, just easily takes him down with him.
So much standing gold as well. All of a sudden Stallions are back into 2k gold lead. What is this?
It's 1800 gold lead for the Stallions, and this is late game territory that we're talking about. Renzo's coming online. He has that Trinity. He is here to play.
Yeah, and now, you know, Yon going back in, hoping to get his Viraga armor back there, trying to absorb the HP bars away, Limesteal as much as possible, get that energy, but Stallions found that small little moment, and they struck.
That's a high ground defense for Kingdom Esports, but we've been in this position 4 times before today. Kingdom Esports and Stallions, they're always pushing and pulling. It's always a boxing match. It's always blows after blows, and they're very evenly matched. And the scales have tipped over to the side of the cavalry. As Kingdom Esports.
Stallions has been like, you know, literally open up literally the map, right? Like, they have 2 lanes in the first 2 turrets. Top side, bot side, getting taken down by Kingdom Esports. I don't know how this happened.
Well, it's 75 seconds. Kingdom Esports on the fly, though. Playing very passively, very defensive. And they're just reacting to whatever Stallion wants to do. And typically when you're a Moskov, you don't want to play in this position. You want to play on the offside. Trinity's built up by both of these gold laners. The gold difference is not too much, as both of these gold laners are going to be the key priority and the main threat for the rest of the team.
The timing for the Wind of Nature is definitely going to be very pivotal, right? Kingdom Esports, Moskov is literally rushing that particular item because that's the only saving grace against the damage from the side of Renza, and Renza knows about it, goes for the Winter Crown as well. So good item picks up for both of these 2 teams, as both these 2 teams balance on a wire.
Diablo's first debut on a CC, when he's doing the Lord's work. It's 25 seconds until the Lord comes up, but he's just zoning everyone out of the way and just dashing out, and it kind of feels like he's played this before.
Yep, one wrong step for for Kingdom Esports. It's a giant leap for Stallions, right? Literally. That I look at that sequence earlier just now, and the Lord fires. Yon doesn't have Firaga armor up. No Lance Insanity, and all of a sudden Kingdom Esports lost so much. 4k, well, 6k if you total up until right now.
Yon leading the charge, Insanity starting to roll over, try to get that hug going on. You have the short lane.
Glorious Pathway already committed. Diablo and the rest of the members from the side Stallions actually joining out. The last Insanity going in. It's all about timing! Kingdom Esports snuck the Lord underneath the rock from the side of Team Stallions.
Grant came in, it's 2 down.
Has something else to talk about it. FMM and Grant, the only members on the side of Kingdom Esports left alive. FMM become a triple kill, and now they're left alive right here. FMM goes into Wind of Nature already. Diablo and Roy goes on the chase, and Kingdom Esports right now, they need to try to start a shutdown.
The top side though.
A wipeout on the side of Kingdom Esports.
Kingdom Esports might have gotten the Lord, but look at the top side. Wave already crashing in. Team Stallions has the upper hand in terms of that one, but they have to try to fix that Lord marching down that bottom side. So Team Stallions, all they did was buy time.
Time has been bought right there. But it's just Roy and Diablo, just not good enough for the side. Stallions are basically in the game right here. The members on the side of both these two teams are coming back online. What a crazy seesaw of a match, and now Kingdom Esports has some breathing air.
1,800 gold lead for Team Stallions. This is seeping to late game territory right now. It's still waiting for the next 120 seconds until the Lord spawns yet again. But Kingdom Esports just struggling to find their footing in terms of these big skirmishes. They have to find a way to lock down this Claude. And the Blazing Duet is just dealing way too much. Team Stallions, the rest of the members are just cleaning up shop. And Renzo's just there to try to deal as much as he can and get out of the way. As long as he is still up, Kingdom Esports has no chance of pushing any of these turrets down.
The mid lane turret from the side of Stallions still standing strong. That's basically the only problem from the side of Kingdom Esports. They're unable to, get as much real estate as well. And even though Kingdom Esports was able to secure the Lord for themselves, still stealing it away. Yawn credited for that kill earlier just now. But Stallions still managed to defend all of its turrets.
We're slowing things down. It's really a library at this point. One wrong move, like you said, Jace.
Literally.
It's going to be a big step for the other team.
Yeah.
Almost full build by both sides. Claude already has the Malefic Gun and the Winter Crown, so he's able to go in with the Blazing Duet and freeze himself and get out of harm's way. But this is one more game away from both teams. This is the elimination match, I remind everyone, and it's not looking easy.
Yeah, and this is a game of concentration. Repeat after me. This is a game of concentration, right?
Game of concentration.
Literally, right? Like one wrong move and you get punished. This is literally high-level games right now between these two teams.
I think the only way that either team can win is they send one person, one hero, just to handle and fix the side wave, get that priority before making big moves. So they're tipping the scales. You got Claw down on the bottom side, you got Bray up on that top side, and Kingdom Esports, they're babysitting Grant. As long as Grant's still alive, Team Stallions will not have a chance to get even remotely close to this Moskov. And even if they do, you have the SOD to get out safe. There's a Malefic Gun, there's a full build for this Moskov as well. It's going to be a very huge threat, and Diablo has to find a way to deal with that.
Yep. Looking to fix the lanes though. It's still Kingdom Esports playing slightly on the back foot. Don't forget they've got only base turrets left. Stallions looking to secure a Lord priority right here as they try. Renta, FBMI already committed, try to bait out as much things as possible. Remember, Kingdom Esports, they're not going to fall for it. And speaking about that, there's going to be a falling salmon landing on the Diablo as taunted up Lucian Cutie. Young getting picked up right here. Lost Insanity chasing down Diablo. The damage will not be able to find that. But Renza pick this moment and jump in with the Blazing Duet. The SOD lands for the Silent Grand as Bray goes in for the Shadow Cutie. Wind of Nature saving Grand as much as possible. Bray quite shadows back to safety.
It's a 1v5. Lord gets a full reset. Grant is still down low. It's half health, but he's able to heal everything back up. He's got a Trinity. He's got full build. As Team Stallions needs to find a way to break through to that Moskov. You got Bray out of the picture right now. And Kingdom Esports starting things off again.
And Diablo as well, right? So Kingdom Esports does have an opportunity. They need to secure this ball. Lucian Cutie, Glorious Pathway, try to slow it out just a little bit more. Renzo stepping forward with the BMI. The Spear of Misery tags onto that. It's going to be a Lord secured by Yawn as Kingdom Esports snaps back against Stallions.
They're melting one after another. Lucian Cutie goes down. Renza keeps out safe. SOD goes wide. We'll be able to find anything. But at least Kingdom Esports gets another saving grace. Look at the scales. They've tipped once again, favoring Kingdom Esports.
It's a back and forth between these two teams. Stallion and Kingdom Esports. BMI for the side of Renza just to get out of there as Kingdom Esports finally penetrates through mid lane.
22 seconds on the clock before Roy and Lucian Cutie comes up, but I don't think anything big will happen right here. I don't think they'll be able to make a move.
It's an absolute bloodbath, Churros. We're back, like what you like to say earlier just now, back to square one, but of course the Lord in the favor of Kingdom Esports.
Lord marching down, bottom side. The very least, Kingdom Esports can hope to get all three T3s. Yeah, super minions in tow, but as they took that Lord, it was pre-18 minutes if I'm not wrong, so that's not really the full enhanced Lord, right? So that means Lord. Team Stallions will find it easier to deal with this Lord.
Yep, but Now it's a lot more pressure for the side of Team Stallions to basically defend. We're once again playing on their side of the map. Don't forget, Yon can also create so much space with the fire, with the flamethrowers, and now it's all about the defense for the side of Stallions. But Stallions, the defenses are cracking. Roy goes into ultimate, and now Kingdom Esports sieging up top, and now Grand down low. Well, that's not the Grand. Oh, the turret unable to crack the open.
Yeah, no one's tanking for Renza though. He's taking a lot of damage, especially from that Lord himself. He deals with the wave though, so you have to wait for the next turtle, the next Lord to come in. Kingdom Esports right now 3,000 gold ahead, but this is the late game territory that we're talking about, seeping into 20 minutes on the clock. Yep. Roy needs to play it a little bit more safer, as much as he needs to put himself in the vicinity, be that utility that Team Stallions needs.
Yep, Stallion needs to fix that leak down bot. Now the minions will be watching in against the glorious pathway for the side of Lucian Cutie. Trying to allow Stallions to basically do a retreat. They are pouring everything they can to defend against the top side turret. They're not letting it go down.
They will clear things out. Team Stallions live to fight another day, but here's another wave coming to tow. Kingdom Esports don't want to risk it. They don't want to dive straight into the face of Stallions. They know that this is going to be a very tricky situation, and with the Blazing Duet, they could clear Kingdom Esports out. That's 5 seconds until Lord spawns up. That's a very quick Lord spawn.
And not only just that, Stallions are definitely going to on the back foot right here. Kingdom Esports can abuse that fact. There's an open lane down bot. Diablo can't even stand the damage coming out of FMM.
Oh, they found Grant though!
Bray will be there. AOG, oh, he caught Bray! Bray immortality going down. Shadow Kill in the last moment, trying to buy some time, just a little bit.
Oh, Bray goes down!
But FMM finds Bray. The last sanity on Renza. Kingdom Esports, they snap back. They push the cavalry back to base.
They don't want to cycle it though. They want to go for this Lord straight. Take down this Lord, wait till Bray comes back online though. I don't think Stallions will be able to clear this one out.
30 seconds on the clock for the side of Bray. Add another 10 more seconds for him to basically jump back into the Lord fight right there. But I think Kingdom Esports definitely not going to allow Stallions any way to enter the Lord pit.
I don't think they can risk it though. They can't jump in. No, Diablo's just looking for a moment, looking for an opportunity, looking for the right angle.
I don't think they will be able to find it. Roy right there. Young securing the Lord for himself. Kingdom Esports trying to buy back. Roy abusing the fact that's pushing Tristan away. But Grant finding Diablo right there. Roy alone. Members on the side. Stallions losing ground.
He's still got that immortality. Grant is still up ahead. Waves are pushing in. Bray is up on the line. They need to try to get that defense. It's 2 down. They risked it for the biscuit, but it's not enough. And Stallions, they're fighting a losing battle. They're fighting as 3 members against the world.
The Lord marching out very soon. Kingdom Esports looking to put a full stop to this long drawn essay. The Evolved Lord marching menacingly down bot against Team Stallions.
There's no Claude. There's no Diablo. I think they might be able to sync up that wave and wait for them to come online, but Renza is basically a glass cannon. Once he goes in, it's impossible to deal as much damage as he can. You got a little bit of a revitalize right there. T1 already cracked down. Lucian Cutie getting melted down by Grant. He's doing it.
Glorious Pathway already right there for the defense. Kingdom Esports, they take down the cavalry, sending them home as Kingdom Esports reigns triumph in MPL Singapore. The emotions riding high for Kingdom Esports. They fight for another day. They bait one of the most scariest teams from the Challenger bracket as Kingdom Esports. Man, what a series, heroes.
Kingdom Esports got their revenge.
They did.
From the Challenger bracket series, or Challenger bracket stage, they have fought to the nail. They were so close, but way too far. Right now, finally sending the Stallions home. This is an elimination match, but a huge respect over to the Stallions, not giving up, giving us a great showing for 5 games, a BO5, a full 5-match series down the lower bracket semis.
Yeah, it's just the first series of the day, and we're already getting such a banger of a series. Congratulations over the side of Kingdom Esports. They will be going up into the lower bracket finals. Commiserations for the side of Stallions though. They did a wonderful fight against Kingdom. However, the hoops are not fast enough. The walls from the side of Kingdom Esports thick, especially the thick damage coming out from Kimmy.
FMM from the start of the game, punishing Roy from stepping too close, from stepping out of harm's way, and just having 100% kill participation. Without this, Kingdom would not have that easy victory.
Man, it's just the damage from this MVP. I agree. You can see he's actually having a lot of troubles, especially in the later parts of the game where Clock could just literally just pour in the damage. He will just immediately melt. But Kingdom Esports not going down without a fight against Team Stallions.
This scoreline is just so close, doesn't tell anything about the story or anything that transpired.
Of this series,
it was
man.
constantly push and pull down from both sides. Team Stallions just played true to their name, true to their own character, trying things out that they wouldn't try. We wouldn't have seen a Badang in EXP, we wouldn't have seen Diablo on his debut CC, but at the end of the day, Kingdom Esports just empowered by that mid lane duo. FMM Lousy created that space for Grant to come online. Yawn showing that growth and maturity over the entirety of the seasons that he's been here in MPL SG. And finally showing that prowess on the fighter jungler in the Xborg. And at the end of the day though, it just doesn't really matter. Kingdom Esports are going into the next stage.
Yeah. What a crazy back and forth. Stallions was literally knocking on Kingdom Esports' doors. But Kingdom Esports literally fortified, finds the necessary pick-off, and they bit back against Stallions. After that, it's just a recycle over and over and over again. There's a clutch factor for Stallions SG, and it did not happen. As Kingdom Esports, sheer determination, they won this series.
Taking a little damage dealt as well. FMM just, from the get-go, him and Lousy punishing Roy for stepping into a difficult position, just easily utilized that flicker to get out of harm's way as well. I think that last game just really created so much mental, and Kingdom Esports broke the curse. They were second pick.
Yep.
And finally, at the 5th game, the red side took a W.
Yeah, and not just that, right? I think it's also a good statement for the side of Kingdom Esports, right? Against all odds, these are ex-champions of MPL Singapore. They represented us on the world stage before, but now they fall, giving rise. Don't forget, Yon was the first that made history when he was jungler for Team Flash. He was there to break the El Clasico, and now he's there. He pulled down Stallions as he goes to the lower bracket finals.
We spoke about the Lousy effect. I think it's still really coming true. Lousy is really one of the lucky charms of MPL SG. Every single team he's been in has won as a champion, and now the dream is still alive for Kingdom.
Yep, definitely. Kingdom fans still. There was a bit of a bit of a time where it looks really bleak for Kingdom Esports, right? It feels like their plans are all over the place, but they found a way. Somehow, somewhere, they made mistakes, yes, but it is also them finding opportunities against Team Stallions.
Yeah. This game was just insane. Constantly push and pull. I know it wasn't the longest game, but Kingdom Esports finally found a way to end this series fast, and to their own liking. FMM just really created so much opportunities. We'll be taking a look at the highlights, and hopefully we'll be able to see the SOD that Grant thrown to create or give us that opportunity for a Game 5.
Yeah, because like, to be honest, the highlights is just a summary of the emotional roller coaster between these two teams. The clutch factor, the hope is that beautiful.
Oh, that was a beautiful implosion.
But still not enough though. But to be honest, this is a very long, drawn-out series. The first game was 26 minutes. The second game is 29 minutes. Then after that is what? 19, 13 minutes, and then after that 22 minutes. Especially in the last game, there was a glimmer of hope, glimmer of chance for Stallions to be able to triumph. But Kingdom Esports slammed the castle door shut.
Yeah, it was just difficult for Kingdom Esports. Like, you have to read and adapt to your opponents and how they want to play it. And Renza, I think this was the second game that Renza was always getting caught out, and Lousy, alongside Drinsanity, becoming special forces and finding a way into the backlines and enemy backlines, and just hitting them in their weakness points, in their weak spots, and Team Stallions just couldn't stand a chance in the late game.
Yeah, and of course, this is the particular game that I was also still surprised right there. It's somehow always there's so much damage from the side.
This was the one where Team Stallions, in all laws of physics and all laws of science in the world, bees shouldn't be able to fly because their wings were too small. But Team Stallions, they're showing us why they can fly.
Horses can fly.
Horses can fly.
Have you ever
it's
seen
called
a unicorn?
The jinx.
I could have gone for a Pegasus.
We could have gone for a Pegasus. But unicorns only has a horn, not the wings.
Oh yeah, true that.
True. So we're both wrong.
We're both idiots. But in the end of the day, it's just a beautiful series. A bit of course, I'm a bit sad for Stallions not able to make the cut because, big fan Diablo, want to see Bray once again, in the world stage. But sometimes we just have to make way for new champions, right?
This is game number 5, the last of the highlights that we'll be seeing today. The SODs were going crazy by Grant, and
definitely
he's shown a lot of growth as well. I think he was a new player as well in MPL SG coming in alongside Drin Sanity. A huge warm welcome, and top 3. It's a very big deal.
Yeah, definitely, right? And that's definitely going into their portfolio on this one. Don't forget, it's just a bittersweet moment for me, right? At least we are able to see, the rise of Kingdom Esports, right? Remember how we kind of doubted them in the regular season where they're a little bit wonky, a little bit inconsistent, and now they finally managed to stabilize their footing, and they're able to step onto the walls and, yell out down to the castle walls.
Yeah. We'll need to be able to say goodbye and sayonara to Stallions, who has been touted one of the better teams that we thought would make it to the top 2, but right now, getting sent home by Kingdom Esports is no easy feat, but huge congratulations to how they got so far. Top 4
Definitely
is something to be proud of, and especially coming out from all the trials and tribulations that they faced over the previous years. I think that was a really, truly exceptional performance.
Yep, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw back to our host Suki as he has more to say with the players.
All right, so that was a pretty crazy series, right? I think we all know, everyone here, everyone that has stayed, it's just crazy 5 matches. And right now, we have Yon, the man of the hour, in my opinion. They made you play 5 different heroes. They made you play Uranus jungle, Xbox jungle, like every character every hero I think that is currently kind of in the meta, but the Uranus jungle really caught people off guard, right? And I think your team has cycled through so many heroes, every member showing off such a diverse hero pool. When you discuss drafts, do you start off of, like key heroes you want to play? Is it based off synergy, or is it like just vibes?
I think for draft, we mostly just trust our player Logi because, we don't have a coach, and I think he has been doing a lot for the team to draft for us. So usually we trust him with the picks, those that he wants us to pick. We just go ahead.
All right, so Lawsy is the glue for the team, and the series went the absolute distance, but you also, as a team, have gone through the challengers brackets. You guys have really sort of gone the longest route available. And how do you maintain calm in that scenario, right? Because, do you have any advice for young aspiring players on how to maintain a good mental even when you're kind of in the ditch?
I think personally for me, I still get nervous before matches. I'll try to tell myself, treat it as friend game, playing at home. But then, when you're at the place, you still feel the shiver a bit. But then, usually for me, when the game starts, everything is okay. I only usually nervous at the draft part.
So it's just, for you, it's all chill in the game. It's only before that you're a little bit worried. So yesterday, Lawsy had a chance to call out to young aspiring players. Do you have anything you want to say, any last words going into the upper bracket finals tomorrow?
I just wanted to say that I felt that Stallions was a strong team. But then they got Amox as a coach. He's a fraud. Then how? That's why they lost, bro. Yeah.
Okay. Heard it here first from Yon. Thank you so much for taking the time to interview with us. And now that we have gone to the first game of the day, we are going to go to the second game of the day, which is going to be the upper bracket semis. So we're going to have a long break now, give the casters a bit time to collect themselves after such an amazing performance. So we'll be back really soon. See you later.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. The curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption. Your sovereign has a god to kill.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. The curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption. Your sovereign has a god to kill.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. The curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the MPL SG Season 10 Playoffs Day 2. It is going to be the second match of the day. We saw a banger 5-game, went all the way series earlier, and we're going to get an action into the next one as well. Of course, presenting partner IT, we are here at Centrepoint in Singapore. And look who we have. We have Evil, we have Flash SG, the two big names, the two, I would say, stalwarts. And they are going to be going up face to face for a chance for the upper bracket finals. The winner gets to go into the grand finals. The loser has to wake up a little bit earlier and fight another team before they reach the end goal. But enough about this, enough about all that. We're going to go straight into the game, heading over to the casters.
Thank you very much, Suki. Very well summarized. Of course, the winner don't need to wake up tomorrow early. We have to. I have to. Then, of course, the loser, unfortunately. Sorry, wait, hold on. I got it all wrong. I got it all wrong.
What are you saying? What are you saying?
I got it all wrong.
Just grand finals jitters. I think the first game, 5-game series, we went all the way. I think that really just like stroked your mental.
Can I get one more?
Hey, you know what? You know what? It's time to put your game face on. With a presenting a partner, IT. Huge shout out to IT. We got a 1-1 here. I want to bring the Kadita one up. Man. I'm trying to stall time for you to get serious, because this is the heroes versus the villains in the grand upper bracket finals. See, I'm at loss for words right now too.
Truth to be told, the reason why we're acting this way is because, man, that was a banger of a series earlier just now. It was so much emotions that literally got pent up inside both of us, and we are like, oh my goodness. At the same time, we're glad to see another new champion rising up the ranking as well, but at the same time, it's also very hard for me to see Diablo go so early on, especially when so much hype is riding on this one. But enough about that. We have to close that chapter. We have to take a look at the upper bracket finals, ladies and gents. Of course, winner will be able to go straight to the grand finals. Loser will take the scenic route and wake up early tomorrow.
Yeah. This is all what we expected. Evil versus Flash. The villains versus the Flashers. AKA the heroes, the superheroes of the team, the reigning champions. And hopefully, they have some changes to the roster.
They do.
And they've shown that they were a little bit shaky from the start, but enough about that. Let's take a look at Evil first. Reunion at the core. Reunited, reforge. Can Evil's core trio steer the team to playoffs glory? And this is something that we talked about at the start of the regular season. The Gear Sailor combo. They've been together and played all the way through since their Evo's days into the Bleed days, the Slate days, and right now here at Evil.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the background, right? If you notice, bottom right, it's Evos jerseys as well, and then after that, Slate on the other side. And finally reuniting once again. Of course, they've been together for quite a few seasons already. This feels like a long drawn out plan by Powerful, and it finally came to fruition. Now they were just literally 2 steps away. If they will be the one, assuming they win the grand finals, they may represent us in Singapore.
It's at their fingertips. Evil has always been top 4. He has always been top 4 ever since Season 3. And right now, this is their closest chance that they have to get into the grand finals.
Yep, with that said, ladies and gents, let's take a look at the intro video coming right up. Team Evil in its full glory. And to be honest right now, Churros, I don't really know what to say, right? We've built up Team Flash in terms of their tyranny for so long. Team Evil has been cooking since Season 3, and they are here once again. Potential top 2, top 3, or even top 1. Who knows?
Lots of changes, lots of growth, especially from the team captain, Powerful, who's able to understand how each of his teammates likes to play, understands the weaknesses and the best foot forward for every single one of his roster. We've got Gear, Aether, Sailor, Ven, Powerful. I want to give a huge shout out to Aether and Ven coming in from MDL ID. And in MPL Singapore, they have shown so much prowess. Yes, the earlier parts of the regular season had been quite shaky. they have to work out some things with their chemistry, but this is it. Like yesterday, after that game against the Stallions, I think this team is what you're looking for as a team to represent Singapore in their international stage.
Yeah, but we're really having this up for a few seasons already. They've shown really unlimited potential as well, and finally they've worked so hard. And they're literally a testament, right? Rising from community ranks, rising into a community pop from a community pop stomper, become a Titan Slayer, and now they're Titans themselves. And of course, they're going up against one of the Titans, or basically, I would say, they lived long enough as a hero, and now they are Tyrants. Speaking of which, I'm gonna throw it over to the Tyrants intro video.
Team Flash, you know them, you'll love them. The reigning champions, Bear, Hades, Cortese, Vanix, and Jay had some changes right here and there.
Yeah.
We've got JPL still in the roster, but they think that Jay is one of the more brainy playmakers of the team, so they're going to put him on. I think Bear also gives a huge depth and dynamics to the team and how their strategy kind of works around in terms of team fights and macro gameplay. And Bear is a very valuable addition. We hyped him up quite a bit, and of course not to forget the main three mainstays, Hades, Cortese, and Vanix.
Yeah, and when we talk about Bear, like what I mentioned, he gives me the same vibe as how I would say and describe Yon, right? Like on a good day, he's one of the strongest EXP laner. Heck, I would say one of the best players in Singapore. Hailing all the way from Asker's his debut, he's caught our attention. We call him the bear trap for a particular reason. And if sometimes he just falters, right? So we are not too sure which bear is he today. Wait, is he the Bear Cup or Papa Bear?
Definitely has to wake up on the right side of the bed for this one. On the other side of the table, though, Evil looking locked in and ready to go. And if Evil's able to take Flash down, that means, Flash is thwarted for their 5 streak. Right now, they have 4 streaks in MPL SG since season 6, if I'm not wrong. So 6, 7, 8, 9. And this one, if Flash is able to win it all, they will have a 5P.
It is crazy, right? Like, it's very rare for us to see any form, even in other conventional sports as well, a 5P champion for a particular tournament as well. But apart from that, a bit of a history lesson for everybody as well. The last time that these two teams meet was all the way at the start of the regular season, week 1, day number 1. Team Evil won one game against Flash, but Flash SG is the one. Team Evil beat Flash SG 2-1.
Yeah, I think this also crafts a new narrative. There is sort of like a revenge for Team Flash to go up against against the villains. Yes, they had a little bit of a shaky start. Yes, they need some work on their chemistry.
Yeah.
But right now, after the regular season and after the first day in the playoffs, they really shown that they've grown. They understand how to play around the meta, and right now is really putting their homework to the assessment when they face up against Evil. I think this time around it is the Flash, the sort of like an homage to the Flashes, where a lot of these team members, they've been playing together for so long that they understand each other inside and out.
Hi, Mark.
Huge shout out.
Can we pan the camera towards the right-hand side? Can we show that guy in its full glory? Another legend in the vicinity as well. That is, earlier just now, you may have seen Soul all the way since Evol's days as well. So good to see some of the legends still, watching some MPL Singapore as well. So a huge shout out over to Soul as well. Don't forget, Soul was the one that also brought gear into the scene as well. So wonder which side is he on?
Well, I mean, it's tough to think about these two teams and not pick out a champion. So we're going down to predictions right now, Jace. Who are you favoring for this particular series?
I am favoring, of course. I feel like, Team Flash has been in the
You're giving me a politically correct answer right now.
Okay, no. I'm not giving you a politically correct answer. I feel like Team Flash has been in the Champions League for way too long.
Yep.
I feel like there needs to be some shake-up in terms of the competition. That's what makes the competition really exciting. I feel like this is one of the most competitive season that we've ever had in MPL Singapore. I am currently cheering for Team Evil to be able to take the series go all the way to the grand finals.
Yeah, huge shout out to Vertigo. I mean, since season 3, he entered his debut together with Evil, and that was when I met some of these guys, especially for Powerful, right from the get-go. We're going to jump straight into the team head-to-head. We see a lot of similarities in terms of playstyle, in terms of the hero picks. So, like we said, the top 4 of these teams are very, very evenly and closely matched. These stats really don't tell the whole picture and don't paint the whole picture, but the type of champions that these teams like to pick will.
Yeah, but if you notice, in terms of the stats, the key difference right here is total turtle, 27 turtles secured by Team Flash on the other hand, but total Lord secured by Team Evil. Means that Flash SG usually prioritize on textbook rotations in the early game, and then when it comes towards the later part of the game, Team Evil will be able to thwart them through a sheer amount of farm, sheer amount of kills, and then after that start farming heroes, and then after that wins the game. You notice the turrets are almost equal, which means that Team Evil actually has a better time, especially toward the later parts, because they are able to secure Lords after Lords.
I think it's interesting for the EXP laners. Bear really likes that Yuzhong, really likes this big bursty heroes. The only thing that's different is the CC as well as the Yuzhong. Typically, we have only seen Vanix play the fighter gold laners twice in the regular season. I think one of them was the CC, the other one was the Ruby. Vanix played it really well, and typically once you pick up the Eastern Shin, the team would draft around that Eastern Shin to make that hyper funnel carry going into the game. So right now, it looks like a lot of heroes are highly contested. The strategy for both teams is to really seek out who is the main core player of the team. For Flash, though, pretty easy to read. We've seen them play over the past 4 seasons. Babysit Vanix, try to get him his power spikes, and once he comes online, he really is online.
Yeah, and apart from that, I think a lot more pressure for Hades to be able to perform, right? Like, especially right now when the meta is so prone to getting hard invaded as well. All of a sudden, we look at the EXP laners to really open up the map, to really set the momentum. I think it's really also a battle between Bear and Gear as well, right? Like Bear, both these two players share almost similar hero pools as well, share very similar MO. But of course, it's definitely going to be up to them who gets a good game up top, up EXP lane. They should be able to control the turtle and thus, control the whole game. But as of now, based on the head-to-head earlier just now, you usually see that, Team Flash always securing more turtles because Bear was always there more aggressively securing and also hard pushing, but then falters towards the later parts of the game. So a lot more pressure riding on not only just Bear, but also Adamir leading the key team as a coach.
Yeah, I mean, as a player, you need to know what your goals and objective is. Like, 2-minute mark, Bear understands, I need to get into the turtle lane, I need to be able to support my team, I need to be able to outnumber my opponents and get a quick skirmish win and try to maintain that the lead against my opponents and try to push it through. And I think Bear does it really well. It's just if Gear is able to read Bear's mind and try to mirror him. So we're going into the map roulette right now. We've seen 3 times Flying Clouds, 2 times Dangerous Grass in the first game this morning, or the first series this morning. Will it be different or will it be Flying Cloud again? So we're going to see 4 times Flying Clouds in day 2 of the playoffs.
Man, it's like luck is going against all of us, right? I want to see something else, right? Like maybe expanding rivers, especially for especially for this matchup, right? Because Powerful is very active around these maps, right? And not only just that, Jay as well opened up the map very easily around as well. So it's going to be a very heavy movement as both these two teams literally rotates like crazy. But Powerful, being also the main shot caller, and also to a certain extent, the person that literally studies everybody in terms of MPL, he is really a very hardworking player, and literally, the results are starting to show after many, many seasons. He never gave up.
For Flying Clouds, though, I bring it back to how Stallions likes to play it. Really late game draft. They like to play a bit more defensively, a bit more passively, try to play towards that late game. Utilize the Flying Clouds to get into the objective pits much earlier. And they'll try to draw out a lot of these team fights. So if my hypothesis is right. The Groks as well as the Gato Kachas definitely will be in question because both these two heroes will be able to draw in a lot more damage and try to dish them out as well. And it's easier for them to get home and come in to manipulate the battlefield. So yeah, so that's going to be Jay versus Powerful right there. One thing I'm also looking at is the mid lane duos or for each of these two teams. You got Curtizy as well as Jay, and you got Sayla and Powerful. I feel like Sayla and Powerful works a little bit differently than how Curtizy likes to play this. Curtizy likes to, he's more of a solo player. Yes, Jay likes to give that intel, but he likes to go in after the dust has settled, and then he goes in for the cleanups. But Sayla is just really playing together with Powerful. That is really an Achilles. That is a positive and negative point to that, because once both these two players commit, that's gonna be spell downfall for these two.
Yep, we're gonna go into the draw pick, ladies and gents. First game of the for this particular series. Usually, it's we talk about momentum, right? I would say both these two teams, technically speaking, Team Evil has is more momentum driven, momentum dependent. But Team Flash, on the other hand, the momentum depends on Bear. If Bear has a great game, the rest of the team will have a great game because it puts off a lot of pressure from Vanix and allow Vanix to go towards the later parts of the game and really become that late game gold lane marksman monster.
So if my hypothesis is right, that's going to be both teams fighting for the Grok first. I think creates a lot of environmental opportunities for either side. Contextually, I think Flash SG might be able to use the Gato. So it's a pick up the Grog, give up the other one, and traditionally I think there was a 4-win on the blue side, 1 win over on the red side in the previous series.
Yeah.
So this one might be a little bit different. Evo identifies that Yeeve's boxes or the RWM is going to be a huge problem and want to take it away from the hands of Curtizy.
Yeah, Yeeve is starting to really rise in the meta because of the ability to literally burn and slow down the fights. You saw how it's always paired very easily with the Gato Kacha, just trap everybody in the box, and the rest is history, right? Speaking about Gato Kacha, here we go from the side of Team Flash.
So it's going to be a trade over. I think Evo is going to pick up the Grok for themselves. If they don't do it this round, it might be the Grok, it might be the Farsa to try to get a little bit more early game rotations, unless they want to go for the Lunox. I remember Sayla likes to have that Kagura up his sleeves as well. That's one of his signature comfort picks, but you don't want to show that hand way too early.
I think Kagura is a really interesting pick. Team Flash has definitely, Team Evo definitely did it before to better success as compared to Curtizy. Curtizy reminds me of more of a Farsa player, right? Like literally outputting pressure. There you go. The Farsa and the Fanny Warmer combo, these two duo is deadly.
They're ramping up the aggression. They want to speed this game up. I think the previous series, we saw quite a long game, averaging out at 22, 23 minutes through the entire series. I think with a Fanny, Flash SG is able to ramp up that aggression a little bit early. So the Kalea is getting picked up just to try to deny the Fanny from coming in a bit too close. So it's all down to the mid lane duo and how they protect that. Kimi is a wide open target for this Fanny. So if Hades plays his cards right, Evo won't stand a chance in early game and they have to fight till late.
Yeah, we talk about late, right? For the side of the Team Evo or Team Flash, for both of these two teams. Ooh, interesting ban coming out from Team Evo, right? Taking away Esmeralda, really hinting that they may go for a Henry pick for the side of Van. That's something that Van has comfortably played before. And of course, you know, Henry in the later parts of the game becomes a crazy late game monster. And the Yu Zhong taken away from the side of Bear. Bear still also have the Lapu Lapu that he can definitely go back to. But Team Evo will exit this drafting phase, securing perhaps a Lapu Lapu for gear instead.
I was going to say the R-Lot because both EXP laners like the R-Lot quite a bit. So with that setup, it creates a lot more opportunities and dynamics of gameplay towards one of that. So the Lapu is going to be picked up by the side of gear. For Flash SG, there is not a lot of EXP laners left. Typically, you have that glue to face up against the Lapu. Or, yeah, for Bear is not really like a Diablo kind of player. Like, it's pretty... I wouldn't say easy, but it's pretty textbook to how he wants to draft. So Lapu getting picked up, maybe the glue would be the next best option. There's not a lot of heroes left unless you want to force that Uranus pick going in.
Uranus is pretty interesting, but I feel like they could use a little more CC, right? To basically allow defending to have a great game. Now, there's a lot of AoE from the side of Team Flash. You got a Phantom Airstrike and also the AOG. Maybe you can abuse that one. Maybe Vanix could even go back into something more traditional, like a Beatrix as well.
God,
Speaking
Alice,
about
you
that.
totally slipped our minds.
Yeah, totally forgot about that. Literally using the first skill and then just appearing right in the draft. Right there, the Harry counter picked away. Really wise choice coming outside of Team Flash.
Yesterday, Vanix was using the Nathan
Yes.
in the gold lane as well. I think to great success as well.
It is a very fun hero.
Bit more insurance policy down on the late game. So Flash SG solidified their draft. They have a lot of magic damage. Fanny's the only one with physical damage who's able to snipe down and take Kimmy out. As long as Kimmy's out of the picture, I think Evil would have a easier time. But then it's down to Powerful, who's going to be... Wait, no. So it's going to be Gear on the Cho in EXP. No. It's Ven on the gold lane. Gold lane Kimmy.
No. I think Cho...
My heart. My soul. After the first 5 game, I know I can't already.
Yeah, but like to be honest, Cho in the gold lane is always something that I would say is very controversial, right?
It's very tricky. You want to use that.
It is. It's a very tricky. There's so many things that you really need to basically align, right? Your sound needs to be aligned. I'm not a very big fan, personally speaking, but the way to use Cho is to go in, wave clear very quickly, and then after that join the fight. And all of a sudden, you've got a 5v4 down in the turtle, and you have manpower advantage at the turtle fight, and then after that, you just snowball out of control. But Team Flash brought in an Alice. And Alice goes in the TOR, that's where all of a sudden everything is just crazy AoEs. You got the Farsa as well, that's also slamming down hard with the Feather Airstrike, the Gato Kancha, that's landing on the AOG. You go into the later parts of the game. Harif has his Summon Force that could just bust anybody down in choke point. So Flash SG, I think this is a lot easier draft to execute, something more traditional.
Great analysis and great breakdown. It's traditional versus new age. It's the traditional gold lane marksman / mage up against the double fighter side lanes. It's going to be the heroes versus the villains as we jump into game 1 of the not really grand finals, the upper bracket finals for both these two teams. I do have to say though, I'm going to ask one question before we get started.
Yep.
Gear is Gear.
Yes.
Why is Bear bear and not beer? That's just stupid.
Where are you going with this?
I don't know. Okay, as we're filling the air,
English is such a weird language.
We're talking about flying clouds, right?
Okay.
Yeah, this was supposed to be my segue. A very weak attempt at the segue towards flying clouds. We've seen how well Stallions has played.
I still don't understand how you're going to segue that into flying clouds.
Just go with it. Just
everything
roll along with
across my head.
Just roll along with it. Okay,
right,
flying clouds.
Okay, flying clouds.
We have a more late game centric draft in Evil than in Flash. And Flash really needs to ramp that tempo up. We've seen this in the previous series as well.
Actually, in my opinion, Flash has a better later game as compared to Team Evil
because of the high ground defense.
Because of the choke.
Okay.
So Team Evil Team Evil playing the Cho. They're basically from the side of Team Evil. They've got so many displacements on the Kalir, on the Cho, and also you've got the Bravest Warrior from the side of the Lapu Lapu. There's a lot more pressure for Kimi to basically output the damage, and also for Aether on the higher base to output the damage. Because either one of these two teams go down, Cho, technically speaking, I think the last time when we saw how Ven builds the Cho is mostly on the damage Cho kind of thing.
Yes, it's damage Cho.
Like what I mentioned, not a big fan. I personally prefer even Seiji Sun.
I think they just want to disrupt the... reminding me of Seiji Sun. But then again, it's Cho. It's locked in already. It's ready to go. Cho, I think its only job is to just disrupt the Farsa. Once the Feather Airstrike is thrown, it's Ven's job to just get into the bird's face and just knock him sky high into the air. But ladies and gentlemen, as we jump into the upper bracket finals, only one will go through to the grand finals. The other will be knocked down and have to wake up a little bit earlier for the lower bracket finals.
It's okay. MRT should be open by then. But anyways, earlier what I mentioned is I want to see more rotations coming out of Ven. This is, I would say this kind of roster coming out of Team Evil is definitely more beneficial when it comes to expanding rivers. But don't forget, if Team Evil were to play on the back foot just a little bit slightly, right? Ven can actually set up a very good flank using Flying Clouds. It doesn't have to go straight to lane.
Right.
You can definitely go, hide in one bush right there. Just wait for a moment to pounce, and that's where, if you're playing as Alice, you're gonna get kicked away, and all of a sudden your TOR gets denied a little bit. Maybe you're unable to heal and get into a very good position where you just become this unkillable Alice.
That's right. I think the Flying Clouds with the untargetable kind of approach really changed things up a little bit. Hades is right in the picture as well. Into the jungle, the Shadow actually latches onto Hades, but I don't think Aether wants to go too far into it.
Not too sure who actually... Oh, I would like to believe it's Hades that actually took 1 minute away, but if you notice how Hades is just, starting onto Aether, right? Not giving Aether a bit of a space on the farm, because take note, Hayabusa actually needs a lot more time as compared to a Fanny, because Fanny could just immediately unlock Cutthroat, and then after that, all of a sudden, that's a massive damage boost for Hades.
There's a turtle being spawned already, Evil in position. You have Powerful, still not level 4 yet. You've got 4 members of Flash trying to take this turtle down before Evil can make a first move. There's a airstrike already zoning everyone out, and Flash SG secures the first objective.
Yep, easy, and as if, reporting to work at the office at, on the Monday, right? For the side Team Flash, that's pretty textbook. We saw it in the game stats, right? Like how Flash always have a very good, strong, solid plan in the early game, but during the later part of the game, when it gets really messy, they kind of falter just a little bit, but here he goes.
Distraction Pulse, Powerful already utilized a Flicker, not level 4 yet, he's trying to go on to Hades. Aether secures first blood, taking down Fanny. Curtizi next to fall, bad hand to Sayla as Evil up ahead.
That's the power of the Hayabusa against the Fanny, right? The Shadow Kill actually tags onto the Fanny very easily. And don't forget, if Sailor is allowed to just output damage from afar like that, and don't forget, you also got Ven also providing some form of peel as well. It's actually really hard to deal and reach Sailor right there. Right now, Team Evil, the win con is make sure Sailor free hit from the back.
Well, typically, if you have a double fighter side lane, right, the assassin should be more empowered because your fighters are protecting you, starting to engage and trying to delay Hades' farm a bit more, but Ven is not doing that. What is the rotation plan for the side of Evil?
I think like what I mentioned, right, Ven actually rotated earlier as compared to Vanix, but of course Vanix is a traditional, well, technically traditional marksman, gold lane is, no, not marksman, but a traditional gold lane hero, right? But now, I also want to see more rotations coming off on Bag. You can see that he's slightly uncomfortable. As we take a look at the items, it's just gear that's skipping the boots right there, just abusing the fact that he has, and he's secured even more damage item for himself.
A little bit of a Screwful down the mid side. Gear taking a lot of damage from Hades, but able to stay alive for now. This Gear, bravest fighter, he's healing everything back up. Bear soaking that damage in. He's got a full wave. To his respect, Evil 1.1k gold up ahead. That's Tsunami Slam onto Hades though, instantly vaporized by the hands of Sayla.
Yeah, and it's just massive, right? Coming off on the side of Team Evil. When you play against a Fanny, you know where the Fanny is gonna path, and the Team Evil just literally abuse it. That's literally a powerful play coming out from the side of Team Evil.
Hades, not a good start to the game. Flash just wants to get that aggression going. Flash is already in that turtle pit. Hades is up online, but Evil just doesn't want to contest.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to contest this one. Powerful nor Ada has even the right, even in the right position to basically contest that one. But like what I mentioned, it's more on Team Evil to really start ganking and also really start winning, which they did. But they're just going to let Team Flash, take the turtle anyways, because they are technically ahead slightly, especially in terms of the jungle game.
I think Evil's game plan, pretty one-dimensional. You have two basically hyper carries for the team. You've got the Kimmy as well as the Hayabusa. How does that work out? You don't really have a lot of engaged potential, so you're going to lose out and give up a lot of these major objectives.
Yeah, definitely, right? But it also boils down to Ven setting up, also boils down Powerful setting up. So the Flicker Tsunami Slam is going to be very important. However, Team Flash does have the necessary counter, right? If you take a look, Curtisi and Vanix does have the Purify ready to go. Jay can always reinforce with an AOG to slam people up with the Revitalize easily. Power Spike over the side of Vanix already with the Starlium Scythe, and also for Hades with the Blade of Hephaestus, but we're unable to see any of it coming to fruition. You need Hades to really start assassinating Sayla, but Sayla's just free hitting like that.
Yeah, Sayla's damage is really starting to hurt, and it's just, there's a Traction Pulse onto 2, there's a CC immunity, Purify already used up, the AOG by Jay just to disrupt everyone, Tsunami Slam over the wall, but into the back line though, there's a Shadow Kill, Vanix is here to play, he's dealing a lot of damage, Gear unable to get out safe and gets that kill, Curtisi will take Gear out.
And that's exactly what I mentioned, right, the ease of execution, but hold on, Ven.
Ooh. It's Ven able to dash and shimmy out of the way. But just to protect against that turret skirmish, I think Hades doesn't want to go too much into that.
And luckily, Vanix was there to basically land on the Zaman Force in that previous sequence, right? And if you notice how easy Team Flash's execution is, right? Everybody press ultimate and you win. Literally, that's how, well, of course, Vanix needs to dash around. And Bear all he has to press is just press the TOR immediately, and also the AOG, and everybody gets stuck, and it's a lot easier for Team Flash to output the damage against Team Evil.
A lot more layering of combos, especially from Flash SG. You got Bear into Bear's TOR into the AOG, so it creates so much crowd control and chain stuns down onto the villains that they can't really do too much. Right now, Flash SG starting that rotation up towards that turtle pit. Evil not contesting for this turtle.
Yeah, they don't really need to contest this, I feel. But Hayabusa looking to actually escalate as much more time, but hold on a second, Gears actually just sizing up. Hades securing the turtle for himself.
Yeah, a very patient maneuver, and then just free targeting onto the turrets. He's trying to find trades. Bottom side already demolished, looking at the mid side.
Ven needs to really start these fights. Hold on.
Gear again in a spot of bother, able to dash out.
Yeah, it's risk. Just I feel like Ven needs to really utilize his show to also split push, which he's already trying to do right there down in the bottom lane. But we also need to see in this like massive clashes.
This is aim and force. Onto 3, the Tsunami Slam will bring it into Sailor's face. The Fair Airstrike will do a lot of damage, but not enough. Hades almost getting the cutthroat down onto Powerful, but doesn't want to risk it.
A lot of massive AOEs already used by the side of Team Flash right off the bat. I think Team Evil was able to bait out really big ultimates, right? Like Vanix's Summon Force, Jay's AOG, and also Curtizi's Feather Airstrike. That should be coming up very, very soon. But we need to see, Team Flash ramping up in terms of the damage, in terms of the structures, because Ven is just...
It's just a sliver. That was the lethal ignition that Hades had when on the top side, though. Gear onto 3. There's a sandwich down the Feather Airstrike trying to push everyone back. They cleared up that wave, and Gear is still left alive. He kept that tower safe.
Yeah, the Reverse Warrior right there, slicing, dicing, will be able to wave clear that one, because if you notice, Team Flash was actually...
They saw that. That's a slam. That's a jump down onto Curtizi. Purify already used up. They're trying to block out Aether. Aether able to shadow out into the fray. Powerful taking a lot of damage. Won't be able to survive. Jay will take Powerful down as Evil tries to equalize the scoreline once again.
Yeah, and of course, Traction Pulse committed by the side of Sailor onto Jay. Gear also on the Bravest Warrior, trying to exercise the dice. He used to be able to find it. Vanix does have the Zaman Force, just in case Team Evil continues the fight.
The difficulty about Team Evil is that Ben is not in the picture yet. Yes, he's got 1 kill. Yes, he was in the picture. But Flash is always fighting as 5. They're always trying to find nice stuns, but you would never always find it perfect. But for the side of Evil, though, Ben is he's playing this very differently from the regular season. In the regular season, that Cho was in fights every single time, but now Ben is just used as sort of like that macro insurance policy, just taking down that sideways and try to push that wave over.
And this is how, Seiji will play soon, right? Like, just start split pushing, coming in, and then after that, go missing in the map and causing a little bit of panic for the side of Team Flash, because right now, if they're going to fight as 5 and nobody's actually opening up a flank, there could be a random Ven hiding in either one of these bushes and then start kicking and isolating the fights against Team Flash.
There's a flicker already used up. Ven, huge barrage by the Zaman Force, but able to walk out and shimmy out safe. Flash making a beeline towards that Lord. Lord at the quarter, Lord at the 5th. Going in with a shadow kill. Bear immediately takes down that Lord. It's a huge steal with the TOR, able to get out. And Flash SG finally equalized the scoreline.
Oh, massive mistake coming up from Aether, right? Giving the Lord over the side of Team Flash. And now don't forget, it's just, Flash was just doing this as if it's literally nothing, right? This is just theft. Basically successful. Stealing that Lord away from Team Evil is definitely going to hurt Team Evil.
We're back to square one. The top lane, T1, barely standing, barely holding on. The turret minion, hopefully able to take this out. Will buy a lot of time for Evil to come online.
Definitely getting more action as compared to Ven earlier just now, because Ven, he's still focused on split pushing right here. You can see that he's actually kicking against Hades, but Hades is more than happy to handshake this.
Here's Cortese, there for backup. It's Ven against 2, able to take that down. Ven falls. It's a 5v4 opportunity that Flash wants to cycle.
Literally the deadly duo right there. Cortese and Hades training in terms of the aggression and also outputting the damage. That's just typical deadly duo from the side of Team Flash.
Someone has to deal with the Lord up top. They're sending Aether down low. Vanix already popped in his aim and force. There's a 2-man stun, but Attraction pauses a lot of damage, but Fair Airstrike will keep Flash safe.
Yeah, and also provides a lot of covering fire for the side of Vanix, and now it is going to be...
Oh, it's a mid-air strike!
Oh,
almost getting that kill.
The RNG does not go in this favor, right? Because the Shadow Kill literally tags onto the minion, and Hades was able to just get away scot-free.
Slowing things down, 90 seconds until Lord spawns up. Evil struggling to get the objective.
Oh, the crystal already secured by the side of Vanix. He's online right now. He's looking for and itching for a fight.
It's a 2v1 down the bottom side. Tsunami slam into the wall. Hades just stashing cables out. But Powerful seals that deal. There's 2 members down the bottom side. There's 3 men up top. Evil barely hanging on as Flash SG playing 4-on-1.
Yeah, Hades was trying to hold. I'm not too sure what he's trying to do right there. He's trying to go back into the fight. Hopefully with his War Axe to basically just heal up uncontrollably and also sustain and perhaps secure an outplay. Try to buy some time down the bot lane where Flash tried to do some damage up top, but neither actually worked.
Taunt to Powerful. Xamen Force already committed. It's 40 seconds until Lord spawns up. The bottom side turret is getting dealt with Bobby. As Evil taking full control of that map. And interestingly, even though they're below in terms of the economy, they are playing that macro game.
Yep, definitely, right? Looking at the items, you've also already got big items from the side of Sailor, right? Blood Wings, you also already got your Divine Glaive. He's gonna output a lot of damage, gonna shred. So Team Evil perhaps could use that to basically zone out the rest of the members on the side of Flash SG, push them away. And also, if you notice, Flash SG, I pointed out, Vanix already has all his items. He's ready for a fight, but he's unable to find anything because I don't think Flash SG, yes, you got low CCs, but you trap Ven, he can get out with a Shunpo, and also from the side of Team Evil, you also got the Lapu Lapu with Ravens Warrior, Ghost CC immunity. It's pretty annoying, and you got Aether's iframes as well.
The Flash is basically playing cat and mouse. You got Ven already in the fight. You got a conceal play. Down to Vanix. He finds it in. His Tsunami slamming into the wall. And down that Harrod goes. Evil opening the floodgates and opening that door. That's 3 members down. And Evil.
And that's exactly what I said, right? Sailor is ready for a fight as well. Same could be said about the side of Vanix. However, Katizi earlier just now already burned away the Purify. And also Jay slamming down AOG, but that's not enough because Team Evil literally caught them off guard in the middle of rotation. So all Hades can do right now is to nothing but try to split push on the other side as Team Evil secure the Lord for themselves.
Speaking of split push, Ven on duty. Oh, he able to save it. Is the Wave the Dragon able to kick him out, but lost that turret, buying a little bit of time for the Lord to march down the bottom side. Evil needs to sync up all 3 waves, trying to wait for them to come in. Look at where Gear is, though. He's proxying that wave, trying to get that top wave shoved in. I think Evil's goal, taking out all of the T2s, will open up the entirety of that map.
Yeah, Aether as well, you know, securing BOD gear, picking up the Demon Wings already. These are critical items that Team Evil is more than happy to take because Flash SG right now, there actually has to play a bit of defense, and now it's about the siege.
That's the Traction Pulse into the Bravest Fighter, but I don't think Evil wants to commit too much into it. They still have the Lord in tow down the bot side.
Yeah, and the AOG already committed by the side of Jay just to get out of there. Jay stepping forward just a little bit, trying to poke and actually shove Team Evil away, but here comes the kick from Ben.
Oh, good find onto Wave of the Dragon into the Tsunami Slam. Hades able to cable out, but the damage is done. Vanix dashing, dishing, hopping around and dealing that damage through. There's 1 member down. Evil ramping up the aggression a little bit, but they are a little bit too held back.
Oh. Hades, you gotta cool down, boy. You can see that he's actually really aggressive in that particular sequence, right? There was an amazing TOR by the side of Bear as well. Even though, yes, it was Hades will get called out, he's actually will be able to wave clear and also push Team Evil away, but they forgot the Lord that's marching down bot. And at the very least, you know, Flash SG is still in the game for now, but they do have an open bottom lane that they need to fix.
The traditional gold lane in the form of a Harith isn't working too much, but it's starting. The damage is really starting to hurt, especially for Evil. All the tanky frontliners are not able to tank and hold themselves up against the magic damage that Vanix brings.
Yep.
And what is the issue right now for Flash? What do they need to find?
I feel like they really need to start fighting together.
Oh, that's a nice find onto Vanix, but no follow-up. That's a Traction Pulse. They want to play it front to back. Powerful is in the midst of it. He goes down by the hands of Bear, and the rest, as they say, is history. Evil backs off.
Yeah, Powerful going down that is actually quite good, but hold on.
There's a Shadow Kill. Able to secure that
Aether.
kill. Aether, one more hit, takes Hades down! And Aether will fall by the hands of Vanix. Evil unable to save their brethren. As Gear
just taking one after another. It's a 1v4. He's
Ben.
still alive. Gear gets out safe. It's Vanix able to take down Ben, but at what cost? There's 3 members down for that side of Evo though. 21 seconds until the Lord spawns up. The scoreline as well as the economy equalized.
Man, Observer has a bit of a vendetta against Van on this show. But you gotta admit, right? Vanix just literally outplayed Van right there. Van was actually homing missiles trying to find Vanix. Hopefully he'll be able to kick Vanix back into Team Evil. But you see the damage from Vanix as well, especially in these choke points. Bear as well on this Alice, the TOR, enabling Vanix to just go on ham.
For Evo though, their only threat is in the form of that Vanix. You take down that Harith, Evo will have a shot. Right now, it's a big challenge. Evo hasn't really secured a lot of the major objectives. They want to go for the kills. Lord at a half, Lord at a third. Evo finding an angle. Gear on the backside already. Aether is in the midst. He's got that shadow kill. The Lord will go over the heads of Evo, and they take it. Gear will sacrifice himself, but no, he gets that flicker out of the way. The AOG comes in. This Ven is all alone, and they back off. Evo secures 1 for the team.
Man, Evo securing the Lord is massive against Team Flash, right? If you take a look at how Gear was basically, they swapped the roles just a little bit. Earlier just now was Ven actually trying to screen and find Vanix, and this time around they swap over to Gear, and because of the Zaman Force, and you know, Gear was able to push Vanix away from that one, and while Team Evo is occupying Team Flash right there, they're around the bottom part of that bush right there, they snuck the Lord away under Team Flash.
But right now it's difficult, right? Evo can't throw their bodies to try to commit into any big team fights. They have to wait for the wave to come down. Hades keeping busy up and on top side. Evo just having 5 members down on the bottom.
So much damage already from the Traction Pulse. We'll be able to land the damage onto Vanix right here. Once again, Team Flash sliding on the back foot, but Hades is actually trying to make it work. But hold on, continue play right there. They need to do something right now.
They want to find Gear. Gear using the Bravest Fighter as a last-ditch effort. You got the wave already finding its way into the throne. They've tasted the light at the end of the rainbow. An Evil 2K gold lead up ahead. This today has just been crazy. A constant push and pull.
Yeah, interesting build coming up from Ven as well, right? The War Axe, Endless Battle, the BOD, and now should be going into the Malefic Roar as well. The Brute Force Breastplates allows him to basically gain that movement speed and a bit more tenacity and basically just run away, hopefully, right? But I want to see more coming up to Team Evil, right? Of course, Sailor's outputting a lot of damage in the back line, and that's wonderful. Lapu Lapu as well, even with this kind of items as well, is outputting quite a decent amount of damage against Team Flash, especially when Team Flash stick together as a group.
Gear taking a lot of damage from Vanix. Powerful, giving a little bit of intel, giving a bit of vision onto the purple buff. Aether wants to secure it. Hades already got that retribution onto the purple buff, so he's got his main core buff before anything goes further on south. But at the end of the day, we forgot one important thing. Evo has the magic of team fights that Flash SG can't seem to break through.
I mean, yeah, definitely, right? Team Evo, the magic of team fights that we know and love truly, definitely is what will be something great against Team Flash. And if you notice how Team Flash is trying to use Hades as this Fanny to try to split push and also try to split the fights apart, but in fact that actually doesn't work because in my opinion, Flash SG, this is a team fight comp. You have to fight together as 5. And Team Evo, even though yes, if you want to deal with Team Evo, you have to really pick and really split and pull people apart. Ultimately, it is Team Evo that literally collapsed onto Team Flash over and over again, and then get 1 kill, and then after that translate right into an objective, right into a turret, right into a Lord.
We're slowing things down. Evo still protecting Sailor with their life. That is the only win condition that they have. Sailor is online, is able to just go a typical front to back kind
Holy
of,
Crystal already secured for himself. Winter Crown as well, just in case the Hades wants to do Hades things. But of course, you know, with the Lord being evolved right now, Team Evo, I think Team Flash already knows about this. They are itching closer towards the Lord Pit as well.
That rotation onto that Lord. Bear is starting things off. They want to pull it over to the side of Flash SG. But Evil tries to get that reset going on. I think it's a constant like push and pull, but look at what Evo's master plan is on the bottom side. Then slow pushing down onto the turret. Doesn't want to show himself yet, but the good thing is Flash does have Hades to be able to cable down in a moment's notice.
Should be able to join the fight very easily. And now this Team Evil, you know, high chance for them to basically try to go for this Lord Blitz as well. Team Flash, on the other hand, you know, does send Hades down to repel that just a little bit, but Ven is still around though. Team Evil right now, if they really want this Lord, they have to really use this opportunity right now.
Garrity utilized the bravest fighter, but look at the bottom side, constantly battering down. Very good macro plan gameplay from Evil. Flash SG has to send someone down to fix that as well. You get the Lord getting a reset too. Evil waiting for the horn to sound.
Yeah, Ven is still sticking all the way down bot. He's not interested in basically joining team fights. Of course, you know, even if Ven is not shown on the map, Flash SG has to play really, really safe. Yes, technically speaking, Jay can actually open the map. Oh, Hades.
Yeah.
He knows where Ven is.
He knows. He knows he's there. He knows he's just at the bottom side. Now, Evil is still slow pushing. I think, man, Jay's, what is the worst thing that can happen for both teams?
Worst thing that can happen, Bear gets 3 kills as well, and also, you know, controlling the Lord fight. Because don't forget, Team Flash is a clash comp. They are strong, literally together as a massive stack together. Jay.
They found someone. They found Gear against the bravest fighter going out ham. Bear trying to get pulled that away from that Lord. AOG will lock everyone in place. Down low, Sailor secures that Lord for themselves. Losing 2 members, but then keeping Hades busy. So Evil just buying a little bit more time for himself. Once again, powerful. The great escape. He does have the immortality, but he will get taken down. It will pop. But yeah, it's just going to be delaying his inevitable doom. Vanix is unstoppable. He will pick that up.
Yeah, Team Evil actually had a very good advantage around the Lord pit. Yes, they definitely should be the victors for that Lord, but now all of a sudden, you know, Team Flash maneuvered around Team Evil, and of course with Hades, he's really smart on how he plays the fan, denying the back from Powerful, allowing his team to pick up, and Team Evil all of a sudden has to play from the back foot, even though they have a Lord in their favor.
Then on reconnaissance duty, that's 15 seconds until gear spawns up. Evil will need to give up this T1 mid side. AOG will land. Winter Crown will get popped up by Sayla. Trying to do herself. That's the throne being targeted though. There's not enough backup. There's no minions. Evil. No minions. It's Evil coming in. They might be able to cycle it through. Here comes Gear coming 1v4.
The Lord, the base
goes easy down. Lord, march on to the base. They need to get that reset. But it's that Lord that takes the cake. It might be it. The 6th member of Team Evil.
Man, the Lord is a paid actor. This is, you know, it's just Team Flash miscalculating right there. Jay want to commit for the ending push, and then all of a sudden Team Evil, you know, with the sheer amount of minions in their favor, the evolve, it's an evolve Lord Churros. This is maddening.
That is the 6th member of Team Evil. We've got Lord Vanix on Flash. You've also got Lord. If only you can see Jay's right now. It's just a lot of headaches right there.
Like, I know what Team Flash is trying to do. They're trying to blitz the core right there. Someone forced landing down. You know Vanix will go for it, but they ran out of minions, and they really went powerful, and the rest of the Team Evil basically came back in for the respawn. They went in, and after that, just hold. All they have to do is hold Team Evil right there, and then Team Flash just made a boo-boo.
That was a very smart move.
They fell on the floor flat at the finishing line.
That's the villain's master plan. All the way, Ven wasn't in the team fights at all. He was busy pushing down the bottom side. So when the Lord eventually had an open bottom side, Hades just gave up that bot and go down to the mid side. They had not enough minions. They had not enough pushing power. Yes, they do have that Harith. But once Gear came up, all they need to do was buy enough time for Gear to come up, clear out their minion waves, and try to delay their recall back into the base.
Production, can we have...
The Lord is MVP.
The Lord is the MVP. Sorry, Sayla, you're not the MVP. The Lord is the MVP because that Lord literally won them that game right there. Yes, Kimi was able to output so much damage earlier just now. It was a decision from the side of the Evolve Lord that literally won Team Evil game number 1. I mean, if you watch so many MLBB games, this is just a scene.
There, calm down. We have potentially 4 more games to go, Jace. Potentially 4, but what a game from the villains. Really showing us how it's done. The magic of team fights still cannot be broken by the side of Flash SG. Taking a look at the emblems and the statistics right here, man, Jace, what can you tell me? It's all even at this point.
No, actually, it's Team Flash, you know, doing the same thing as well, right? They've got a solid early game plan, which is to basically take down the 3 turtles, and then after that they freestyle. Vanix has actually hit the the main point as well. He's already got most of his items up and running already, and even with the mystery shop, it does help him to get all of that as well. But also, you know, if you notice how Team Evil actually secured 3 Lords and sent it against Team Flash earlier just now, because Ven is also outputting a lot of invisible pressure on the side lanes. If you notice, Ven go for the Assassin Emblem as well for the movement speed with the Wilderness Blessing, able to run around, Concussive Blast to wave clear very fast.
We gotta get a reset. I think this was just a crazy game. 23 minutes on the clock. No, by no means the longest game that we had today, but it might go the distance. It might go the mile.
I mean, I'm calling it. I'm literally calling it, man. The Lord is a paying actor. The Lord is the MVP for this particular game.
Hey, no, it's fair. It's fair because Flash SG also has a Lord of their own. Vanix with 7, 1, and 4 on this Harith. So does Boots. He's got the Oracle, so he's staying in the team fights a lot. But at the end of the day, it was just a macro gameplay that Evil had thwarted over Flash SG.
Yeah, if you tell me a few seasons ago, hey, Team Evil mastered the macro game, I would laugh at you and throw you Powerful's book. And it seems like, you know, Team Evil just exists and they won.
Yeah, it's 2 branches, 1 tree. If you ever watch Karate Kid. That's the power of the team fights in their palm. All they need to do is just manage that macro gameplay. So they're playing macro Jackson at this point. Evil just under full control of the entirety of that map. And yes, Flash SG won out that last fight, but Aether with that clutch Lord Steal, none of that would have mattered if Aether couldn't get that last Lord.
Yeah, of course, you know, like, even though, yes, it is Team Flash was able to basically push Team Evil all the way back to base.
Look at the flippin' economy. 70k. It's even. Everything is the same.
And not only just that, if you notice, Team Evil also secured quite a lot of purple buff from themselves because they are literally playing, denying the purple buff away from Hades. And that's basically one of the things that you also need to take note if you're playing as a Fanny, right? You really need to play the purple buff, takedown like a turtle, right? And man, I'm after watching that game, I think this is going to be a very long series already, Churros.
Yeah, you got to get your game face on. Yes, you're going to be in shambles if you're a Flash fan. Just pick yourself up one of these fans from IT. And huge shout out to IT for being our presenting partner. Stand a chance to win yourself a free trip over to the M7 Championships in Jakarta for a chance to support the Singaporean representatives. And right now, it's still super unknown.
Yeah.
Well, everyone's just playing out of their minds today.
Yeah, everybody, right? Nobody wants to go down without the fight. And, you know, Team Evil, right there, just game number 1, delivered minus Flash SG on the silver platter. That's definitely not going to be very good for the mental. But, of course, you know, it's all about a hard reset. It's about going in next. I feel like for the side of Team Flash, they had everything, right? They got whatever they need. They've got the damage already. They've also got the sustainability for the side of Alice, and also they got a Concha. And Team Evo is one of the few teams that really ignores the Alice ban, right? They're not afraid of it because they know how to play around it. But if you notice in that particular game, Team Evo was facing a little bit of a struggle against the Alice, and the way that they are able to get out away is to basically use a Ven as a roaming as a gold lane Cho, start split pushing, forcing Hades to kind of respond to him just a little bit, and he's able to kick and duke him out, and then after that create invisible pressure against Flash SG.
Yeah, I think one of the more pressing matters is that Bear he feels very uncomfortable right here. We're talking about the bear trap. Right now he is not really a bear trap, then he is a bear bait.
I think it's still a little too early because I feel like he's actually executed the Alice quite well.
He's more comfortable with the fighters. He's more comfortable with the traditional tanky fighter boys.
Yeah,
like
the
instead
Lapu-Lapu,
of
right?
the mage tanks.
I think he's actually I personally feel that it's just, you know, Gear securing the Lapu-Lapu for himself.
Yeah.
That's why all of a sudden, you know, Bear wasn't able to go for this like Lapu-Lapu gameplay. The Yuzhong, if I'm not mistaken, was also the Yuzhong was banned out by Team Evo as well. The Esmeralda as well. I mean, he can definitely go back to the Terizla that he also likes to play, but Terizla is not the current flavor of the month. Alice is the next best pick, and Flash definitely is forced to take it.
Yeah. One more thing I want to throw at you as well. I think the Flying Clouds, we've seen it 4 times today. Flying Clouds being the environment that they have to play in. Hades picks up the Fanny. Hades not really utilizing the Flying Clouds because he doesn't need to. Is it wasting that one resource for the rest of the team? Does it amount up to anything? Because look at the way Evo is playing. If they die, if they get a respawn, or if they go down low, they get a reset, they use Flying Cloud to get in position. So the Fanny using that cables and getting into that position really waste a lot of that energy for her to, do things that would make too much of a difference.
Well, I personally feel that one cable is okay. You can actually fly even faster. I feel like the name of the game right here is really down to the rotations of Vent, right? And apart from that, just creating invisible pressure. But it kind of hurt Team Evil a little bit because, Vent is not joining the fight, just not enough damage. Yes, Sailor's outputting quite a decent amount of damage, but you've got Vanix right there pouring out damage that Team Evil is unable to basically take. And speaking about which, let's pull up the previous draft pick as we go and dissect this through. Personally, I'm still not convinced by the Cho Gold. Of course,
me too.
Some pro players or basically coaches might disagree against me because you're losing gold. It's like, how do I say it? Gold lanes are supposed to be where your main damage dealers are. All right.
Yeah.
They're the ones that do a lot of that pours down the DPS, output the damage. And now, yes, you've got an assassin to help you with that one. Yes, technically, Sailor on the Kimi is a marksman mid laner, so per se. But maybe it's a lot better to basically give it to something else. Like, even I would agree if you go for a Bane Gold Lane or even a Bane Lapu Lapu, Gold Lane Lapu Lapu, because Lapu Lapu could use those gold to basically hack and slash.
Yeah.
But Cho, yes, it means that you're really playing a very different kind of style. Really playing in a way that you basically rotate around the map and also creating space. But when you create space elsewhere, you're not joining the fight. You're not putting in the damage there.
Yeah, it's I'm very unlike Evil, but I'm liking this new Evil, right? They're trading in their boxing gloves for running shoes, and I think this is how the best metaphor for this one. Once you pick up the Cho and you put like maybe a hyper carry onto a Kimi, you're not really looking to take down any one of their opponent's players or heroes. You're just looking for the macro gameplay. Cho gives you that mobility. Cho gives you that speed to get to the lanes fast. And you see, if you have a heat map, if hopefully we will be able to have a heat map, but if we ever have a heat map that is Ven just 90% of the time
at the bottom side,
the bottom side.
Towards the mid part.
He's not joining in the team fights. He doesn't have to join in the team
He's
fight.
always playing opposite of the whole team, right? Like, literally just creating pressure on the sides. But with the Fanny right there, it kind of neutralizes that already. So, personally speaking, I'm still not very convinced about the Troll Goal. But hey, whatever the Rocks Team Evo vote, especially after they got game number 1 because of that Lord, right? But of course, Team Flash definitely had a chance right there. And I'm also really glad to see Vanix really stepping up this time around, because during the regular season, I'm just looking at Vanix as a gold laner. He's like a little bit here and there because I feel like he's really struggling in his final meta. Same could be said for quite a few of us gold laners as well, where we're forced to really pick up more fighters because, you got the Yishin Chins that's coming up into the meta, and also you've got the rise of the speed of the whole game, because all of a sudden, the Romans start ganking your lane. You need to be able to survive. The environment changes, the flying cloud as well. So it's just really uncomfortable. And Vanix, I'm glad he goes back to something that he's more comfortable with, right? Like even the Harif also coming back. The Moskov wasn't banned by the start of Team Evo as well. It seems like they're testing out that one, because don't forget, Vanix will always go back to the Moskov.
I think one of the things that I remember from the regular season is that Vanix actually picked up the Ruby one time and the CC one time. I think that was quite... I can't remember which game in particular, but I remember he does that. He was very nutty on the Ruby, but I think that they need his power, his prowess when it comes down to the late game damage and a little bit more insurance, because they can't really bank on just one player alone. They can't just bank on Hades. So Vanix really comes in, and I think, I agree with you, he really showed up. But at the end of the day, I think it's just really shot calling this time around. They were too tunnel vision into the mid side of the base, and they just
really
left that Lord open. That was the enhanced Lord, 18 minutes.
I mean, I think, generally speaking, if I want to really summarize all of that, it's just... I'm beating the dead horse right here, to be honest. It's just a massive... I think it's a massive over exaggeration on their sheer amount of damage. They thought that they could basically just puncture through and end the game through mid, bum rush it, but unfortunately there are no minions coming out. There are also, the members of Powerful coming online and also clearing as quickly as possible, and then all of a sudden there's no minions, and then after that they just falter, and by the time when they try to turn back, the members of the side of Team Evil literally just hold them down and hench at the team fight. Team Evil doesn't really even need to win the fight. They just need to keep them in their base. And it's funny, right? Usually you want to push people out of your base, but this time around Team Evil
just delay the recall. It's fine.
Delay all the recall.
Yeah, I think that was a very smart move by Evo. I mean, I didn't see that until you pointed it out, and the Lord was just freely marching in, like prancing in, doing a hop and a skip.
It's a base race.
Down into the throne.
It is a base race that Team Flash lost right there, and Team Evo is more than happy to keep them in their base.
At the end of the day, though, I think both these two teams, I have nothing to say about their draft. Like, both of these two teams just did what they set out to do, and there was nothing wrong with that draft.
Well,
the execution was just almost to the T. They played it like chess. Like, no one was really falling. No one was having, like, any unintentional deaths. Everyone was just moving in the right spots. They know all their targets. It was just, you know, this game was just down to that Lord, the last Lord take.
I think it's just there is a bit of a problem around the later parts of the game for the side Team Evo. They're running out of steam. Vanix is coming up online. Yes, technically speaking, Sailor on that. Hima was also able to output the damage. Jay, there's a lot of time for Jay. It's kind of forced. Oh, finally we got them to Broken Walls.
We got something new today.
Yeah, finally. Oh my goodness, haven't seen that map in a while. But as I finished my sentence earlier just now, it's just that the side of Team Evo, Jay couldn't even hold, wasn't able to hold against damage against Kimmy, and the AOG was kind of used as an escape mechanism to buy off out a lot of these what's it called, the utilities, basically playing it like a Lozy Cho.
Yeah, I think it's just a shake and bait, right? Like, you're trying to bait out all the ultimates, but I think it didn't work out too well for Jay, and he's always very defensive when he uses his ultimate. So jumping into this next draft, I think if you pull up the previous draft, the Lancelots and the Houston Chins were being banned out. Right now with the Broken Walls, typically the Grok is picked 9 times out of 10 because you really, I don't know, it's just something about this Grok on Broken Walls that you want to play it so that you create something that's not there. I don't know how to say it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because usually it's kind of counterintuitive when it
comes
to logic,
right?
but maybe because, you know, there's this path that you could have gone through, but it's immediately blocked away by the Grok, so maybe that's why it's a lot more premium, right? So that's why. But Flash this time around going in first pick once again. The Grok ultimately forgotten, given the Fredrin over the side of Team Flash.
Ooh, they're going straight on defensive, playing the long game. I think the aggression will come through with the Fredrin, but like I said in the previous game as well, I don't really like the Fredrin first pick. I feel like you should suss it out a little bit more before committing into a team jungler.
Yeah, and now immediately you pick up the Fredrin, that you open up for, you know, the likes of the Lunox coming in. If Team Evo were to go for that one, now the Yuzhong is also really wide open for the taking. All of a sudden, you know, even if Cartesi wants to go for the Lunox right here, it's still A-okay. You still have the Brilliance, but you give a very prior pick away over to the side Team Evo. Give the Grok over to Team Evo.
Yeah, I think this is looking like Evo wants to pick up a Lunox down the mid side to just shred this Fredrin down. I think it does make sense. You have a lot of shake and bake mechanisms from the Black Dragon form as well as the wall onto the Fredrin. And then Evo could go with a Guinevere jungle as well. I don't think it really makes a lot of a difference. And then you could go back for a traditional gold laner down the gold side. For Flash SG though, you got the Gacha Gacha as well as the Kimmy, so a little bit of a trade down for the mid duo.
I was thinking, this is very interesting coming outside Team Flash, right? I was expecting maybe a Lunox to counter pick, secure your pick again on the Fredrin, right? So the Fredrin gets a good game. And okay, Gato Kacha makes sense. Being able to just rotate around and after that use the AOG to land onto anywhere else to reinforce. And now, you know...
Yeah, I was sussing that out. I knew the Guinevere was going to get picked up right here.
Yeah.
I don't think it matters what the mid lane picks. I think Sayla, if anything, would have been the last pick. But then he might need to go for the Lunox, try to get someone to shred the Fredrin down. I think something else that works right here is Evo wants to secure all the tanky, beefy boys in the front line and try to get Evo playing on the side lanes. So a Moskov might be viable over here. You know, heck, even a Melissa would look good over here as long as you get that range going.
Yeah, I mean, definitely after, you know, the regular season, I'm expecting more marksmen coming up from the side of Vanix already, right? Because I think it's not really comfortable on the fighter gold lane, in my opinion. And, you start to see Team Evil taking away the Harry already. The Far Side also taking away maybe one more ban for the side of Flash SG will be from the Lunox as well to at the very least cover your Fredgen, because we've seen the Fredgens constantly getting melted very quickly by the Lunox. There's also a potential carry coming up from the side of Team Evil as well, right? Like Team Evil go for the carry, shreds through the Garthot, shreds through the Fredgen, and you've also got so many frontliners to protect the carry from damage.
Yeah, so Lunox is wide open. Flash SG just really hunkering down on the zonal potentials that both teams will bring out.
Okay.
That's the classic marksman that we'll bring into the table. And one thing I want to point out as well is the Tectonic Charge into the Violet Requiem combination. Now, Guinevere doesn't really need to aim that jump. You just need to be at that presence when everyone gets knocked up and just chain that bounce in any of these team fights. So
Yuzhong also provide that knock-up as well, right?
Yeah.
So this is a very scary combo coming out from Coach Bitoy as well, right? And this is going to make Aether a very easy game, especially when you got the broken walls. During the Lord Pit fight, during the Turtle Pit fight, you could just build a wall right there and then all of a sudden just Tectonic Charge right all the way in. It allows, the Aether on the Guinevere to secure the Lord very easily. So Bravest Warrior is definitely going to be something that Flash SG is looking out for. The CC immunity is definitely going to be wonderful against Team Evil.
Looks like they're locked in.
Yep.
Selected that. That's going to be the Vexana.
Another knock-up?
It's going to be a knock-up as well as a direct counter towards that Fredrin. I mean, the Fredrin comes close, you just use that S1 just to terrify and just get him out of the way. So that was a very, very smart move. Right now, you're playing 6 members as well with Salas, the Eternal Guard as well. 7, including the Lord.
Including the Lord, right? We gave the MVP, well, the casters gave the Lord the MVP earlier just now for game number 1, but now this time around, Team Evil was like, hey, you know what? The next MVP should be Eternal Guard instead.
Well, hey, draft the set. Which one do you favor? Do you favor the villains or the heroes draft?
I feel right now, in terms of draft, just because, the members from the side of Team Evil should not be able to deal with the Fredgen. The Fredgen that gets a better game this time around. But I feel like
it's a typical front to back, right? You
it's
got a
typical front to back
combo too.
Yeah, it's a typical front to back. I feel like both of these two teams has a potential chance, but Team Evil, I think, no, I would say Flash SG has a better execution as well, because, easier execution, because Team Evil, for their wombo combo to pop off, you need the Grok to knock people up, the Yuzhong to knock people up, the Eternal Guard to knock people up, and also you need the Guinevere Aether to be there. So there's a lot more conditions for you to take, whereas, Flash could just bim balam bloom, everybody just goes down.
Well, we can hypothesize all we want, but it's all down to the execution. Yep. Both of these two teams still evenly matched up at this point. Scoreline 1-0 favoring Evil.
Yep, this is a best of 5, so there's still a lot more wiggle room for both of these two teams, mainly for the side of Flash SG to kind of find a way to recover, because that game, after that game number 1, that is extremely tilting.
I want to say that for the side of Evil, right, like, there is not a lot of insurance policy. Who do you send down if your wave is in shambles? Who do you send down if your wave is pushing in?
I think Sayla has a better wave clear, right? You take a look, right? Sayla just easily wave clears that one already.
Put the mage down onto go back into the base and get it reset.
Yeah, you've got no other choice, right? But technically speaking, as the Yuzhong does quite a decent amount of damage as well, especially when the fight gets a little bit long. The Shard Residue allows you to heal all the way back up. Don't forget Ven, especially when you go to the later parts of the game. You build like your Malefic Gun and also your Heart's Claws. You're just hoppity-do, and after that you don't really need to use your Crossbow Tank. You're already up a lot of damage.
Yeah. Evil so far, EXP lane getting worn out by gear. So Yuzhong definitely has a better wave clear up on that top side. 20 seconds until the turtle spawns up. Evil is in a better position contest for this one. This time around, they have everything in their arsenal contest.
Yep. Aether, find this knock up onto Sayla though.
Oh, good job. Into Violet Requiem. Curtisi will fly away safe and sound, but that's a Purifier used up.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just, this is a little bit awkward position coming out from Team Flash, right? Especially game number 1 is a little bit awkward. And now Bear playing on the slight back foot right now. Powerful doesn't have level 4 though. Yeah,
that's the wall. Hades getting trapped up. He's chain stunned out. That's the Appraiser's Wrath. Getting the first blood onto Aether. And Hades is still up alive. The Eternal Guard dropped in, but a little bit too late. But Gear is there. with the Bludgeoning form, dealing not enough damage, unable to secure Jay, able to walk out, all fine and dandy with a sliver left.
I was expecting, Team Flash was the one that actually overstayed their welcome in that particular fight, but no. Even though this Team Evil was the one that actually took the fall, Gear unfortunately unable to get as much lifesteal all the way back. The jungle, in terms of the damage and aggression between Hades and also Jay was truly immaculate. And on top of that, you can see the potential coming off of Team Evil, right? Flash SG is literally up in the air most of the time.
Good steal from the Gold Crab. On the top side though, that's a 3-man engage onto Gear. He will take another death in this game.
Bear's angry. He's not happy in that with that particular outcome in game number 1. But we talk about, going towards the later part of the game. The 1-1 versus a Granger, but hold on.
Yep, Jace right around the corner. I don't think he's able to reach Ven. Nevo's all safe and sound for now. On the top side, though, Bear is already pushing in. No more gold plating. And it's a full gold plating over onto the Lapu Lapu.
Yep. Talk about the mid lane wave clear. You can see Sayla using the wombo combo to just wave clear very quickly. Cortese is basically playing a little bit of a catch-up, right? Sayla's able to make the first move easily, and of course, with powerful intel, makes it easy for the mid duo to rotate.
Speaking of powerful though, getting taunted out by Hades, but unable to follow up. Evo's not in the right position. 1,700 gold ahead is Flash SG's economy range gap. And for the side of Evo though, okay, what's the game plan?
Interesting build from the side of Ven, right? Usually as a 1-1, you just go bum rush straight into a corrosive sign, but first item goes for the armor. He knows that he's not going to have a very good time in the early game, so definitely goes for the additional armor.
Oh, that's a mid Violet Requiem, but Aether getting locked down by the chain CCs. That's a jump up. They're jumping around like trampolines, but here comes the AOG gear. Finally falls as well. Flash picks 2 up again.
The Bendix came over there, one shot of their Sonata, and he backs up. It doesn't really pick up the assist though, but that is just a full effort, right? Immediately picking up that kill, and then after that, return the favor against Team Evil. They are not happy about game number 1, as I mentioned.
2,500 gold lead, and the turtle in their hands, right in the bag once again. Ven will get trapped, will get collapsed on by every one of the members, but here comes Bear, will be able to secure that deal. But Vanix also will fall.
Cortese's just outputting so much damage from the back line, and that's wonderful for the side of Team Flash. They have woken up. They have taken their coffee as command. Then also going to be a traction pulse. A nice flicker for the side of Sailor as Team Flash slowly dismantles Team Evil apart.
Look at the mid side though. You got Aether trying to defend against the ambush that Hades is bringing to the table or onto the turrets. But at the end of the day, though, I feel like Evo doesn't have the damage right now. Like, Flash SG can always bring in Cortese, can always bring Vanix, and have that early game rotation to get that additional oomph, the additional punch of damage. But Evo doesn't really have that damage now. Even if Aether secures a Violet Requiem or it hits, knocks everyone into the air, there's just not enough follow-up right now.
Yeah, and Gear is not having a very good game, right? Like, and finally picking on the Hunter Strike. Sailor also picking up the Glowing One as well. Those are initial damage items, but I'm very sure with the 3k gold lead in the favor for the side of Team Flash, they are really miles ahead in terms of these damage.
Traction Pulse already committed over the side of Cortese. That's 44 seconds until the turtle spawns up.
Yep, you can see the Sky Piercer already secured by the side of Vanix. He's going to escalate out of control. If you see a bit of a lane swap between Bear and also Vanix as well. There is Warrior right there to wave clear, hopefully trying to make a play. You can see ganks happening.
There's 4 members down the bottom side. Bear almost taking Aether out. Will do so before getting shut down by Ven. What a play!
Man, I was expecting that would be a dead Bear, right? Bear. This is literally his bear trap once again. You're not trapped. You're not trapping him. You're trapped with me. He's able to bring down a jungler for the side Team Evil and denying him from farm. That's massive.
Never put him on something that he's very comfortable with. They're desperately trying to take down this turret without any minions. Able to do so. Gear taken down low. Will get shot down and sniped up by Vanix.
Yeah, the Death Sonata right there, picking out the Sky Piercer stacks, and now it feels like Flash SG playing almost a near perfect game, only losing 2 members earlier just now. But man, Team Evil, it's a little bit awkward right there for them, right? There's so many knockups as well. Aether doesn't really have the damage. In order to basically pin anybody down, they need Van to come up online as quickly as possible. But it feels like Flash was the one that got to the main power spikes first.
On textbook, I think Evil's draft looked really hella great. Like, they have a lot of layering to the combos.
Yeah.
They don't see Bear there, though. Ven,
Hi.
he's just sneaky right there. Doesn't see anyone. He's just free hitting onto that turret. Here comes Bear with the bravest fighter, Jay, trying to use the taunt to try to get him in, but inbuilt Purify saves his life for now.
Yeah, second skill coming in very nicely for the 1-1 for now. But, you know, Team Evo spent a little bit too much time right there up top.
Jump down
Flash
onto the
SG
turret.
taking down bot.
There's a Tectonic Charge. Violet Requiem trying to knock Hades up, but not enough damage. Aether down low will be shut down by Vanix, but here comes the rest of Flash SG to gun everyone down. That's the Granger Kimmy combo that Evil has to bear the full brunt of the force with.
Hades literally got tickled by Aether. He doesn't really lose any HP bars as well, even the Grave HP bars, but hold on a second, here we go.
There's a 2-on-1 onto Gear, able to jump out safe.
No. You don't want to jump onto a Lapu Lapu right there, but Hades...
He's just going crazy though. There's a chain stun onto Evil, but I don't want to commit for this. 50 seconds into the Lord spawns up. They're having a near-perfect game, near-perfect team fights every single time, only losing 2. 3,600 gold lead for the side of Flash SG.
The power of team fight is not going into handy for the side of Team Evil this time around. It seems like Flash SG, you know, like what I mentioned, for the side of Team Evil to really work this kind of roster out, you really need a lot of checkboxes. And in order for all these checkboxes to be thick, it's basically having the solar system planets align. And you know, and in MLBB, there's so many things that could happen, so many variables. You really cannot have this kind of roster, in my opinion, because there's so many things that could easily go wrong very quickly.
Yeah, speaking of which, I think, let's talk about 1-1 real quick. All throughout the regular season, has been banned out or has been picked up, but a lot of players like it. It has a built-in Purify, but it's like a glass cannon. But hold on a second, there's a Tectonic Charge, but not enough damage. Will push everyone up into the sky, but Flash SG still barely survives and barely hang on, able to find over Cortese. Ven will take that one out, but the 1-1 will get out safe for now. That's 2 for the price of 1. As Gear still in the midst of all that fight, 4 members in, and Evil cannot defend against the wrath of Flash.
Gear literally gave 1 kill over the side of Team Flash, and now Vanix, I think right now it should have like, what, 30 Sky Piercer stack right there. It's just actually allowing Flash SG to snowball, right? And not only just that, they pick up the Lord for themselves. Ven, yes, secures a Heart's Claw for himself, but needs a lot more, right? It needs like at least a Malefic Gun to basically do something against the like of Jay or Hades or be it the Lapu Lapu.
Aether 05 and 2, Gear 05 and 0. What went wrong down in with the jungler and the EXP?
I feel, Churros, it's just like they're overconfident in this one combo. Yes, on paper it looks wonderful. It looks very beautiful. It's like, you know, when you're designing a tower as an architect, it looks really nice, but the engineer comes in and saying, no, this would not stand. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening right now. It looks good on paper, it looks good on theory, but it's kind of awkward when you put it to the actual test.
I think the chain stuns is not really working out. Ven, a little bit too deep.
They need more.
Tries to find a taunt in over onto the 1-1. Evil playing on the defense. Flash is buying time for the Lord to slowly march up from that bottom side.
Yeah, and Hades, right? If you notice, this Frenchman is literally going around uncontested, right? And yes, you can knock him up. Yes, you can basically get him locked up in the sky. But who are you expecting to deal with this Redrin? Sailor on that Vexana?
There's a Traction Pulse. Aether directly into enemy territory. Immediately gets vaporized by the hands of Vanix.
Eternal Guard to no avail as well. Bear, and now the members on the side. Flash SG leaking in.
They're going in deep. They're taunting them out. Evil, they're fighting 4v5. They got the bottom side already cleared up. No more Lord, but Flash SG, they're keeping up. They're cycling them in. And Hades trying to go in with their Praises Wrap. They have 1 cannon minion standing tall. But here comes the double purify. That's a 4-minute Tectonic Charge. But can Evil do anything about it? Hades falls by the hands of Vanix. But Vanix is just too strong.
Lord Vanix reigns supreme this time around. Ladies and gents, don't worry, I checked. The base for the side Flash SG are all intact.
They're still right there, but what a play from Powerful. Just not enough damage for now. They're 7,000 gold behind, and Evil, even though Powerful made that wonderful play, it was just way too far ahead for Evil to just come back into this.
Yeah, item check right here. Ven does pick up a critical item already. Here comes the Malefic Gun. So Team Evil should be able to team fight right now, but I think Gear needs a couple more tankiness items as well to basically phase tank right there. And Powerful, of course, you just need to Powerful smash, right? Smash everybody into the wall for the side Team Flash. and hope and pray for the best. But Team Flash, they're miles ahead regarding the items. The Winter Crown for the side of Curtizi to basically outplay, and now should be building against building a Holy Crystal already. He's gonna output so much damage, and not only just that, the Fredgen already secured a Blade Armor as well. Now all of a sudden Van is actually doing damage to himself if he actually tags onto Hades.
Is this the plan all along? Like, is this Evil's master plan? Just playing it safe, playing that defense, just giving up all these turrets, and then just having that high ground and playing that high ground opportunity?
Well, we shall see whether that could happen as well. Members on the side, Flash.
Oh, there's a concealed play. They know where Aether is. Aether able to jump out with the spatial migration. But here comes Vanix, getting the legendary. They have to fight against a Lord. With a Lord, but Evil unable to get too close. Look at the top side too. The minions already pushing in. Evil has to fix that. The Lord will be blitzed down by Flash.
And this Team Evil installed the minimap DLC. They go back and defended their base for now, but they have to forfeit the Lord over the side of Flash SG. Sailor literally get blown up to pieces by the side of Vanix, and he's 8-1-1. He's outputting the damage.
Curtizi just trying to find anything at all, but Ven caught in a rock in a hard place. Vanix sniping him down and getting another one for himself.
I think he's playing the wrong game. Feels like, he's better suited in other games. But of course, we need Lord Vanix and MLBB. And now this is Team Flash that we know and love. A more aggressive. They know how to play this kind of gameplay against Team Evil. Team Evil, on the other hand, they have to run for the hills.
As Hades getting locked up. The AOG trying to disrupt everything. Hades will finally go down by the hands of Sailor. But here comes Gear, taking a lot of damage from Vanix. Just Vanix free hitting from the backside. There's nothing that Evil could do. All the King's horses, all the King's men can't put their throat back together again as the heroes take game number 2.
A Flash equalizing the score earlier just now. A bit of a picking up the correction tape and correcting that score line just a little bit. Fixing the mistakes with duct tape, and they're finally back in the game. I love how, Flash SG was able to just cycle all the aggression very easily. And of course, you got the Fredgen, literally, there's nobody from the side of Team Evil was able to deal with the Fredgen in the early game, allowing Vanix to scale out of control.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, this was just a hands-down dominant performance from Flash SG. One of the reasons picking up that Fredgen was good. I mean, we were doubting it. We were doubting it from the start. Like we have to admit. But at the end of the day, it created so much opportunity for Flash SG to really come through. If you want to take down that Fredgen, you have to find someone that can melt. I think the one reason why Evil faltered at the end of the day was they don't have any early game melting potential, or any late game melting potential. You pick up the Vexana, you don't really have a lot of damage. That's damage over time instead of a immediate heart burst. And Hades just standing in the midst of everything, soaking everything up.
Yeah, so it's a really good plan coming off the side of Flash, right? Denying the Kimi pick away from the side of Team Evil, and it makes it easier and forces the Vexana out, which is kind of awkward. The Lunox actually unbanned at all, and we're going to give the MVP over the side of Gatokacha, Jay.
To be honest though, I think all 5 members of Team Flash really held up to the end of the bargain. You've got, notable mentions, Bear being put on his tanky, sustainable fighters instead of a mage tank that he's really not comfortable with, and he really showed us how it's done and how it's being played well. You got Gatokacha just opening up that map, using AOG to disrupt any of these big skirmishes and chain stuns. You've also got Vanix just free hitting from the backside, creating a lot of space and opportunity. Curtizi was just doing what Vanix does as well, just free hitting from that back and dealing that damage. And Hades, big respect over to him.
Yeah,
we doubted that Fredgen, but he just played it to the T. Every single hit, he soaked up.
I mean, he was literally uncontested by the side of Team Evil, right? Nobody from the side of the 4, except for Ven, that could deal with Hades. And by the time, Hades is so humongous already, it's already picking up all those assists, all those kills. He's ahead in the levels. And all of a sudden, the marksman couldn't do anything, right? Against Hades. And I personally believe there's so many things that from the side of Team Evil for this one more combo to really go well. There's a lot of things that need to go right before it is even okay. Because I would say that if I were to switch one of these heroes out, I will switch out Sailor. Like the Vexana is a little bit awkward. I think you switch it out with a Lunox, or even, heck, even Curtizi's Kimi. I think this roster will be solid for the side of Team Evil.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I think the Vexana was just too much of an overkill of crowd control. There wasn't any, guaranteed melters for the side of Evil.
Yep, crowd control can only knock people up, stun people up, but
you
ultimately...
have to fight against the Purifies as well. Like, even if you get Cortese as a Purifier to get him out safe, even if you try to get in close into Vanix, he's going to Purify out.
You still also need to put an end to the HP bars, right?
Yeah.
You can knock everybody up sky high, but crowd control don't deal damage. Wow. I just learned.
There's a lot of big plays from Evil, but just no follow-up, no damage at all.
Yep.
And speaking of damage, let's take a look at the damage for both of these two teams as well.
Yeah, if you take a look at the damage, I don't really feel like, look at the side of Team Evil, right? Damage dealt is only, maximum for the side is mostly done by Sailor at 54k damage. If you take a look over to the other side of Flash SG, look, Vanix is already 61k. And also, yes, there's also some damage from the side of Gear, but unfortunately, Van is not up online quickly as possible because of Vanix on the Grandeur escalates even faster as compared to this 1-1.
I think the 1-1 isn't really a very viable pick right now. There's way too many heroes that could immediately shut that 1-1 down, but a lot of people might disagree. But
I disagree.
I think the problem is down to this guy. It's Vanix. Vanix is just so hard to deal. This is just a sticker. It's from the Flash's booth.
Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, so if you're down at Centrepoint, you can make your way down over to some of the booths and try to get some of the merch. I think some of the teams are really, having quite a bit of nice merches over here. But hey, it's time for the teams to get a reset. It's 1-1 is the score line. And we have potentially 3 more games to go. We'll be taking a short break, but when we come back, it's more action from the heroes and the villains. We'll see you soon.
Welcome to Double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw. Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Welcome to Double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw. Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Once again, the score is 1-1, and we saw a 1-1, and we have 3 cups of 1-1 on the table. And of course, I don't know why I've got this sticker on my jacket. You were holding on to it.
Oh
just
yeah,
now.
yeah. I totally forgot. I said this on you.
You know, like some of the memes that you saw on Instagram, it's like people with the stickers, and then it was driving a car, a sports car.
Yeah.
And then you've got the cutesy stickers all over.
Yeah.
Yeah, like.
I thought this is your favorite player. This is Lord Venix, in the flesh. Not in the flesh, but like in his like
in the sticker,
animated
the
form.
flash is right there.
The flash is right there. Hey, you know what you should do? You should bubble up your day the Singapore way.
Like how?
With IT.
All right.
You bubble up your way in the Singapore way with IT. A little bit of a shout out to IT. Thank you for the presenting partner and whole.
Yes,
if you
keeping
come
us
down,
hydrated, literally.
Yeah. Man, I'm almost losing my voice now. So scan your QR code, get yourself an IT, and stand a chance to win a trip down to M7 for the M7 Championships in Jakarta.
Literally, right? You know, like how when you watch a show, especially an esports show, right? When you watch it live,
yes,
when everybody's literally screaming alongside the cast is screaming as well, that is the best experience in the world. And I would tell you, there's nothing that could top that experience.
Yeah. I mean, I've been to M6 last year in KL. I think that was a really, really fun experience. I think the crowd that they had over there was just, it was 10 times more than what we have over here right now, but it's just crazy. Like, everyone's just rooting onto their teams.
Yeah, live experience is always so much better as compared to watching online. And of course, you know, apart from coming to a LAN situation, you also get to meet a lot of people, right? You never know. You also get to meet some of these players as well. You also get your own merch, yourself, also activities on site. So, of course, this is a segue for us to call you down. Of course, we are only just like, what? I feel like we're going to go for the mile for this one.
I think we're going the mile. I think we're psyched up for 10 games. So you talk about 4 teams, the top 4 teams being super equally matched. Yep. And I do have to agree with you. I think 100%.
Definitely. And I feel like this is also a cue for you guys. Right? If you're still in the vicinity, or heck, even if you're far away, don't worry, you have a lot of time to get them down. But if you're not able to make it down for today, there's also still tomorrow where we'll be watching our lower bracket finals and also our grand finals.
We have top 3, baby. So it's Kingdom Esports. So if you've been you missed out on the earlier game, it was Kingdom Esports taking the cake over Stallions SG with a 3-2 victory, a full-on BO5. And right now, I think the evils and the villains are something that I've been hyping up since the regular season. I think it will go to mile this time.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I think it's a little bit confusing, right, in terms of analogy, right? Technically speaking, Team Flash has been winning MPL Singapore 4 times in a row, and we talk about how sometimes if you live long as a hero, you may become a villain eventually. And I think Team Flash, no offense to Team Flash.
True, because everyone's looking to take them down.
Yeah,
that's
actually,
that's the idea.
right? Yeah, and the funny part is, they are technically like the tyrants. They're technically like the villains of this storyline right now, and it is evil. That is the one, the evil hero.
Yeah, the community kings, the community heroes. Right.
That is the one that's coming to topple them. But of course,
you know, everyone's a hero in their own story. You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
So like, the villains might have another thing up your sleeves, but you know what is up our sleeves, up our alley, is the dangerous grass that we'll be seeing. I think 3rd time today.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, dangerous grass actually favors a lot more assassins, a lot more burst heavy picks. But we'll see if it actually changes the draft or, you know, influences draft at all. I don't think it will.
Well, we shall see. Well, we're going into game number 3 draft right here. Team Ebon first pick bans away the Lancelot right off the bat. Don't want to see that Lancelot in this particular patch. It's so annoying to deal with, right? It does a lot of damage, does have iframes as well. I think the numbers on his passive just tweaked way too much, in my opinion, in this patch.
Yeah. Baxia, as always, gonna not see the light of day. You got the Brethren, a very huge respect ban over onto Hades. Typically, we open up the Zunshin, so if they want to leave that open, okay, Evo's not gonna get their hands on that.
Yeah, so it feels like we're going through a very fast-paced bans right here. Earlier just now in game number 2, the ban away the Hayabusa, the Landslot, and boxing for the side. Team Evo flash bans away the Juicin. Team Evo now this time around bans the Juicin instead. There's also a potential CC that was that could potentially be banned out by Team Flash. Don't want to give it over to Gear. There you go.
Yep. So first pick, a lot of options right here. Okay, always go for the Kimi or the Gacha Gacha.
Wow.
I think Gacha Gacha has a 100% win rate in this matchup.
Yeah, not only just that, right? Like you've also got Gacha Gacha being selected almost every game today, right? Like if you take a look. As of today, Gacha Gacha has been picked I think like 4 to 5 times already today, and we've like got quite a few number of games. So it's a very, very strong aroma as well because of the AOG. You being able to just land support, and of course the tankiness, and also will be able to repel the damage very easily. You can see Team Flash right here picking up the Hayabusa and the Kimi for themselves.
Gacha Gacha, very good gap closer. I'm surprised they actually opened up the Grok though. But I don't think it's too much of a matter. I don't think Evo will pick the Grok anyways. In Dangerous Grass, I think Grok kind of works out well in terms of checking the brushes. But I do like the Hayabusa as well as the Kimi. Evo, on the other hand, though, you have to find a way to be able to deal with that. And typically, you go for the Juicin, but now it's not utilized. You can always go for the Farsa if you want to.
Juicin, definitely a good counter against the Gacha Gacha. If you notice, Flash SG, they banned the Juicin, and then after that, they pick up the Gacha Gacha. Now, Team Evo, Aether picking up Joy. Once again, another Snowbody hero, and Gear this time around picks up the Arlot. I love the Arlot in this current patch. I was playing around as the Arlot gold lane for fun just a few days ago, and it's just, you build him like pure damage, his numbers are actually very crazy now. You see the Grok finally locked in for the side of Team Flash.
A lot more sustain as well. Definitely banning out the Ruby to prevent Evo from going on for a double spider side lane. Ruby definitely is one of the more contested heroes at this point because of the chain CCs that it can bring, and of course the sustainability coming in from the spell vamp. You've got both teams actually banning out and taking out the EXP threats. No more Yuzhong.
There's also the potential Lapu that could, Team Evo could potentially take that away. And all of a sudden, Bad doesn't really have a lot of heroes to play with left, especially when right now you got the CC Bad away already. So yeah, we're running out in terms of the fight pool, unless you put a Guinevere in the EXP lane like what Diablo likes to do. Cho gets taken away by the side of Team Flash already, letting respect over to the side of Van that could potentially bring that into the gold lane. There you go. Lapu eliminated by the side of Team Evo.
So Flash SG has quite a bit of options right here. They could definitely go in for the gold lane first, and typically that is the Granger. Phoenix has had a lot of success with the Granger as well. But against a Joy, it would be much more difficult to hit those bullets down. But then you don't really have to worry about that because this draft really is kind of made for that Granger. You don't really have thick tanky boys to be able to soak up that damage.
Yeah, and Granger works pretty well with the Kimi, right? We've seen it before where the Kimi would shred, and then after that, as the camera pans, focuses onto Lord Vanix himself right there. Potentially a Granger pick from the side of Team Flash. This combo has worked really well in any odds. But for the side of Team Evo, though, there's a lot of CCs that, Team Flash needs to look out for. Heck, even a 1-1. Yeah. Or maybe we bring in the Harif as well, because Harif does have the Zaman Force as he zip-zap it around, creates a shield, does have, you can bring a Purify for him as well, and he has an innate CC timer reduction. I think this is actually a very good pickup from the side of Team Flash. However, Alice is also wide open for both these two teams to take.
Yeah, I think Alice will definitely go into the hands of Flash SG. Evo doesn't want to risk it too much, I feel. They would go for a more traditional marksman this time around. Granger is still wide open. Ven could definitely still go for that one. And then, that's the Khalid and the Valentina. So it's going to be the Arlot in the gold lane or Khalid in gold lane? This is Arlot in gold lane, right?
Khalid gold lane, perhaps. Arlot is a little bit awkward because you don't really have a lot of good range to be able to deal with a marksman gold lane as well. But whereas if you're a Khalid, you can basically just ego challenge at level 1, slice and dice, wave clear, and then move on. So basically the same thing as you do. How it's basically you play him like how you use Cho or how you use a Sun as well. But now I love what Team Evo has prepared for themselves, right? The Valentina right there is a insurance policy, just in case if Team Flash wants to go for the the Alice as well, which is a potentially good
You get the
pick,
TOR
right?
for themselves.
And also the Tectonic Charge, but at the same time, Team Evo on Sayla can always
Yeah, it's
pick
gonna
up
be Alice.
the Grok Tectonic Charge for himself.
Like you picked up, you have the Alice going to hands of Flash SG. I think how this is going to play out is Evo needs to ramp this up. I feel like Evo's draft is very, very early game. If they don't secure the early game, I think Flash SG will take control of that one. They have a lot of insurance policies in the late game. If this game goes past the 18-minute mark, I think Evo doesn't really have that range damage. They're all very high committal. If you throw one body, everyone goes as well. Even that Valentina, you have a short range mage as well on the side of Evo.
Yeah, and it's a lot easier, in my opinion, to work with the side of Flash SG's draft.
Man, oh man. If I was Evo fan, I'll be scared right now. But, hey, they're cooking. They're putting something in the oven. And I think they're going to make it work. But for Flash, though, it's a bit more traditional. It's a bit more reliable in a way. It's just how Bear is comfortable playing this Alice along. We've seen him not being too comfortable in the first game, so maybe he's woken up a little bit from that Lapu game from the from match number 2. And right now, game number 3, we're still on even ground. It's going to be a very long marathon for all of us.
Especially when you go into something more than the best of 3, right? The game all of a sudden becomes a marathon, not a sprint. As you go into game number 3 HRLs, this is it. The winner will have at least one more, will be one step closer into the grand finals, whereas the other one has to go through the scenic route.
You don't want to go through that scenic route, but sometimes it does kind of make sense to go through the scenic route. You get a little bit more warm up in the morning.
Smell the flowers just a little bit?
Yeah, warm up in the morning and then play a bit more in the afternoon. But hey, you don't want to be on the losing end of that.
Yep, Vanek said early on, if you notice the HP bars, Van on the Khalid definitely will have a big advantage unless Vanek was able to outpoke the Khalid. Another thing that will go well for the side of Team Evo is that Van can also start hard ganking or counter jungle against Team Flash. So that's something that that's also in the books for the side of Team Evo.
Yeah, I think the bottom side will be an unmovable object versus an unstoppable force. Gear's just going to heal everything back up with the built-in spell vamp and heals. You got Evo as well. I think starting that early game rotation. In theory, Flash SG should have a lot more wave clearing potential, but I think they're just holding on to that wave. I think they want to lure Evo out of that the mid side and try to get that clear going.
Yep. Well, I mean, it's a lot easier to execute than Flash, right? Like what I mentioned earlier just now. You see, Gear, in order for Gear to basically output a decent amount of damage, you need to land everything right. Whereas if you're an Alice, you just go in, tap 1-2 skills, and boom, you're just absorbing all the HP bars.
But a very slow start for both sides. They got trapped underneath. Powerful able to dash out. Sayla taking a huge brunt of the damage from Curtiz. But here comes Barrett TOR out of nowhere. Sayla not expecting that one at all.
Yeah, definitely right. Barrett's actually continuing on. We're going to have a bit of a trade. Ada landing down the damage. Gear picking up a double kill though.
That's a shadow kill as well. Here comes Hades trying to take up one more constellation prize, but Gear able to heal up, not before he goes down. Another one for the Bugs. It's 2-2. And the turtle wide open.
And you're actually learning. Hold on, Hades.
Hades powerful, able to come in. One more hit, we'll be able to get shut down. But here comes Aether securing that turtle from the bottom side. Then needs to use that raging sandstorm to get out in the flicker out of the way. As both these two teams, the juggernauts, knocking heads.
Literally duking out very, very aggressively, right? And also another thing to take note is that Team Evo did not secure the turtle for themselves. Flash SG is gonna snowball out of control, right? Because of how Hades actually picking up 2 kills earlier just now. But of course, Hades picking up 1 kill and also 1 assist. But of course, with Aether securing the turtle, all of a sudden they are back to equal footing for now. But we need to take a look towards the later parts of the game. And we also need to see Aether snowballing on this joy. Taking a look at the items right here. It is a Fairy Hammer secured for quite a few of these players, right? For the side of Gear and also Ven.
Speaking of Ven, I think this Khalid is struggling a little bit against Vanix. Like, he doesn't have a lot more, he doesn't have that range that Vanix provides, or this Harris has, on the top side. So a 1v1 between the Harith as well as the Khalid will go sideways for Ven even more.
But the best part about as an Arlot, right? You really are I would say a cheap hero because the value actually lies in your final slash, not your items, not your ability to do damage, but your ability to displace.
Yeah, as the traction pulse onto 2, able to get that flicker out of the way, and Sayla and Gear walks out safe. But what a start in the mid side. That's SG looking for a little bit more babysitting duties at the top side. But you know, if you're a fighter in the top side in the gold lane, and you sort of need Powerful to come in for backup, it's not doing too well.
Well, right now, second turtle is up for the side, for the taking for both of these two teams. There's not a lot of movement for for the side of Team Flash, right? Jay is actually still mostly sticking up top, making sure that Van doesn't really rotate. But here's the problem, right? I would say Van, in my opinion, should start rotating all the way to the turtle fight to make it to give a bit of a manpower advantage for the side team. But hold on,
it's a one-on-one on the top side, a solo kill over to Vanix. Then will snap pick that one up. The TOR will land on the turtle pit. Hades will snap pick that turtle up. And Curtizi flying a little bit away. Pop forced to use that flicker to get out. AOG will not be able to stop. Bear in his tracks. Be sandwiched by 4. Gear comes in with the extra damage. But Bear actually walks out safe. Powerful loses his life. But here comes Ven from the sideways to take out Bear in the process. And Ven will fall. It's just delay his inevitable doom. But here comes Aether again.
Quad Shadow should be up there all come soon, and he will be able to escape. Aether dancing around, but he's actually
here comes the re-engage though. Oh man.
What a massive brawl between these two teams. Team Flash right there, extended team fight right there. But ultimately, it is still Bear on the Alice, the TOR. Amazing timing right there. And now Team Evil got bitten in the backside.
So far, the Tortoise has always been won out by Flash SG. I think that was just the nail in the coffin. Hades just securing all of these major objectives in the right time, finding the right angles to take that down. And Joy really needs a bit more momentum before she makes any big movements. The rid of Joy hurts, but only if you can get sort of like any gap going on.
Okay, right now we talk about how Ben wasn't really rotating as this Khalid. I really want to see Khalid to really hard and vain, make sure, you know, Curtizi's life is a little bit as miserable as possible. But this time around, at the very least, you know, Team Evil starting to look upwards, right, around Vanix's lane. Because Vanix, if you leave him to his own devices, he'll grow out of control.
Bottom side's already in shambles. Wave already pushing in from the bot. Evil is playing on that defense, but I don't think the gold lead is way too far ahead for Flash SG.
Yeah, but it is a level, so hold on.
Oh, they're making a beeline to the top side. Demon Force already utilized. You get a Shadow Kill as well, but not enough to take Ven down. Here comes Tectonic Charge, able to get a mirror move, and Zayla gets out of the way. The TOR comes in just in the nick of time, but Powerful will fall, but hands to Hades, and they only lose 1.
Man, the layering, and like this is the problem that I was talking about, right? Yes, it is still a goal. It was before that team fight. They were even in goal, but Hades is actually ahead in levels. Just take a look. Hades already level 11, Aether at level 9.
Not only that, right? Like Aether is not in the vicinity when the fight breaks out. You got 4v2 on the top side. Hades immediately vaporizes Ven. Gear holding on dearly by the turret. Will be able to keep it alive for now. Jay using the flicker to keep Hades safe. That's a nice body block. A good committal of the flicker.
A bit of an overkill to make sure that, you know, Hades actually get out of there. Flicker concealed play does have its benefits, I guess, because don't forget, Hades is 5-0-2. There's a lot of shutdown going, especially when you're on a very small, tight little tolerance. You don't want to give that over.
Speaking of which, Hades able to use that quad shadow to get out of the way. That's a nice juke by Hades to get into position. Magir finally finds Hades, shuts this ninja down. As Flash SG loses 2 in the process. Here comes Evil with an answer.
And man, it's just massive coming up from the side of Team Evil, right? Being able to pick up Jay, being able to pick up Hades, and all of a sudden, the gold swung in, the gold lead actually closes down just a little bit, and now they're almost equilibrium. But hold on, but if you actually take a look at the map state, it is still, you know, Flash SG with a good push down bot instead. Finally, Team Evil was able to crack up top.
I think Evil is just holding on to the magic of team fights. Right now, again, the scales has tipped over to Evil's favors. The gold lead is not too much, but Flash SG, they had a full, solid 2,000 gold lead. And once Gear comes in the picture, once he gets that nice final slash down, I think Flash SG really has to try to overcome and commit into a counter re-engage.
Yeah, we've seen games be literally toppled by one good final slash before, and that's why I was talking about this, like how Gear on the Arlot is technically a very cheap hero.
Oh, that's a good power spike. This
there we
nice
go.
Final slash. Gear is still keeping up safe, but Curtizi will finally take Gear down. I don't think Evil wants to go for a re-engage. Losing Gear is not too much of a problem. Flash SG utilized so much resources. No more Zero Force, no more TOR. This Lord is free for Evil's taking if they want to risk playing a outnumbered game.
Yeah, Ven does have a Raging Sandstorm if they really want to commit to this one. But we need to see more impact coming out from Ven. But TOR on the other hand, hold on.
There's Raging Sandstorm over on the face of Curtizi, able to survive just for now. Hades will snap pick that Lord up, and Sayla falls by the hands of Hades on the backside. Hades just jukes out of the way. And this higher boost is just going crazy. 6-1 and 3.
6-1-3, and on top of that, Vanix on the Zaman Force, just zapping around, outputting damage. That was a very beautiful Raging Sandstorm. However, Team Evil is not ready to handshake these team fights because Vanix is starting to output the damage, and Team Evil cannot hold.
Aether is always not in the midst whenever Flash SG commits to a team fight. And Gear was in the picture as well. I think Evil was just risking it too much. His nice two-man traction pause, but here comes Alice. Hold on with the TOR. Hades was clear that one up. The AOG will keep powerful up and alive, but the damage is done. Gear falls again.
That is a very disgusting combo. By the corner of the TOR, manages to capture that one. Curtizi also picking up that kill right there is definitely beautiful and allowing Curtizi to escalate out of control. Flash SG has a penetration up mid and also potentially bot as well.
3,000 gold lead by Flash SG. You got 4 members pushing in the mid lane turrets. They're trying to get that bubble to burst.
I think
Lord marching in as well.
I think that's long pop right now. And now it's just, the holy defense pop on the bot lane. That Lord just literally doing God's work down bot as well. And now Team Evil push back into their own in-a-base turrets.
4,000 gold lead after the end of that skirmish down the Lord Pit. I think Evil, this is not looking so good for them. They don't really have a lot of late game insurance policy. I think they really need to take either Vanix down, but the traction pulse moves Gear in. There's a lot of damage that he has to soak up. Flash SG doesn't want to commit way too much resources on that one. There's a TOR onto 2. Gear's the next to fall. He's getting swiped out. AOG will land out safe, but hit onto no one. Flash SG just making this crazy. There's 3 members of Evil down.
Yo!
That's a lot of damage that Flash SG is able to output alongside Vanix, alongside Hades.
Churros, that was sheer micro beauty. Where did Hades go? Okay, that was sheer micro beauty, right? If you notice how the AOG for the side powerful was able to land, you see the final slash going in, the purified pops, and after that, Vanix sidesteps and output the damage.
There's not a lot of damage from Evil. Powerful next to fall. He won't be able to survive this. And Flash SG looking at the core. They do have Bobby, and that is it. Flash SG taking a look at the throne and bringing us to a game number 4. Match point for Flash.
They are 1 game away to go and lock their names into the grand finals for tomorrow. Team Evil, Churros, something is wrong with Team Evil, and I don't know what is.
I think they want to cook something up with the draft, but the late game insurance policy wasn't there for the side of Evil. I think the damage did not show. I think Ven did not hold himself up well against Vanix. Even with the Khalid, in theory, the Khalid should win out 9 times out of 10 against that Harith just because of the early game burst damage. But the Harith just really snowballed out of control.
Yes, and that's the problem about fighting gold lanes, right? Remember I was talking about how Team Flash was the one that experimented to fight the side lanes first. During the regular season, and to no avail, right? They always find themselves in a losing end. Whereas Ben, during the regular season, has been playing a lot more standard marksmen, playing a lot more the more meta builds like his Harifs, his Granger. I want to see that Ben coming back in because, to be honest, as of now, yes, it is Team Evil trying out the Cho on Ven earlier just now. It worked out kind of well. Whereas Van also tried to do the 1-1 earlier just now. Yes, it's not entirely Van's fault, but if we take a look at the MVP, it goes over to Hades this time round.
I don't know where the damage came from. Like, right from the get-go, he was just way ahead of what Aether was essentially trying to do. He was always on the back line. He has so many targets, and even with that shadow kill, he's able to melt down tanks. So this man was just crazy in how he played. 7-1 and 7, 6-7-7. GPM, this was just,
It's just easy pickings, right?
Enough said.
Yeah,
Enough said.
The War Cry allows him to basically gain a massive boost of damage, and as he goes in Shadow Kill and just like literally zooping around, the members on the side Team Evo really cannot catch him at all, right? Joy goes into his ultimate. All Hayabusa has to do is just press one ultimate and counter your ultimate entirely. That's number one. Number two, I'm so far ahead, I can literally start, shredding that Kacha. I can shred the Arlot, and technically speaking, if you go into the emblems later on and perhaps into the items, you can also see that Arlot really needs a lot more tankiness, and unfortunately, the final slash doesn't come through because of the purifies that Team Flash packed along themselves.
I feel like this is the same mistake that they made in game number 2, where there's way too many crowd controls, way too many chain stuns, but not enough damage coming through.
Yep.
I think they're putting all their eggs into one Aether, but it wasn't to avail. I mean, it's just Aether wasn't able to scale up fast enough, or even when there's a team fight, the joy wasn't there.
Yep. If you want me to summarize this whole meta into some form of analogy or some form of scene, but before I actually say that, if you take a look at the items, right, Arlot doesn't really have enough defensive items, right? The Rose Gold Meteor, yes, technically speaking,
it's very defensive the way he's building. It's not very offensive, but best offense is good defense. But he doesn't really have that luxury of farm.
Doesn't really have that.
He's the lowest farm in his. No, that's powerful. Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't have that, but Rose Gold Meteor is basically more of an offensive item, something like the most defensive offensive item, right?
Yeah.
But right now, I think what Gear needs is more HP bars, right? Had it been an antique cuirass, I think that would be a very different game state, right? But right now, if you notice, what Team Flash and Team Evo is doing right here is just proving the point that I personally feel that I'm still leaning towards the traditional marksman gold lanes. Yes, Harif, technically speaking, a pseudo marks. I mean technically a mage.
But it's still traditional.
But it's still traditional, right?
It's a dependable damage dealer in the late game.
Have you seen the meme online where this Bruce Lee looking kind of guy that goes hoo hoo ha ha hoo ha? I don't know the.
Yeah, and you pull up a gun and then you shoot that.
And what Team Flash did is just pull up a gun, bang, done.
Yeah,
right?
100%
That's basically what's going on right now. Because all Flash has to do, it's a lot easy to basically execute this kind of roster as compared to Team Evo, right? What we did not see from the side of Team Evo in game number 1 and game number 3 is that Ven wasn't rotating towards the mid lane, whereas that's the whole point of the fighter meta, is to be able to rotate to the turtle and make sure that the first turtle is a 5v4.
Yeah. I think also, like, the Evo's entire draft is just eating into the TOR, right? Like, they are a very coagulated heavy draft. Barry just needs to pop in with the orb and just throw down a TOR and they're all locked down. Flash just needs to gun them down from the back. Hades cleans up shop. Jay will set things up. I think the combo, and like you said, Cortese just freely shooting the traction pulses. If they shoot something, I mean, it's good. If he misses, it's non-committal, so he gets out safe as well.
Yep.
So very, very good play from Flash SG. It was just rather interesting why Evo will pick up this draft once again.
Yeah, and just Alice, right? TOR locks everybody in right there. Vanix could just easily land on the Zama for zapping everybody, and it provides a lot of cover for the Harif to basically do his things, right? Like, it's like using the real world manipulation and allowing the Harif to just running around. The best part is, in the TOR, you're locked down. You cannot move around, and you're just easy victims for the damage from the Harif and also Cortese, and potentially Attraction Pulse, and potentially a Tectonic Charge.
Oh man, Jace, we gotta take a break. We gotta take a little bit of a breather, but hey, it's game number 4, man. Game number 4, Evo 1 game away, and we all thought, like, hey, statistically speaking, Evo had the upper hand going into this matchup. I don't know how to feel about this.
Yeah.
I don't know how to feel about what they're cooking. I think they're cooking way too much. It's overburnt.
When things get overcooked, they get bitter. And definitely, if you're a Team Evo fan, there's definitely going to be a bitter taste in your mouth, because surely you expect a lot more from this team, right?
Yeah.
There are tools right there from the side of Team Evo to deal with the potential draft from the side of Flash SG. Sayla's ultimate, I don't think I've seen it actually land onto any of the TORs as well, because he's almost instantly get blown up to pieces before Sayla eventually steals or use the TOR, and on top of that,
to be fair, like Sayla's just using the tectonic charge or the TOR just to get out safe. Like he's just using it, stun them up, buy some time, and then walk out. Like that's
a defensive one, right?
A very defensive use. Actually, even for the Raging Sandstorm AOG, I never really seen a very offensive one. Typically, powerful charging out the AOG will be disrupted by either the stun in from Bear or tectonic charge from Jay. So I think a very good disruption, good read from Flash SG.
Yeah, and if you notice, like, in this particular draft, I think definitely a lot of things that we can consider. Even if, Team Evil wants to lock in this potential draft, in the early game, they do have the damage, right? Like what I mentioned, the Khalid, slice and dice, wave clear very quickly. I want to see movements into start counter jungle, but Ben is mostly playing the fighter like a gold laner.
Yes, it's just sitting in his lane, like there's nothing that
I see one lane in one lane only.
I think that it's if
the
you want to play the
playstyle.
double fighter side lanes, just clear the wave. Or maybe you could even risk a proxy and go into the jungles. Like, just be super, super aggressive.
Yes,
like,
because
I think that is basically Evo's MO. You have someone who has high movement speed. Aether is able to get into position, but he's always not in the team fights. I think that's the breakdown of Joy, that's the downfall of Joy, where a lot of teams are not picking it up because you really need to build up those three dashes, build up that rhythm before going in with the ultimate.
I personally feel Joy is a very interesting hero as well. It's like, it's like some of the heroes out there, there's no such thing as a subpar Joy.
Yeah.
It's either you're super good or super bad, right? There's no subpar. There's no in the middle, right? A Joy's main goal is to zip zap around, output the damage using the ultimate.
Yeah.
Yes. Even if you're not able to do kills, you need to output the damage. If
to clear the waves,
to clear the waves, or to output the damage so that the rest of the team was able to go in and clear up. But like, if you notice earlier just now, Aether wasn't able to give that opportunity because of the TOR, because of all the CCs coming out. And don't forget, these CCs coming out from Flash is different as compared to Team Evil CCs because these CCs pack a punch.
It's just difficult if you're Evil. It's like they don't really have, I wouldn't say an answer, but they don't really prioritize any targets whatsoever. It's just like, let's just throw all our resources at one point and then just pray something works out. It's like sort of like gathering at a point, a center point, which is where we are right now. So if you guys want to come down and watch us live, we're live at Centrepoint all the way till potentially this might be the last game. This is your only chance to come in and watch us live.
Well, for today.
For today. And then you got tomorrow.
There's also tomorrow as well, so you don't want to miss out. Be around, don't be square. I learned that recently from the...
Don't be around, be square.
Be around or you'll be square. Get it?
What is the original quote? Like that's
I can't remember.
Be there or be square, right?
Be there or be square, but of course,
It's just lame, man.
I'm sorry.
It's just really
not as lame as your Centrepoint joke.
I'm trying to get a segue going. I'm trying to do my best, but man,
I feel
at least hey, we're comfortable. We're comfortable.
We are comfortable
in our DX Racer. So thank you
and
so much. Huge shout out to DX Racer for being our gaming chair partner, and also we're joined in by IIT, our presenting partner.
Why do you keep taking my fan?
Why do I take keeping your fan?
Yeah, why are you taking my fan?
I don't know. It's like pretty good. This is IT's mascot. Do we have a name for this? Oh no, we'll try to find a name.
Yeah.
We'll try to find we'll try to get its name, but it's kind of cute.
Yep, of course. But of course, we talk about how from the side of Team Evil and also Team Flash, this is a very wonky kind of series, right? We walk into this series, we're expecting something from the side of Team Evil, we're expecting something from the side of Team Flash, but at least Team Flash this time around was able to just, duct tape and fix all the things that they were able to do, all the problems that we saw during regular season. They're able to duct tape all those and fix it up. At least Vanix is very comfortable on whatever, Edemir is given over. And it's exactly like what I mentioned, right? I feel like Team Evil was trying to do what Team Flash did in regular season, but now, this is not the regular season. This is the playoffs.
Yeah. I think, then again, it's just Evo trying too hard to find new ways to break down Flash. I think just play it more traditional, play it safe, play it a little bit more front to back, and I think they have it in the bag.
Yeah, of course, if Team Evil goes back to the original playstyle.
Yes.
That is. But of course, in game number 2, they tried to do that with the 1-1. But of course, we also talk about how... I think there are a lot of focus on Guinevere to basically play around the Guinevere as well. But of course, there's also the knockup. Hopefully, the Yutong was able to scale. But of course, Ben was just scaling out of control on the Lapu Lapu.
Yeah. Hey, I like how this is going. Even though Flash is like 2-1 up ahead, this is what esports is all about. This is what
Back and
MLBB
forth.
is all about. And speaking of esports and MLBB, you know that MLBB actually is voted as the esports of the year and mobile esports of the year. We have it in the lower third. So vote for us. We have a chance to make it this far with your vote. So go on down to esportsawards.com for the best esports game of the year, and also just vote us nonetheless for best mobile esports game of the year.
Yeah, so we do rely on our audiences, and so we'd like to thank you guys in advance and also help us out just a little bit. Of course, I'd like to take this opportunity to also thank the audience for coming down all the way to Centrepoint, right? Like the fact is, we do of course need on-site support as well. And yes, there are definitely some games that a little bit wonky, but hey, the opportunity for you guys to meet some of the players as well. They need your support to be able to basically continue doing whatever we want to do. And also, you are the people who actually manage to allow them to live their dreams as an esports player.
What a word.
Thank you.
What wise words from Jays.
Oh,
which is funny.
It's okay. It's better than us trying to say that unicorns have wings.
Yeah, I mean,
Suki actually came over. Suki came over to correct us earlier just now.
It's a Pegasus.
It's a Pegasus.
It's supposed to be Pegasus.
Yes.
Because I think how it started was, of all the laws of physics, basically bees can't fly, and neither can horses unless you're a Pegasus.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it's us.
That is so dumb.
We need to walk. We're gonna have to try to make sure, for the next game for the side of Team Evo, like what I mentioned, we want to see Team Evo go back to something that are more comfortable with. Maybe vent on a Henry, maybe vent on a Granger. Hey, if I vent on a Beatrix or a Layla or a Mia actually works better than what he's actually trying to accomplish right now, because he's really playing the fighter like a gold, like a marksman.
Yeah. I think there's 2 more opportunities for them to really make it count, and it could go to mile. I'm really prepared for
I would say
this.
one. I would say there's only one opportunity left, right? Like, because
Fair.
especially when Flash SG is already at match point, one more point, they will be able to lock themselves into the grand finals already.
Yeah. When in doubt, go traditional. Go to the classic draft. Go to the traditional range marksman down the gold lane. This is what Vanix has been doing all 3 games. And right now, game number 4, Jays, this is looking really hella dicey for the side of Team Evo. I think they're talking about this. They're trying to get locked in, but they shouldn't cook too much. I feel like, yes, I agree with you. If you're backed into a corner, and there's only 1 game to make it count, just play it safe and play it a more traditional route.
Unfortunately, there's a reason why you don't reinvent the wheel. All right, the wheel is round. Don't try other shapes. Don't try other metas. Maybe it's time to, if your current fighter gold lane isn't working, maybe let's go back to basics.
Yeah. Yeah, I 100% agree. Like, there's not a lot of insurance policy for this side of Team Evo. There's no damage from them being in the early game, late game. We've seen the entirety of this. The only reason why Flash was able to dominate so much was because Evo couldn't output that damage. The best offense, the best defense. So going into the map, draw, map roulette, we'll be able to see Expanding River. So this is your favorite map, I know, Jace.
Yes.
And you're looking forward for this one.
People go swimming, people go fast. Oh man, but unfortunately, this is where, Van could go back to the Khalid. Okay, I joke about that. If Van goes back to Khalid, I want to see him rotate even harder, right? The expanding rivers allow that to happen. We want to see a lot more rotation. So if, the likes of Team Flash want to go for the fight the side lanes, they can go for it.
Going to the draft, kind of looks similar to what we are used to in the previous 3 games. You got the Jusin, CC, and Yishun Shin getting banned out. But aside of Flash, for Evo, though, taking out the Lancelot as well as the Fredrin, a little bit of a respect right there. They could look to ban out the Alice away from Bear like they did in game number 2.
Yeah.
Or
take it for themselves.
Take it for themselves, yeah.
Yep.
I think force the Gato over, because typically the first pick blue is more or less going to be the Gato.
All right.
Oh, that's Baxia, right?
Yeah, they have
totally
to
slipped my
Baxia.
mind.
They have to ban the Baxia. Baxia is so empowered on this particular map. It's really a mistake if you actually leak that over to Team Flash. But now Team Flash, do you go for the Fredrin? Do you go? Oh, sorry, Fredrin got banned. I'm sorry about that. You can basically go for the Arlot or Hayabusa once again for the side of Team Flash.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Going for back to the ninja.
Yeah, the ninja, you've seen how, because of the quad shadows, the iframes actually open up a lot of opportunities for you. But something very interesting, right? Like, Flash could have gone for a Grok first pick, but they went for a Hayabusa first pick instead.
Yeah, I think they're more comfortable with it. I think that would be the Gacha. So there's a lot of high aggression, high momentum gameplay that Flash is bringing into the table. Alongside expanding rivers, we know how we love our wings by wings on that far side with the expanding rivers. That's crazy.
Yeah, and now on top of that, you also got a Gacha that could just fly anywhere to relent in support the AOG. Definitely helps very much. But there's also another interesting thought process from the side of Team Flash, right? Like, if you notice how how Jay uses the Gacha, bait out all the utilities, and then after that jump away with the AOG. But Team Evo, on the other hand, locks in the Arlot for themselves.
Yeah, I don't think they're too worried about the jungle. It can be anything they want. I think they should be a bit more worried about how they want to play against Vanek. So Ven's Heroes picks are still wide and open. They could always go for the traditional Granger and a Kimmy combo instead of going for the fighters. I think if they really do want to force a fighter, the Ruby would be the best fighter in this current draft that they have right here. Alongside the Kimmy, at least you have some secondary damage, unlike the Valentina.
Yep, at the very least. Oh, you talk about the Ruby. Nope. Flash SG says nope. Not going to give that over to the son of Van. Van also played the Ruby quite well as well. But something surprises me in MPL Singapore is that you don't really see a lot of Bane Gold Lane as what we saw in other regions as well.
I think it sort of dropped off a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Takes too long to get to your power spikes.
Yes, because
you need
it's
that Holy
so
Crystal.
expensive.
Yeah.
Right? You need a Holy Crystal, after that another Holy Crystal, or maybe another Holy
You
Crystal.
need Lightning Truncheon, Holy Crystal.
Don't need
you
another
need the
Holy
Divine
Crystal.
Get 6 Holy Crystals without any magic penetration, right?
Yeah, remember that time when Marsha goes around with like how many VODs in her pocket?
Oh, that's the Leslie build too, the ex-Leslie build. Speaking of Leslie though, not a bad idea.
No. That's a bad idea. I'll shut you down right there. But you know what's good idea for the side Team Evo this time round? They finally banned the Alice.
So not giving the Bear the satisfaction of having a nice TOR, but then again, they don't really need the Alice around. You have the Lapu Lapu that they can also pick up.
Definitely.
This is not looking too good for the side of Evo though. Like, if Lapu is picked up, they have so much front line. They have a lot of zonal potential.
Yep.
Even if Powerful plays the Grok well, they don't really have that much backline engage, and all the viable assassins are picked up. I say viable because you're safe with the Hayabusa as well.
Right, Cho gets taken away by the Flash SG.
Unless you want to go Sun, you want to go for the monkey.
Oh.
And then you play super like Seiji.
I think the only certain player that really play, I think the only one that's playing
Seiji
is literally Seiji, right? I don't think it's like what Ven will play as well. And of course, if you see how Ven plays, he's mostly staying in his lane most of the time. So I don't think that's really his kind of hero play style that you want to go for if you want to go for Sun. But Team Evo Aether locks in the Joy once again. There's definitely a bit of a synergy coming in from the side of Team Evo. There's a Tectonic Charge into a Final Slash into a Joy Ultimate.
They're holding on to that last pick in the gold lane. And I think for the side of Evo,
Moskov
kind of works for them.
Yeah.
No, for Flash though, I think Moskov worked well.
Moskov looks really good right there. You got more mobility to roam around the map. You got more globals. Or you can always go back into the Harif as well because of the Lapu Lapu potential pick. Bravest Warrior stuns everybody up. Lapu Lapu,
Is this the same draft that they had in game number 3? It kind of looks very similar, but just in without the Kimmy, and they swapped it in for the Farsa. That's Esmeralda. Okay, so to deal with the Harith, they draw in the Esmeralda.
Oh, okay, this changes things.
In the EXP lane.
No, you bring it.
Wait a second.
No, you bring it to gold lane. You bring it to a gold lane, and all of a sudden, Vanix, as this Harif gets slightly diminished just a little bit. And not only just that, right? Your Lapu Lapu also generates shoots as well. So that's basically a bit of a crazy thing for the side of Esmeralda. And don't forget, a lot of people actually, some players actually underestimate the amount of damage that Esmeralda can do. And also the fact that they forgot that sometimes, especially in the heat of battle, Esmeralda ignores shields, right? As long as your HP bar goes to 0, even though you have a lot of shields, the Esmeralda takes you down.
Yeah, but it's it's all theory. It's all down to execution right now. I think the Esmeralda kind of works well against Harith. I was talking about that matchup in the regular season, but I don't think in this state of game, there's way too many crowd control abilities that Flash is bringing out. And typically, when you have the Esmeralda, you want to Purify to be able to get out of harm's way, to be able to lock down your S1, S2 combos to soak up all that shields. But hey, this is potentially the last game for Flash SG and Evil as the heroes go up against the villains. Flash SG one more game away, and they're a one-way ticket all into the grand final, securing that top 2 spot.
Yep, we talk about the early game first. Don't forget his expanding rivers. Kurt Easy is gonna rotate crazily, and away he goes. He's already wave clear all that with help of Jay's concussive blast. He's ready to gank.
You talking about yourself?
Nope, Jay.
Yeah, I'm just joshing. But hey, come to think of it, I think the Esmeralda kind of works out well here.
It does.
Hades doing a lot of damage right here. Powerful, able to lock them down to the wall. But here comes Hades. Bear will secure first blood over to Powerful and able to walk away from that one.
Sorry, I just made monkey noises right there because you can see how Hades is just literally balancing so well on the Hayabusa. But apart from that, all right, I really love what I'm seeing right here for the side of Team Flash. And now they pick up first blood over the side of Bear. Bear on the Lapu Lapu can snowball harder. And now Gear has to play it slightly safer.
I think they give up Powerful's life for that Lethal Wanderer. So Evo still a little bit up ahead in terms of that economy lead. No, Flash is up ahead in terms of the economy lead just because of that kill, but I don't think it will have too much trouble.
Oh!
Hades steals away the purple from underneath the nose of Aether.
Oh, that is not a mistake that you want to make. Aether now stuck one level behind against Hades, and that's a purple buff, right?
Yes. It's big. It's big. Gear, again, taking a lot of damage from Kirtizi. Might not be able to get away from this one, but walks underneath that turret.
Oh, that is gonna hurt Team Evil in the long run right there. Aether, he really needs to try to find the kills right there, but
he doesn't want to commit
though.
He doesn't want to commit though. Gear still low on HP. Turtle already spawned up. That's the Feather Airstrike trying to take down Gear, able to zone themselves back. But it looks like Flash SG has the upper hand in terms of this tortoise.
Yep, definitely, right? And now finally we get to see some form of movements for the side of Ven, right? That's how level 4, more than happy to duke it out of Vanix, and over the side of Vanix, playing on the back foot. Flash SG needs a lot more time as compared to the previous game. Aether.
Looking for an angle, looking for opportunity. That's the Rhythm of Joy already expanded. Hades will take that turtle up. Powerful down low, so is Gear. Will get taken down by Kirtizi. Hades will take care of Powerful, and 2 members fall alongside that turtle.
Oh, really, Team Evil is really spiraling out of control right here. They're trying to control this Dutch roll of a game plan right there, and it all fell apart. The only way Team Evil right now, in order they really want to climb back, is to basically limit Vanix. But Bear, I mean, he's out of control. You really got to forfeit the top lane already.
Oh, that's a lockdown. The Feather Airstrike will seal the deal on top of Gear. On the bottom side, though, Ven still not doing too good because you need to be able to get into a close proximity to deal any annoyance to the Harith at all. But Ven is just trying hard to close that gap.
It really doesn't really matter anymore, right? Because, if Ven is going to stick himself all the way down bot, screening against Vanix, yes, that's actually A-okay. But Evil right now has a lot of problem up top in the EXP lane. Flash, on the other hand, knowing that they have a lot of advantage on the EXP lane, knowing that Vanix is not going to have a good time down bot, ignores Vanix, leave him to his own devices. It's okay as long as he doesn't die, he doesn't overextend, and we basically output the damage mostly up top, forcing Gear in a very awkward position.
That is just reconnaissance duty that Powerful is on, but Jay's right there as well. I don't know who collected the gold crab, but it doesn't really matter at this point. It's Flash, 2,400 gold lead on top of Evil. 30 seconds until the turtle spawns up. Aether, it's a 1-1-1 fight. I don't think Hades is able to take this one, but Powerful in a spot of bother right there. Trap between rock and hard place. Nice tectonic charge into the traction pulse, but not enough. Powerful will fall once again. 5 kills in total for Flash SG. Evil, this is not the start that they wanted.
Team Evil is literally losing a lot of control right there. Yes, Ven was able to do a decent amount of chunk of damage against Vanix, but I feel like Team Evil really need to start to play around Ven right now and, probably win through gold lane.
Turtle We get blitzed down by Flash SG. Doesn't look like Evil will trying to find a way to contest this one at all, but the zoning is coming through. Here not having a good start. It's 0-2 and 0. And Powerful just stepping a little bit too close for comfort. Flash SG just punishing him for being too close.
And now if you take a look, right, Van, you can use the falling stomach and land onto Vanix, but Vanix could easily just dodge away and hopefully try to outpoke, right, but it really doesn't really matter anymore.
It's a fast rotation with the expanding rivers. They make a way down to the bottom side. Ven able to use that flicker to get out of the way safe, but look at that speed, look at that power. Is Bear using the Bravest Fighter just to push them back. They're maximizing their farm. They're pushing them away from all these neutral objectives. The Fair Airstrike will be used up on the bottom side. Ven needs to weave and bob out of the way. Able to get out safe. But look at the mid side. Aether jumping in. But the damage is not enough. And Flash SG still alive. They threw everything.
Yeah, Team Evil right now, I think they're definitely going to need a plan B or plan C right now. They probably have to play around a macro game right now, but if you note how Team Flash is actually playing, Traction Pulse landing, takes down the bottom lane turret, and they're out of there. Team Evil's just letting Team Flash getting away with all this
mid-side, Shadow Kill! Will take down Gear, and Flash SG, perfect game, 6-0, 3,500 goal lead in the 6-minute mark.
It's a massacre,
Evil just struggling to find their footing.
It's a massacre. And it's not going in the favor for the side of Team Evil. Bravest Warrior already committed, or try to catch onto Aether, but that's mostly Team Evil doing damage control, right? They're not ready yet for any form of fights.
The 6 minutes in, the Glowing Wand just bought by Sailor. That's how far behind the mid lane is. Curtizi just easily going from that top side down to the bottom side. The
expanding river
acts like a PIE, just taking you from the east to the west super fast.
Yeah. And now, you know, Team Flash, knowing that once they identify that they have a lead, they're definitely going to take full advantage out of that. But this time around, you know, Team Evil, they're the one that's playing on the back foot. I want to see Ven, you know, doing some movements. There you go. You can see him around the mid lane part. And now we're looking at 5v5 right here. This is going to be a very important fight for Team Evil.
Slowing things down. Turtle gets a reset. They're looking at the bottom side. They know where Gear is for Airstrike to throw everyone away. That's the Tonic charge into the flicker. They finally manage to find Curtizi. Both goes down. No more Curtizi and Vanix. No more damage from the side of Flash SG. But they're keeping it strong. It's Bear against the world. But here comes Hades as well. They're taking in one. Gear falls. Next is Powerful. And Hades, that's a double kill.
Look at Van actually holding down the fort just a little bit. He's actually... Hopefully, if he stay on just a little bit longer, maybe he can actually finish that one.
It's a good try. It's a good try, but Curtizi is already back in action. He's using wings by wings. At the bottom line, though, there's a turtle secured by Aether. Saving grace for Evil.
Yeah, that's actually very good for the side of Team Evil, right? Earlier just now, they're actually 4K behind, and now, take a look, they managed to salvage out some form of gold, and that's because Van starts to join the fight. If you notice how Van is actually also able to face tank against what Flash SG wants to do, and like what I mentioned, I think really they need to pull Team Evil together. They need that magic happening. They need the Avada Kedavra against Flash SG.
I think Evil is just very counter-reactive to how Flash SG wants to play, and I think it's to their modus operandi. Let's look at the itemizations to see how far behind Evil actually is.
I feel like it's more like how ahead Team Flash is, right? The Glowing One already secured by side Flash SG, and
this
of course,
reliable damage from the Harith alone.
Yeah, and Vanix as well. Better Heavens and also Stallion Scythe is already outputting the damage that's required, and you know, Aether I think definitely need that blood, more items. Going for the Holy Crystal instead of the Blood Wings, even though she's slightly behind.
Evil doesn't want to make a move, doesn't want to make a sound. Traction Pulse will be committed, but just goes wide. I think Evil is just struggling. They're trying to find any loose scraps that they're trying to pick up. On the bottom side, they take down that T1, but damage is done. That's 25,000 gold lead. Mid-air strike, the Shadow Kill takes out Aether.
Ooh, that's not really good for the side of Team Evil, and now there's a fight.
Down the mid, you can have the Federal Airstrike trying to push Evil all the way back. Hades trying to look for an angle. AOG will block up all escape routes. Down goes Powerful. Sailor's next to fall. Bear will pick that one up. Garrett's next to fall as well. No escape. That's 4 members on the side of Evil. The Flash SG is cleared up.
Man, Van was trying so hard to basically pull Team Evil together. However, Flash SG was so far ahead. And even though Vanix went down, it doesn't really matter because Bear is also able to output the damage. Hades as well. You know, taking down Aether earlier just now, all of a sudden Team Evil doesn't really have enough damage to continue the fight.
A bitter end. Is Evil trying to claw their way back up, tooth and nail. The Lord already spawned up. Evil cannot contest for this one. They're just way too far behind. Hades and Jay, look at Hades, 7-0-1 on this Hayabusa. And just one strike.
Okay.
Holy just Crystal. A lot of damage coming in.
Secure by the side, Aether. Van coming in for the flank though.
They're coming in with Tectonic Charge. Hades will secure that Lord. They're powerful. It's way too deep in. Huge committal. Taking up that kill. Vanix will sweep that one up. In the back line, you got Ven taking a little bit too much as well. Fair Astro will try to zone him all the way back in. Bear will try to secure that kill. Gets a killing spree. It's 2 members fall once again. Flash SG just pummeling them and walking all over.
It is so hard to watch if you're son Team Evil. But Team Flash, on the other hand, they reign triumph. Literally dancing on Team Evil's bodies right there, right? Ven, that was a very good falling stamina onto 2 to 3 members. However, not enough follow-up. Aether's already down earlier just now. And don't forget, it is just Vanix. You see how Team Flash basically juggle around this team fight. It's actually really beautiful, right? Vanix is, when they see Ven there, Vanix doesn't join the fight. Leave it to Bear to basically slice and dice against Ven.
I think this skirmish as well, I think if the Lord even marches down into the T3s, Flash SG has everything in their power to push Evil back. You have the Fair Airstrike, they have Hades who's able to get in and out. He's already. Oh, that's the Queen's Wings.
Queen's Wings, sorry.
For Bear. So he's able to get in, try to control a 1v5 battle.
Yeah, I think he can 1v5 everybody, but Ben, if you notice, as an Esmeralda, he's able to 1v3 to basically hold down Flash SG just a little bit to buy some more time. But right now, Sailor needs to step up just a little bit more, stepping forward and also output the damage. We also need to see Aether, right, outputting the damage, busting down Vanix or even Cortese, and then get away.
Evo's holding on to thin ice. They're playing defense, but you need to understand where Flash SG is moving. But then again, every single one of the minions and creeps, they're being blocked and blockaded by Flash SG. So Evo, there's nothing they can do to maximize and optimize their speed.
Yeah, and if you notice how Team Evo is actually building quite a few oracles for themselves. Core items for the side of Gear and also Ven. But, you know, as the far side for the side, Cortese, he's more than ready. He bum rushed the Divine Glaive right off the bat and now should be going into a Lightning Trunking as well to just output more bursts. But don't forget, Flash SG, look at Bear's items. Also ready to fight. Oracle for himself, Queen's Wing as well, and also the War Axe. As long as he's slice and dice and everybody's stuck in one club, he's healing everything back up.
Yeah, Ben's on reconnaissance duty, trying to find a little bit more information onto where every one of the members is. Evo needs to find a way to break down and take Vanix down. But then again, they don't know where Hades is.
I like how
he's just sitting.
Okay, conceal plate. Bear stepping forward.
On the backside, you got a Shadow onto Gear. There's a Shadow kill already initiated. Gear goes down, and it's 4 members back on that defense. For the airstrike will be enough. The Tectonic Charge, good read by Cortese to get out of the way. But Ven already committed everything, and Hades will take full control of that one. One falls after another. Ven next to fall. There's a Flicker already committed as well. 3 members fall. The Splash SG. They're going to cycle it down. They're going to use these minions. They're going to push it in.
And they're going to go all the way in towards the mid. They're going to force it. And they crack open mid. And now with Bob, the only siege minion for the side, Team Flash and Evo still struggling to come back for the defense.
Here comes up, but the throne is being targeted. They don't really have a lot of minions, though. They are getting pushed back. They are able to survive this one. Evo lives to fight the tail another day.
Man, that was so close for the side of Team Flash to be able to end that game earlier just now. At the very least this time around, Team Flash more disciplined. They identified they don't have the minions and they pulled back. So good call for the side of Team Flash, but Team Evo, they need to find a solution.
There's nothing ventured, nothing gained, but Flash SG, they're way too up ahead in terms of everything. Hades already 8-0-6. He's legendary at this point. He's always finding the right angles, right flanks. He's just throwing everything onto Gear, making Gear just being a non-factor in this game. 1-7-2 on this Arlott, definitely not feeling good this time around.
Yeah, and remember we talk about how, you know, Papa Bear or Bear Cup, this is definitely Papa Bear right there. Gear on the other hand is a small Gear, not a big Gear.
Yeah, difficult to take down this Lapu as well.
Yeah. The Lapu Lapu is scaled uncontrollably. You give him 1 kill, 2 kills in the early game, it's just gonna escalate out of control. And don't forget, right now, if you notice how Flash SG sends the right member to deal with Ven, Ven was the only threat for the side of Flash, but if Ven actually gets isolated by the side of Team Flash, Team Evo, the whole roster will crumble.
Yeah, Lord marching in from the mid side. Concealed play by Jay, trying to find any target whatsoever. That's a shadow kill, but will get sniped down by the mystical fire from the sky. Curtiz will take it out with the feather airstrike. The same force will come into play. There's a turret being popped off. Gear falls as well. There's two, but now the throne will send Flash a one-way ticket to the grand finals.
Team Flash locking the slot for the grand finals already, as what Churros had mentioned. A bit of a rough start in the regular season, and they're finally here. For the side Team Evo though, they have to go and smell a little bit more flowers.
Man, I was expecting it to go the mile. It's only maybe 3/4 of a mile. Maybe not even 3/4 of a mile that we've seen, but hey, it's not over for Evo. They still have a chance for redemption. They still have a chance to claw their way back up onto this. Tomorrow morning, they will be facing Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, but this is not a very good sign, right? You know, we hype up Team Evo so much during the regular season, and then after that, when it comes to the playoffs, when this kind of performance happened and you start to question, maybe they could have forced Ven a little bit too much. He's clearly uncomfortable playing as a fighter gold laner. If you notice, even during the regular season, there are times when he was able to get away with this because, you know, Aether's having a good game. But if Aether's not having a good game, the whole game plan of Team Evo just crumbles to nothingness.
Yeah, this was just a very dominant performance by Flash. I think, just to say the least, Evo really cooked way too much. I think it just smelled burnt out of the oven coming into this game. And it works well on textbook, and we will always see like Esmeralda being a direct counter onto the Harith. But in the end of the day, look how things played out. Execution from Vanix. He knows how to play around this Esmeralda. He knows how to jump around this little dancing fairy of a thing, but it all boils down to Hades on the Hayabusa, the Lord of the Underworld himself really showing up the entirety of the series.
Yeah, it's just, you know, he's getting this MVP back-to-back, right? Game number 3, he was an MVP. Even on Hayabusa, he knows the limits of this Hayabusa, and he's played it to a certain T. Even securing the C helmet for himself, because, you know, you gotta have to counteract the healing and the shields generated by the Arlot, the Joy, and even the Esmeralda.
Yeah, taking a look at emblems, it really just doesn't tell the whole story. Evo fought tooth and nail. Look at the amount of deaths that Gear has gotten over the entirety of this game. There's 8 deaths over on this Arlot. 23-3 is the scoreline. Flash SG.
That's a 20-kill deficit, mind you.
Just focusing fire and making Gear just unable to play this game at all.
Yeah, like there's no way, there's no room for maneuverability, right? Remember just now there's a few opportunities where Team Evo could have pivoted to another game plan, right? Maybe focus more on Ven. Ven is actually having a great game, mind you, as long as, you know, he target on the right people, namely Vanix, namely Gertizi. But Curtizi can always fly away with the wing by wings. That's when, you know, the rest of the members from the Team Evo, for example, Gear or even Powerful, need to find the lockdown onto Curtizi. But when the games gets even longer, especially right now towards the later parts of the game, Vanix also output a lot of damage, right? Like, look, he has his Holy Crystal already has his Feather Heavens, goes for the Divine Glaive as well. It's just almost game over, right? And by the time when, you know, Ven is coming online, Curtizi could just slap because he secured the Divine Glaive, and also even with the Genius one as well, so just penetrate through all the magic resist that Ven was able to secure for himself.
It's what a play that Flash has done up. I think this was just, you know, the perfect layering of crowd controls, perfect layering of damages that Vanix, Curtizi, and Jay has brought onto the table that enabled Bear and Hades to just charge through onto the back line and take every one of Evo out of the way.
And you're expecting, you know, Team Evo to basically tortoise up, right? Hiding in the shell to really wait for Ven to come online, and maybe perhaps Sailor to come online, but it is just very difficult for them to really return to this one, especially when Flash SG just escalate out of control.
Yeah, I do want to point out something. I think Aether on this Joy just really doesn't provide a lot of value for Evo. I know it's a very tough pill to swallow, and it's tough to say as well, but the Joy just doesn't really provide too much in the lineup against Flash SG. They tried it twice, it didn't work out.
Yeah, and don't forget, it's just, you know, Aether losing that purple buff at the start of the game, and then after that, it is just, you know, Hades just escalates out of control, right? Like, that one remember when I was talking about that one, when his purple buff gets sniped, you know it is really, it's not say really tough to basically recover. You can recover, but whether
It's
you
gonna take
recover
a lot out of you.
mentally, that's another question.
It's just tough. I think Gear is already mental to Oblivion and beyond. I think Powerful as well. This was game number 1, if I remember correctly. You've got the Fanny as well.
Yep.
We were expecting a very close game all throughout this series. This is the upper bracket finals that we are going about, mind you. And I think this was the one where they almost went in. They don't have that minions. They were trying to force it too much.
See the Evolved
Phalos
Lord
pushing it
down
back.
in the bottom lane.
Hades knows he's trying to get that recall, but it's too slow. It's easier to cable. It's faster to cable back than to recall all the way back. So this was game number 1. Very close game for Team Flash to be able to secure this victory. But at the end of the day, there's a 6th member of Team Evil. But now, game 2 to game 4, it was just Evil playing as 5 members. They were trying too hard. They were trying to cook too much.
Yes.
This was just way too many crowd controls, not enough damage.
Yeah, like if you notice, if you see even at like what 3K-ish gold lead, it's still kind of winnable, right? But by then it's just way too much. Look at Hades, he's just he's just a tanky boy. Nobody from the side Team Evil will be able to deal with him, and like what we mentioned to death, right? Ven actually is the main difference maker that potential Team Evil needs.
This was just Bear just really showing up. He went in, going in with a TOR, trusted in his team to really follow up, and they really did. There was the layering in coming in from Bear, from Jay, just to mitigate some of the damage coming through.
You can see some of the final slash from the side of Gear wasn't able to land because he's almost immediately getting either deleted or purified, especially in this particular game when Vanix was literally getting countered right there. You see Ven actually doing quite well, right? But the rest of the members is already, by the side of Team Evil, has already been dealt with. So it's about the rotations from Ven. It's a little bit too late over and over again as we take a look at the brackets right now.
Here's what transpired. In the morning, it was a full BO5. Team Stallions, unfortunately, getting eliminated from the playoffs. That is top 4, though. Still a very huge respect over to the Stallions. We won't see Diablo play tomorrow, but Kingdom Esports will come back in the morning. They'll be facing up Evil on the lower bracket finals. This is top 3 for Evil and the Kingdom.
Yeah, this is going to be another banger of a match because it is
Evil
Team
won, right?
Evil that won against Kingdom Esports 2-0 in week 1, day 2. And that's when we really got a bit of a taste on how strong Team Evil is during the regular seasons. But now, you see them a little bit off. I feel like their playoff buff was used during the regular season.
It's just tough to say goodbye. It's also tough for, if you're an Evil fan, if you're supporting them all the way through. They've gone this far and they showed so much prowess. 2-0 Team Stallions, which everyone thought would have been one of the best teams coming into the playoffs. It just goes to show the level difference, or or the lack of the level difference between the top 4 teams that we have here.
Yeah, because it's just we expected more from Team Evil. I think we came into this day, we kind of hype up these top four teams. We talk about how the level of competition is almost similar. You saw how Stallions and Kingdom Esports literally went the mile all 5 games. But it's also kind of weird for the side of Team Evil to really falter this one because we are looking towards this team, this Rising Star, right? Like the Rising Star that could potentially upset against Team Flash because Team Flash was just reigning supreme in MPL Singapore all throughout.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to say goodbye, and it's this is not really
it's not really goodbye.
It's not really goodbye.
We got tomorrow.
Hey, Evil really has to get this reset. And,
yes, definitely.
It's been fun. It's been a fun, almost full series with you here today, Jace. Huge shout out to tomorrow. You and Absher are going to take us home for the grand finals. But man, it's going to be a banger of a series on the lower bracket and the upper bracket finals.
Yeah. With that said, my name is Jace. This is Churros. We're going to hand it over to Suki to close off the day.
All right. Well, here I have Jay. I don't think he needs any introduction. He is the roamer for Team Flash, and just got a few questions for you. Firstly, how are you feeling?
Feeling great. Yeah.
All right, because I think we wanna get him going as soon as possible. Anyway, so after the first game, it seemed like you guys really accelerated in aggression. I think you took the first. After the first game, that loss, I think you took it like personally a little bit. And I just wanted to know in your team, who is the member that always is like, let's go, let's go, let's go? And who is the one that has to like maybe try to pull you guys back?
It will probably be me lah, the let's go guy. But Venix will hold all of us back. Yeah.
So normally you're the one that's like, okay, we're gonna take this fight, and Vanix is just like, maybe not. But so who normally wins in that argument?
Venix
Alright, so Venix is the one that holds the reins. So for the fight against Evil today, did your team make any adjustments or make any specific plans to fight against Evil?
Not really. We are just here to play and just relax and have fun.
Alright, right, very confident. Okay, so who do you think you will face tomorrow in the grand finals?
I think Kingdom.
Alright, so this is Jay putting his money behind Kingdom. But anyway, thank you so much, Jay, for joining us. Thank you. And of course, thank you all of you for joining us today as well. We've had a series that went all the way and the one that was an absolute brawl fest. Let's hop over to look at the schedule for tomorrow. Alright, so looking at the matches, we do have Evil versus Kingdom Esports tomorrow at 12. And then Flash SG taking on whoever the winner is for the grand finals at 5. But other than these two games, we have a bunch of other events. Number one, we do have a cosplay event. And number two, we have the IT giveaway. So if you want a chance to go to Jakarta for 2, accommodations and flight included with your IT stub, you have to come down tomorrow before 4:30 because the draw is going to be at 4:30. Your stub has to be inside for a chance to win. Of course, it's not just the flight to Jakarta. It's a bunch of diamonds. It's a bunch of other prizes. So do come down to the Centrepoint. Make sure you get your IT stubs inside so that we all can, celebrate to see if you're going to be able to go. But that is it for me today. My name is Suki, and thank you for joining us at MPL Season 10.
MPL Singapore Season 10 is powered by Moonton and Pulse Nova Entertainment. Presented by IT, your homegrown bubble tea brand since 2011. Official gaming chair partner DX Racer, the pioneer of the world's first gaming chair. Our partner in esports, Future Living and Singapore Esports Association. Our official playoffs venue partner, the Centrepoint. And our official broadband partner, My Republic.